Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Vampire Deku Could Manipulate Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirks, one of the many factors that will dictate how an individual will live his life. Such things are mostly outside of the control of the individual, many blanks filled in before for him or her. Who are your parents and what their quirks are will likely influence you long before you were granted consciousness or free will. For many, quirks are merely part of who they are. For others, quirks are their very being. The debate would be long and boring should we begin to dive down the rabbit hole, but for an easier time for all of us, a short version should suffice for now. Are certain quirks inherently evil by their very nature? Or does the individual define the nature of their quirk with their actions? Deep and philosophical questions such as these normally would be left for schoolers and those interested in human psyche. So, how does a 4-year-old ends up reflecting over the very nature of his being? Ask the question to one Midoriya Izuku, currently sprawled on the ground. The preschooler was staring at the gray sky, a welcome drizzling rain lightly pouring down over his frame, much to his delight. His sensitive and burnt skin thanked the tiny blessing of the heavens for such a mercy, considering he had received none from his friend. Well, calling Bakugo Katsuki a friend was a bit of a stretch. Acquaintance would also be too good. If Izuku were to define Bakugo into one word, maybe explosive or unstable would fit better the young blonde. You might ask yourself, why is Midoriya on the ground of a local park in his neighborhood with Katsuki nowhere in sight? That would be, depending on who you ask, a funny story. You see, kids already have a somewhat chaotic tendency, since they are growing up and learning what is good and bad by trial and error. In a perfect society, kids would be taught by both their parents and their school the intricacies of good and evil. A perfect society, that is, pile up superpowers on about 80% of the population of the entire world, some government restrictions of the use of said powers to specific people and jobs, and add a dash of hero business work necessity, and you have the current world in which tiny Midoriya lives in. A world where your quirk will mostly define who you will be. A bottom feeder working a dead-end job which you hate or a high-class member of society. Bakugo Katsuki's parents are an odd duo, but the currently important details here are their quirks. From his father, a simple oxidation quirk, nothing truly special, but when combined with his mother's glycerin quirk, biology ends up creating a literal explosion urchin capable of sweating nitroglycerine. In a society based around quirks and heroes, being capable of creating explosions at your convenience was considered rather top tier. As such, many would end up sucking up and overpraising said explosion urchin. Add an already great sense of self and you get one Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku slowly rose from the damp ground, some mud sticking to his clothes. He checked his burns, all of them gone. Enough of moody thoughts. He better head home or else his mother might worry. The walk home was filled with dizzying smells and noises, something that tiny Izuku couldn't help. His senses were always sharper than at those around him. Many would probably praise Izuku for such abilities, but such individuals were off-put by the sight of his pale skin and almost unblinking eyes, or maybe it was the sharp nails and slightly protecting fangs in his mouth. The tiny, green bundle reached home quickly and discarded his dirty clothes, depositing them on the bast of the bathroom before heading in for a shower. A few minutes later, Izuku was clean and eager to watch another marathon of All Might videos. They always cheered Izuku, the American-themed hero being a bastion of happiness and strength that would inspire anyone with his smile. His declarations that anyone could be a hero warmed the green-haired boy's heart. Anyone, even someone as creepy and off-putting as Izuku. The video currently playing was one which Izuku had watched countless times. Civilians being rescued, building burning in the background, the usual spiel of hero work. Izuku was deeply focused on the video, forgetting the curtains of his room open as the rainy weather blocked the sunlight that hurt so much. Well, his weather prediction skills weren't the greatest. The previous drizzle stopped and the clouds stopped blocking the sun rays, which decided the boy hadn't had enough for the day. His exposed right arm released steam and felt as if he had dropped hot embers on it as Izuku hissed and rushed away from the sunlight, holding his arm against his torso to nurse the somewhat burnt limb. His mother rushed inside the room, worry clearly painted all over her face. "Izu-chan, are you okay?" Inko's desperate tone was clear for the world to hear as she rushed and hugged her baby boy. He didn't say anything, too focused on the pain of the regenerating limb. A few minutes later, his arm was as good as new. Not that the phantom pangs of pain were any better. "Here, Izu-chan." Inko offered her left arm for him, but Izuku refused. If people saw the marking on his mother's arms again, they would start the mean comments again. Instead, he did the best impression of All Might's smile. "It's okay, mommy." "Why?" "Because I'm here." Inko let the worry painting her face disperse, smothering her son in another hug. "Mommy is so proud of you, Izu-chan." Izuku felt happiness flood his heart. It was okay, he could feed later. There were some blood packs on the fridge, and even if they tasted bland, they would be enough. He freed himself from his mother's embrace and carefully made his way back to the computer, dragging the chair away from the sunlight. His mother stood up and closed the curtains and kissed him on the forehead, going back to making dinner. As the woman left his room, Izuku returned to his video. He couldn't wait for his opportunity to become a hero. Medical files. Patient, Midoriya Izuku. Gender, male. Age, 4 years. Quirk, hemomancer vampirism. The following individual presents a mutation gene that does not precede any of his progenitors, but is a result of a mutation on his Quirk gene. Observed effects are as following. Extreme regeneration capabilities. Enhanced senses and limited blood manipulation have all been noticed by staff during the Quirk examination process. More abilities might be present, but have not been presented or discovered. The child has been cleared for special feeding as per doctor orders and will receive blood packs to supplement the inherent thirst for blood that was also reported by the patient. A few counterpoints have been identified during the triage, such as sensitivity to sunlight. Bloodlust and sadistic tendencies have all been noticed and are likely a result of the natural biology of the individual's Quirk pushing for an ambush-styled feeding cycle focused on nocturnal activity. The patient's psyche is surprisingly stable for one with such an aggressive Quirk, as tests have been performed to classify any dangerous behavior that might follow from the patient. Results identify the patient as stable and in control of his behavior, but further testing is required as hormone levels have yet to spike. The years passed by Izuku rather quickly. He took the time to indulge in his hobbies, considering he had no friends to spend time with. School had become an acceptable place. His classmates mostly left him alone to his musings, only talking with him when necessary, which suited the pale teen rather okay. His weakness due to sunlight was, ironically, becoming weaker and weaker as the days passed, and he toasted under the terrible light of the sun. Nighttime had become something Izuku dearly wished for every day. It was when he was at his strongest, a time where his skin wasn't practically boiling, and when Musutafu became a personal paradise for him. Skulking around in the night, long after his mother was asleep, had become an habitual affair for him. Today was an average day for the vampire. The nickname had been gifted to him after some students saw him drinking from a blood bag after a particularly stressful day. To be honest, it was Bakugo who had gifted him the nickname. Izuku simply let it fly by. Getting upset by it would become grounds for more pranks and jokes from the blonde and his goons. The teacher droned on about the professional career choices and how everyone wanted to become a hero. Izuku stayed quiet, focused on his book. The hemomancer found easier to let others drive the mood of the class. This way he could focus on his own Quirk analysis. It was a habit of his, analyzing Quirks, especially his own. His visits to the hospital had become non-mandatory after he became 10, the doctor stating that if he hadn't had a case up to now, control over his instincts would be a normal affair for the green-haired teen. The thirst for blood was always there, some days weaker, some days stronger. He always made do with the blood packs the hospital provided. As the teacher tried to pacify a rather smug Bakugo, the blonde going on an ego trip after the teacher mentioned his mock tests for UA, the man let slip a tiny bit of information. Midoriya has also wrote he was gunning for UA. He wrote it in his application sheet. The teacher whispered loudly, making the blonde boy freeze in his tracks. Izuku regretted writing that on his paper. He prepared to the blonde's predictable outburst, which came soon after as a hand slapped over his desk, causing an explosion over the wooden structure. A cacophony of laughter followed the other students. "Oi, you effing prick. What's the meaning of this? I'm the only one worthy of going to UA from this shitty dump." Many whines and whispers left the student body of the classroom. Many hated the way Bakugo behaved, but couldn't go against the blonde. Bakugo was considered the top from the class in the whole school. The teacher, seeing his mistake, glanced at the clock, hoping to not get involved with the teens. He felt bad for Izuku, but what could he do? Izuku, on his part, waited for Bakugo to finish his ravenous rant against his peers in absolute silence. He was used to this sing-a-song. Let the blonde burn out and run out of steam, then evade and flee. As the blonde busied himself with talking down his classmates, Izuku quietly packed his things, hoping the school bell would ring just a tad earlier. His wishes were, surprisingly, granted. As the bell rang and signaled the end of school hours, the pale boy quickly left his table, startling the close-by students and inciting the anger of the blonde boy. Izuku usually wasn't the speedy type, so seeing him almost blink from his place to the classroom door was a surprise for all those in. Izuku took the chance and increased his pace, avoiding the blonde with vigor and leaving school grounds. Then he found just about everything Izuku did creepy. The way he walked, always searching for a shaded spot, his skin tone or his sharp nails. The green-haired youth had learned to ignore the murmurs and nicknames. His quick pace took the teen to a rather shady part of town. The teen sighed. This kind of thing was rather common, where he'd lose himself in his thoughts and let his feet guide him to somewhere random. While such happening was usual for the Hemomancer vampire, the sharp smell of blood in the air was something else. His heart quickened its pace and his nostrils sucked in a hefty amount of air, base instincts flaring up at such sweet and delicious smell. Fresh blood. Nothing like the packed crap he was accustomed to drink to sedate the thirst. The teen widened his eyes. Something was not right here. He rushed into the next alley, avoiding the occasional ray of light. The streets were not empty, but certainly lacked in people. His body seemed to awaken, shivers running down his spine as the smell of blood thickened, his nose trying to find the source of the bleeding. Sniff, sniff. I found you. The thought popped with unexpected excitement in his mind. He unconsciously licked his lips, finding his throat much too dry. More alleys and less light. Such pattern repeated 3 times before he found the source of the smell which was driving him crazy. Stalking into the shadows, Izuku found a duo, a girl and a man. The man was laid down belly first on the ground, his upper back being repeatedly stabbed by the girl, who was mounted over his lower back. Blonde hair tied into 2 messy buns and school uniform, she was not someone you would expected to be stabbing a man in an alley. Izuku could not catch her face, but one whiff of the air was enough for him to know that none of the blood that was splattered on the ground was hers. No signs of struggle or battle. She was quick to stab him in mostly non-vital areas, keeping him alive for a bigger amount of time. Come on, let me see more. Your blood has such a pretty color, huh? Don't you think so? Her voice was sickly sweet, almost as if the situation was girls' talk or something one shared with their best friend. The man seems to have already gone into shock. He analyzed the scene, his heart thumping wildly against his chest as his own blood begged for action. Izuku's mind was screaming for him to move already and help the man in need, yet his body refused the notion and focused on how the blood seemed more and more attractive. A quick slash to his own wrist and the teen had his life liquid running like a fountain down his arm. The girl dressed in the sailor uniform twitched, her head slowly turning back in search of the new source. Her instincts blared and with agility, she jumped away from the man, a wet noise emanating as her knife left his flesh. There was an whirling noise close to her ear, something red having cut closer than what she would have liked. She shifted to find her new aggressor, mind running high to find an escape route. Himiko was not made for surprise confrontations, unless she had been the one to set the ambush. She found someone, or something. It was hard to describe the figure hidden in the shadows. The only indicator that something had tried to attack her was the crimson-colored rod that was visible in the red glowing eyes. The smell made her blush. Blood, new blood, and someone with a super interesting quirk to boot. She would love to meet this new person who found her. If they weren't so aggressive, maybe they could be best friends. Heya. Himiko waved her hand in a cheerful manner, her knife held in a cute way to avoid suspicion. How could she make new friends if the person was suspicious of her? She put her best smile on her face. How would you like to be friends? I'm not scary, come out of the shadow. Let's be besties. She displayed her excitement with vigor. A new friend would be someone who she could become, just like Staney. The person in the shadows didn't comply with her. They slashed at their own wrist with something. And then the person made as if to throw something at her, but all that happened was life liquid splattering against her uniform. Mo, I was trying to not dirty this one. You need to say your name first. Just showing your blood is new. Himiko wanted to say something else, but she once more found her instincts blaring to life to alert her of danger. She could not see any danger, and when she noticed the wriggling on her clothes, she was already bound by something. Himiko fell face first into the dirty floor of the alley, the figure hidden in the shadow finally exiting them and walking her way. Himiko tried to wiggle and struggle out of these sudden bindings, but when they moved to wrap her wrists, the blonde realized why the sudden addition to her date had splattered blood over her. The smile on her lips grew. How cool. Being able to control his own blood like that must be so nice. Izuku, after confirming that the aggressor was firmly bound, walked to check on the victim of her assault. Multiple stab wounds made blood flow freely from the man's back and soaked his shirt, staining it in a rather beautiful color. That, or Izuku's hunger was talking louder. His nostrils flared to suck in more of the nice aroma, but the teen tightened his fist, an effort to control himself. He picked his phone and dialed for an ambulance. After giving his current location to the hospital, Izuku pocketed his phone and turned to look at the bound girl, only to find that he was staring at himself. What the hell? The scare was enough that Izuku deactivated his power, the hemomancy making the anticoagulants in the blood binding stop working and making it return to its former liquid normalcy. That was all that was necessary for his foe close to quickly get up and flee from his presence. As the figure ran away, sludge began to fall off and drip from the person, revealing to be the same blonde girl. She smiled and showed him a V with her hands. Bye-bye, cutie. Let's meet again soon. Nimbler and faster than Izuku could process her actions, the girl was gone. Deciding that the best course of actions would be to protect the unconscious victim, Izuku lifted the man from the ground carefully and propped him against the closeby wall as he waited for the ambulance. 10 minutes later, he heard the distinct sirens of both the ambulance and from police cars. The teen sighed, already picturing himself being interrogated. Izuku could only complain inside his mind as the cops appeared first. "Put your hands up." He obeyed the others, lest he be shot. It had happened once and it was not fun. "I apologize for the rudeness of my subordinates, Midoriya-kun." A man dressed in a trench coat and fedora apologized to the teen, bowing his head slightly at the vampire. "I don't mind, Tsukechi-san. It must have been rather suspicious, me being so close to the scene and my appearance." Izuku tried to make the man raise his head. The teen had already gotten accustomed to people being afraid or suspicious of his looks, so it was nothing new for him. Steaming under sunlight and being able to control your own blood usually did that to people. The detective was someone whom Izuku had some familiarity, seeing as he had been interrogated by the man quite a few times. Being out late in the night and having red eyes, Izuku had all the markings of a serial killer if you were to stumble on him during one of his relaxing night walks. Due to that, the teen had had the police being called on him in a few too many occasions, all of which involved the detective. Once Izuku had asked the trench coat-wearing man and his answer made the teen's eyes glimmer with joy. Tsukechi-san's quirk was lie detection, which made him rather suited for police work. After the usual round of questions, Izuku had hounded the detective about even a little detail of his quirk. While Tsukechi couldn't reveal to him the inner workings of his quirk to a random 15-year-older, he had given the boy a few tips on what to watch out for if people were lying. Coupled with Izuku's sharp senses, the tips had been useful for the young Hemamancer in discerning those whom were disgusted by the sight of his person, and subtler physical cues allowed Izuku to read people rather accurately. "Anyway, Midoriya-kun, we've cleared you of any suspicion. You are free to go. Please, do try to avoid situations like these. There's only so much trouble in one town," Tsukechi said. Izuku nodded to his words and proceeded to once more make his way back home. As Izuku made his way back home, he opted to take a shaded path, avoiding the sun's rays as best as possible. Due to his random walking earlier, he had to take a longer path to go home. When Izuku found a brick, he made a beeline for it, his steam exiting his body as he still got caught by some light. Protecting himself under the brick, Izuku took the time for a breather, feeling the steam that exited his body slowly stop. A few spots on his skin were rather raw, but they soon recovered their pale tone as his regeneration kicked in. One of the abilities Izuku had been forcing his body to develop was what he liked to call Daywalker. While the title sounded fancy, it was merely a continuous use of his regenerative abilities to force his body to adapt to his worst weakness, sunlight. The results had been going favorably for the teen, as nowadays he merely steamed. In his younger days, Izuku would almost boil alive under the might of his enemy. Tilting his head sideways, emitting a satisfying pop from his neck, Izuku took a deep breath and was about to continue his walk home when his senses screamed in alert as his nose picked on the smell of something foul. His body seemed to flicker in place, so fast was the backstep that Izuku did. The distance allowed him to avoid the musky green sludge that emerged from a manhole cover, red eyes and disgustingly yellow teeth forming the face of his new attacker. It was quite apparent that Izuku had the luck of the devil, seeing as this was his second villain for the day. Yes, villain. The slugged man's eyes passed a clear message for the Hemamancer, a villain fleeing and finding a convenient victim. A fleshy disguise and a rather top-notch one. Plain looking and all. A wave of nausea hit Izuku as the villain's breath hit his face, the teen already slashing at his own wrist with his nails. "And would you look at that? Giving me an easy entry. How kind. This will only hurt very much." The intimidation fell flat for Izuku, who was more bothered with the man's foul breath than his looks. The villain lunged towards the teen, sludge coming akin to a wave. Izuku flicked his wrist, the blood dripping from his arm coming alive in the shape of a collapsible bat. His body looks entirely like slugged, but the only parts that solidified are his eyes and teeth. If my guess is right then. THWAK. Arg, you shitty brat. The teen had whacked his batum on the villain's eyes, making the man flinch and roar in pain as he backed off. Izuku's red eyes glimmered, his sharp fangs being exposed as this time, Izuku himself lunged to attack the villain. Lean muscles swung the iron-hard rod of blood with strength. His target this time were the yellow and misshapen teeth of his would-be aggressor. There was a cracking sound, the villain gurgling as a few of his teeth broke under the might of the impact as he backed further away from the green and pale-skinned Izuku. The vampire did not let up and followed through with another swing. This time his batum assumed the shape of a blade. The sword look-alike cut off a mean-sized chunk of sludge. But this did not seem to have any effect on the villain as the goo splattered uselessly on the asphalt. Izuku proceeded to continue shaving off bits of the slugged man, his crimson sword not meeting any resistance as it carved away at the villain. All the while, Izuku's blood-red eyes shone with unearthly light and his lips settled into a mix between a grin and a sneer. The slugged villain could not answer to the vicious assault, as every time he tried to counterattack, the teen would aim for his sensitive spots. The attacks were quick and packed a mean punch. Yet, he would not be defeated here. Not by a shitty brat. Why, you. The sludge villain gathered his resolve and made for an all-out attack, expanding all the remaining sludge that hadn't been sliced off his body. He tried to drown the suddenly freaky teen. Izuku picked up on the intentions of the villain before the man had committed to his assault. He coldly used his left hand, the sharp nails digging into the flesh of his right wrist with a sickening sound, and drew out his now wet fingers. Before the blood could obey gravity, it quickly followed the intent of the teen and formed a crimson gauntlet over his right arm, his fingers covered in vermilion that shone like steel under sunlight. His mind told him that he would probably blind the villain, but his instincts were roaring for him to finish the man who dared stand against him. His normally meek behavior was flipped on its head as first instance of real combat triggered something inside Izuku. He had never gone out of his way to seek conflict and did all he could to avoid it. But now it was as if provoking a slumbering beast that should have never been awoken. Had Izuku never been attacked by this villain, he would probably never trigger his bloodlust. Maybe it was due to the fact that today he had his first whiff of fresh human blood. Whatever it was, he didn't care right now. All that mattered was that he was going to prove his might against this enemy. A predator, a true ancestor. Everything will be okay. Why, you ask? A booming voice echoed under the bridge, the manhole cover being blown away as a figure emerged from it. Because I quote him here. There is only person who speaks like that. There is no way. Oh, before Izuku's line of thought could complete itself, he felt a big hand grab a hold of his right wrist and then air pressure dispersed his bloody weaponry, together with also dispatching the sludge villain by simply splattering the man against the nearby wall with absurd levels of strength. The air current almost made Izuku lose consciousness. So strong was the power of the gust created by the pinnacle of hero society, the symbol of peace, all might. Hello there, young man. I must apologize for getting you caught up in my business. But this city has quite a complex sewer system. The hero laughed comically. The rippling mass of muscle that was All Might moved with dizzying speed, scooping up the villain inside 2 soda bottles. Izuku's senses were sharper than most people, but he could barely follow the hero's shadow, much less his form as he did his hero work. It seems that you are All Might, so I'll take the chance to leave. Please be careful out there, young man. As fast as he appeared, All Might seemed to be ready to leave. Izuku felt a million things going at miles per hour inside his head, and he tried to ask the hero for one thing, anything out be good. Allmig, see you, shonen. With that, the hero was out of sight. Izuku could only stare at the trails as the top hero of Japan flew far from his sight. Sighing in defeat, Izuku once more began making his way back to his home. After he returned home, the teen went to his room without much thought to anything else. He let his backpack on the bed and went to sit on the chair of his desk. Izuku searched in his drawers for a notebook. He found the book, Self-Analyses and Developments, and opened it on the last page he had worked on. Noted down were the current abilities Izuku had gotten so far, together with some medical comments. The green-haired youth got a pen and began to write down the developments of the day. Hunter senses, hemomancy or blood weaving, high-speed regeneration, these were the most basic abilities that he had. The others he had developed were Day Walker, Blood Sense and Blood Cleanse. His fight against the sludge villain had shown him that his quirk was still developing and had much more room to grow. He never had felt such primal rage and anger up to now, but today had been a trial. Izuku had resisted. He hoped to be able to continue resisting the urges, but it seemed that to further develop his abilities, some of his morals would need to become flexible. Bloodlust, as he named the state, had granted Izuku access to further advanced hemomancy, which in turn allowed him to create the dangerous gauntlet from earlier. There was also that blonde girl. Izuku decided to rest earlier today. There was much that needed to be done. The UA exams were fast approaching and the vampire hemomancer had work that needed to be done. One of the best aspects of his quirk was the energy that came with it as the night swallowed the daylight. Izuku loved the rush of power that came to him in the deep of the night, when most of the city was asleep, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. The hemomancer was out for one of his usual strolls, enjoying the thrill of it. The habit had been one that he picked up to burn the excessive energy that came when the sun went down, and it had improved his physical aspects. His frame still appeared lean and thin, but under his clothes were compact muscles that allowed him to easily move like a phantom in the night. Besides, nighttime was when some of the most dangerous villains were out to commit their evil deeds, but also was the time when the lesser-known, yet equally important, heroes went about to reduce the criminal activity. Hidden and out of sight, Izuku could appreciate real-time hero fieldwork. His notes in stealth-based combat had been filled to the brim, courtesy of pro-hero Eraserhead. He had also noted down the practical cat combat that had been developed by the group Wild Pussy Cats. This time the green-haired teen was in search of the poorly dressed man, Eraserhead, hoping to see him in action once more. Today had been rather quiet, meaning that Izuku had a notebook rather empty. The vampire Hemomancer sighed and left his perch atop an AC unit, the angle of it allowing him to hide rather well when he leaned against it. Deciding to settle in for the day, the teen took his time to stretch and work out the kinks from being in a single position for such a long amount of time. Searching his backpack for a quick drink, Izuku grabbed the mostly cooled-off blood bag inside his pack and sank his fangs into it, quickly draining the plastic of its contents, letting out a pleased noise after gulping down the somewhat bland-tasting blood. Izuku wiped the corner of his mouth his hand, guessing something isn't going to happen today after all. I was hopping even for a purse snatcher, but well, Izuku said to himself, glancing at the screen of his phone and checking the time. Seeing as he still had quite some time before dawn, the vampire decided to work with his quirk. Normally, training his quirk was hard, seeing as he had to bleed to have access to his most useful tool. It was quite understandable that there were no places that were willing to let Izuku use their facilities. As such, the Hemomancer mostly experimented in the deep nights, far from his home. He would definitively give his mother a heart attack if she were to see him cutting himself to have access to his blood. Chuckling to himself at the thought, Izuku quickly sliced at his wrist with the aid of his sharp claws. Closing his eyes to better his focus, Izuku tapped into his power. The slow flow of blood from his wrist quickly obeyed his command, settling over the cut wrist and covering the entirety of his arm up to his elbows in richly colored crimson. Advanced hemomancy was quite complicated, as the vampire had to focus in the image of his armament, control the flow of blood and micromanage the amount of blood he had outside of his body. As much cool as it was to be able to use his blood however he wanted, there was also the fact that he was using his own life force to display battle prowess. If he were to pull too much out of his body at once, he could lose control of the life liquid and go into shock. If only that were the only problem, the teen would not complain too much. Izuku knew of his thirst for fresh blood, and he theorized that should he ever lose control of himself, hunter senses would trigger. Izuku had no idea what would happen if he were to let such thing happen, so he put a leash on himself constantly. Every day, the thirst was there, whispering into his ears about how he could satiate himself fully if he were to simply give in. The people in Aldera Jr. would never know someone was under his control. They could never phantom the idea. Izuku knew that if delighted himself in fresh blood, he'd develop more his quirk. His instincts begged for him to nab even one single person. Yet Izuku held himself back for the sake of others. If he drank from one, he knew he would not be satisfied with a single drink or a single vessel. Realizing he was going in a rather dark chain of thoughts, the teen sighed deeply. He craned his neck sideways, low cracking sounds emitting from his neck as he did a calming exercise. He returned his focus to his training. The Hemomancer began shifting the shape of the blood gauntlet covering one of his arms, adding claws and spikes, adding bulk to the bloody construct as to increase its defensive capabilities and so forth. After 40 minutes of advanced hemomancy, Izuku stopped for a breather, letting the blood flow back into his body by once more slashing at his wrist. The green-haired vampire began doing inverted push-ups, managing to keep his body perfectly straight with his legs up in the air. Gravity did its best to thwart his efforts, but the countless hours doing the exercise paid up. Exercising was one of the best ways for him to keep his mind from going into dark spirals of its own. There was also the fact that he could never be sore due to lactic acid buildup, considering the fact that even if he broke down his muscle fibers intensely, his high-speed regeneration ensured that he never suffered the after effects of intense workout. It was one of the perks his quirk offered him in exchange for his weakness to sunlight, one he forced himself to overcome through literal blood and tears. Once Izuku finished his push-ups, he wiped the layer of sweat over his body with a towel and after checking the time, the screen of his phone accusing just shy of 5 a.m., the young teen decided to head back home. He flash-stepped all the way, using the opportunity to also train his speed and eye coordination. Since it was so early in the morning, there would be few to none heroes patrolling the streets, which gave the teen the opportunity to test how well he could move in a city environment. After a 20-minute high-speed ran to reach his home, Izuku took his time cooling down. He sat on a stool as the living room's TV droned about the usual spiel, the teen going over some notes about his workout. He left the televisor on and went with his morning routine of washing up. After he returned to the living room, his mother already up and running the kitchen, Izuku bid her the usual morning pleasantries and headed to his section of the kitchen, where a small fridge was beside the normal refrigerator. He opened it and took a blood bag, immediately sinking his fangs into it and draining the bag of the iron-rich content, letting out a muffled noise of contentment. The vampire discarded the plastic and sat close to his mother as she laid his portion of breakfast, scrambled eggs and cutely shaped octopi sausages. A mug of coffee was also close by, the drink something that always suited the teen's taste. Izuku would always appreciate the fact that his mother would wake up so early in the morning to spend some time with him. The practice had done her wonders, as the woman was losing the slight gut she had accumulated over Izuku's younger days. Stress-eating tendencies. Being the single mother of an aberration like him could be stressful, yet she shouldered the burden and never complained. The vampire would make sure that she'd never have to worry about him anymore. Financially, their situation was not bad. Although Inko worked in an accounting firm, the majority of their household income came from the financial investments that the green-haired Hemomancer had done. Give a kid enough time, some pocket money, and subtract friends from the equation and you would be surprised about the outcome. After their breakfast, the duo split up to get ready for their routines. As Izuku entered his room once again, he barely gave attention to his habitation as he put on his school uniform. Although his room is fairly Spartan, there were clear signs of his usage of the room. The limited edition All Might poster, a rather expensive computer laid on the simple desk, surrounded by a diversity of notebooks and various other books, his own smartphone and the headphones that were atop his black bed. These details, however, could only be noticed if one were to fully open the door, spread the curtains open, and turn the lights on. The teen moved in the darkness of the room with no hesitation, doing what he came to do and leaving just as quick. School, as always, went by like usual. The students ignored him. Katsuki went about being his brash and arrogant self, and Izuku ghosted by. The vampire had to admit that there was a certain spark to the ash blonde's confidence. Yeah, he was beyond prideful and so sure of himself, but Bakugo could back his boastful claims. Among the teens of Aldera Jr., no one could claim to have a better quirk. Well, almost no one. Izuku was pretty sure his quirk could match Katsuki's and dish out as much as the bomber. Besides, there were many limitations to the blonde's nitroglycerin sweat, many of which Izuku could bypass rather easily. Bakugo could only sweat so much before he dehydrated. His body could only handle so much knockback from his explosions. His temper was as explosive as his quirk, which meant he could easily be exploited by simple provocation. Bakugo was a force of nature for sure, and would no doubt become a powerful hero. However, there was only so much one could accomplish with only power. Snapping out of his customary mental exercise dissection, Izuku quickly packed his belongings, eagerly waiting for the school bell to ring. As it did, Izuku moved. His flash step was something that his classmates were still not used to, but they understood why the green-haired vampire would vanish as quickly as possible. Not that they liked, though, considering that now they had to deal with the suddenly ravenous, self-proclaimed, solely worthy student Bakugo and his angry shouts. After he left the school grounds, Izuku took his time walking to the center of Musutafu, this time under the dim sunlight of the afternoon. Izuku had already requested of his mother a night to spend away in another district. Apparently, a racerhead has been sighted in the neighborhood district, where there had been recent cases of heroes being hunted down and being injured in overly brutal states. Izuku hoped he would get to see the pro-hero in action once more. Of course, his mother would never allow him to sleep over in another district if she knew of his plans. Hence the reason why he told her that he was going to Akihabara for a meet and greet for the recently debuted Mount Lady. The event there truly was going to happen, so Izuku had a solid alibi. He would later decide if having no friends was a benefit, considering that there would be no one who would rat him out, or if having them would have been better, as a friend could tell the worried mother that he was spending the night over. With her reluctant approval, Izuku needed only to rent a cheap room in the vicinities of the Kyoto ward of Tokyo and pay for the place. It did not matter if he was never physically present in the place, so long as he did pay the deposit fee, which he had done already. All the preparations had been completed, so Izuku needed only to wait until the dead of the night to be on the prowl. His heart began pumping vigorously at the mere thought of seeing a racerhead in action, or maybe catching a fight between a hero and a villain. The young Hemomancer decided to spend the afternoon and wait for the evening in a local coffee house. So excited in his endeavors, Izuku never noticed that the shop he entered was a cat cafe type of shop. Barely 2 steps in the store, the vampire felt every pair of feline eyes focused directly upon his frame. He was almost successful in escaping the place. However, 2 employees had cut off his escape route. The young women were dressed in maid outfits that were clearly emphasizing their more womanly attributes, and the women knew this. Excuse me. Izuku's attempt at fleeing was thwarted, the ladies grabbing his arms in gentle embraces and their faces held kind smiles. The teen shivered as even his unusual appearance was not capable of stopping the 2 maids. Truly, the power of money was unstoppable. The duo of women brought him to a table and sat him on the surprisingly comfortable chair. Once he was on his chair, the black-haired beauty of the duo brought him a menu and silently settled it in front of him. Hello, dear customer. Welcome to Nekapara, our wonderful cafe. If there is anything you need, just say the word and we will promptly help you. The brunette spoke with confidence and posture. Izuku tried to explain to her that the animals in the place would most likely not like his presence here. Animals knew by instinct other animals, and invading the territory of another animal meant challenge their authority. Izuku did not want to flare his instincts over the cats in the shop, but the gleaming eyes of the felines were telltale signs that they did not like his presence here. In the end, Izuku merely nodded to the attendant, eyes quickly skimming over the options of the rather cute menu. "I'll have black coffee and some cake, please," he meekly asked. The other waitress, a stunning blonde, excitedly clasped her hands and ran back to the kitchen, while the black-haired beauty went to check on other customers. The vampire sighed in defeat. He checked his phone for any news or rumors about Eraserhead. But he knew it was much too soon for the pro-hero to be out and about. As such, Izuku merely glanced at the feed of his social media, not truly paying attention to any specific news. Soon, his order arrived by the hands of the blonde girl. Now that he paid more attention to her features, he saw that there were two small and frilly ears atop her head. The appendages twitched softly, and Izuku found himself weirdly affixed by the sight. "Here is your order, dear customer. Is there anything else that you might need?" the blonde asked, but she caught his staring. A rather devious smile settled on her lips as she began moving about with a previously unseen allure. "Dear customer, please, if there is any other thing I can do for you, you need only say the word, nah." Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. He gulped as the girl fixed a lock of hair in place. Before he could say anything else, the girl backed away from him with a truly cat-like smile. Izuku blushed at the teasing, conscious that she was playing with him. As she ran off to do her job, Izuku was mostly left alone. Time passed by at a slow rate. The Himamins are idling about the cafe, once in a while ordering a refill for his mug of coffee. The flow of customers varied, as did the waitresses. It was a nice treat for the teen, seeing the many different cat girls that worked in the shop. It was only after his second hour in the shop that he noticed that all the waitresses here were girls with a variation on cat Quirk, an apparent specialty of the place. The niche seemed to be successful, a rather tasteful combination of cute cat girls, maid outfits, cats, and good food. On his 10th mug of coffee, Izuku decided to play a game to help pass time. As he looked around the shop, he tried to guess the quirks of the individuals and their effects. Some were easier than others. The waitresses had their various cat quirks, with both the benefits and downsides. There was a guy that had wings on his back, evidently a bird type of quirk, mostly likely a falcon due to the shape of the feathers. Another guy was mostly normal, although his hair was dyed red, but Izuku could see sharp and jagged teeth in his mouth. There was a blonde girl with an impressive set of horns. She seemed rather excited to be in the shop, her blue eyes sparkling at the uniforms of the waitresses. Just as Izuku was about to continue his game, he heard footsteps coming his way. The vampire mostly ignored it in favor of trying to guess another quirk, but he felt the presence of someone settle by his side, which right after, a hand settled on his right shoulder. Izuku turned his head to look at the person, surprising himself as he saw a zombie in front of him. No, wait, it was no zombie, but a person, a sleep-deprived looking person, but a person nonetheless. Lavender eyes and hair. The teen in front of the vampire gave a rather standoffish vibe. He certainly did not seem to be here to start a friendship with Izuku. "See, could I help you with something?" Izuku hesitantly asked the other teen. The boy looked at him with a serious expression as the hand on Izuku's shoulder tightened slightly. "Yeah, buddy, how about you be a creep in another place? Quit with your disgusting staring at the girls." The words hit Izuku like a bullet. He was not expecting such a wild response. Had he gave off the wrong vibe? Or maybe the manager of the place thought that he was loitering around and decided to have staff ran him off. Many questions formed on the vampire's mind, none of them answered in the short span. Izuku tried to formulate a response, simply stating that he wasn't looking at the people in here with those intention. I wasn't. Tried being a key word, for as soon as he did try, he froze. His eyes glazed and Izuku suddenly found himself in a strange state of being. He could not move or do much for that matter. The magenta-colored teen removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder and pointed his hand to the exit door of the shop. "Pay up for what you consumed and F off." A harsh command, as if Izuku had been a delinquent committing some sort of misdeed, had left the boy. As upset as he was, Izuku could only do as he was told, his body moving automatically. His mind quickly raced, a bubble of excitement surging as he had found another interesting quirk. Yet his happiness was cut short as he remembered he was being booted out of the cafe as if he was some sort of deviant. His body had already left the perfect sum for what he consumed and he was about to turn and leave. Izuku tried using Hemamancy to control the flux of his blood and stop his muscles, which somewhat worked. He stopped moving. The other teen widened his eyes a bit, the bags under his lids stretching a bit. His face soon became even more serious and he rose the tone of his voice. "I said, F off." Izuku's body doubled down in its efforts to obey the command, but his control over his life force met the strange influence with an iron will. The two forces clashed, Izuku's will demanding his blood to take over his body. The crimson liquid inside his veins responded violently, piercing the muscles underneath his skin and forcibly stopping any other attempt at movement that wasn't born out of Izuku's own wish. Immediately, his consciousness seemed to snap back into place as Izuku once more had full control of his body. What the hell was that? Izuku exclaimed, the pain of shredded muscle not bothering him as high-speed regeneration kicked in and healed the damage. The other teen was aghast, wondering fearfully how someone could ever escape the grasp of his ability. The other customers began murmuring as they waited for the scene to play out. Izuku focused his eyes on the teen in front of him, the boy also staring him. The vampire opened his mouth, the other teen already preparing to once more take control over him. I'm so sorry, the Hemomancer said, bowing his head in shame. His staring had probably made the people around him uncomfortable. All thought Izuku was overly adept at reading people. Maybe there was something which he overlooked. Maybe it was the way his normally green eyes turned red whenever Izuku was excited about something. It could be an infinity of factors, none of which Izuku could read on the faces of those around him, except the lavender-colored teen. I'm sorry if my staring has bothered you. He apologized with genuine intent, even if he felt that he was not at fault here. It was better to take the blame and end it shortly after all. He could take it. He had done it for 14 years. The lavanda teen glared at him. Think that you are somehow better than us? Huh. Just because you apologized. Everything will be fine. Coming here and behaving like a creep. I have seen many like you. Think they are hot stuff and that all they say will be forgiven just because they said some half-assed apology. The berating words made the vampire's mood drop deeply. How had this teen come to this conclusion when all Izuku had done was apologize? How had the situation scaled up so quickly? Izuku tried to apologize once more, but a fist came his way. Hunter instincts flared up immediately. A counter-hit move executed automatically as Izuku's head tilted and his right hand shot up. He dodged the blow that came and answered back, more out of practice than true intent, with a palm strike. The cartilage of the other teen's nose emitted a crunching noise as Izuku's hand much too easily broke the soft tissue and drew blood. Silence was all too loud inside the cafe. All eyes focused on the duo. Izuku was much too quick in fleeing the shop, leaving in his table more than double the amount of his tab. Shinzo was having a bad day. His morning started up as any other. Waking up, showering, eating breakfast. All the basics of your standard teen in middle school. He left for school and sat on his desk, bidding his classmates the usual fake compliments. He did not get along with his classmates, but he could live with them. Once or twice there was the little joke about his looks. What fault did he have if his hair was naturally like this? The jokes with his appearance were nothing that he truly worried about. There was bound to have someone who would make that little joke. It was bound to come, like the sun was bound to rise and settle. Hey Shinzo, my guy, how is it going? Takeda, a rather typical Japanese adolescent look-alike, came to his desk. Mind doing a favor for me? I kinda forgot my lunch at home and, totally don't have any money on me right now. But you know Ikugo of B2, right? He owns me some money, but hasn't paid me. What do you say we politely ask him to pay up? I can even share some of the money with you. A request for him to brainwash someone. It wasn't even 10 in the morning. A little joke for Takeda and his group to laugh about. Display Shinzo as if he was some sort of effing villain. It truly did infuriate him. However, he maintained his calm and rejected the offer. He was not petty to use his powers for some dipshit, moronic reason like that. He was not a villain. When he was asked about his high school option, his immediate response was UA, to which many laughed, stating that his quirk was perfectly suited for a villain. God, did he hate school. After another stressful day in school, all that he wanted was to relax. He texted his father and mother to let them know that he was going to his usual cat cafe, where he could vent some stress by being surrounded by cute kittens. Having their permission, Shinzo headed straight to Nekapara, his mood already improving at the mere sight of the shop. He hoped that Vanilla would let him pat her today. Shinzo was an avid frequenter of this shop, and as such he knew the staff quite well. The cafe was full of people, but that was nothing for him. However, there was something new in there today. A teen, someone that Shinzo had never seen here. If that was all, he would have ignored the new arrival. More and new customers meant that the shop was doing good, which was always a plus. The problem was that Shinzo could not spot Vanilla anywhere. He ordered his coffee and waited patiently for the sight of the white cat. But she was truly evasive today. To distract himself, he glanced about the shop for something new. And then he found Vanilla, the cat staring firmly at the new kid, a pale and green-haired dude. Shinzo became somewhat annoyed at the greenette's lack of attention. When a cat stared at you that way, it meant that it approved of you and would climb on your lap. Shinzo was mature enough to not be truly bothered by it. He focused his eyes on the green teen, wanting to find out why had Vanilla liked him before she liked Shinzo. He had come here for 6 straight months. Damn it. The more time passed, more and more did his annoyance build up as he observed the other teen and his somewhat unusual behavior. He kept glancing around, eyes focusing on other people as if analyzing them for something. And then it clicked inside Shinzo's mind. The nerve of this guy. To come here and be a creep on the girls. Not if Shinzo had a say in this. He would scare off the guy. A single use of his power ought to do it. Not really, considering that now Shinso had a broken nose to nurse. The green heat had broken out of his control, and when Shinso decided to get physical, the guy was much too quick to him to react. Even when he was the one to surprise attack, he may have jumped the gun on that one, considering that instead of causing a scene and harming the fame of the shop, the other guy had fled. All witnesses would proclaim that Shinso had been the overly aggressive one, and with reason. He had done exactly what he hated, jumping to conclusions way too quick about something he did not know. And now Vanilla was actively avoiding him. Truly, Shinso was having a bad day. Izuku tried to get his breathing in control. His usual exercises were all but useless. Hunter instincts were still active, much of it due to the still fresh blood that was caking his hand. The smell of the crimson liquid was too enticing to pass up. Izuku did try his hardest, but his mouth was salivating too much for him to resist. It wasn't his fault. He was not at wrong. He was not a creep. He had rushed away from the shop to avoid further conflict and harm. The first thing he did was run to the room he had rented. It was not his plan to use the room, but now he needed a place to be away from everyone. Izuku did his best to avoid tainting the liquid with anything else. At this point, it was useless to fight Hunter instincts. So he would do his best to suppress the inner beast. Feeding with moderation on packaged blood did suppress most of his thirst, but there was nothing compared to the real deal. And so, like he was appreciating like wine, Izuku licked the blood off his hand, not wasting one drop. As it traveled down his throat, Izuku could feel the awakening of his inner beast. However, it was different from usual. He ran to the bathroom and looked at himself in front of the mirror, blazing red and slit pupils, fangs gleaming with saliva and blood, but still mostly himself. Yet something was different. Feeding from fresh blood had triggered something. Izuku could feel it, something almost hypnotical, almost as if he could brainwash someone if he looked at them. It seemed as if tonight, Izuku was going to be running high, his instincts begging for him to initiate a hunt. The night was long the vampire, his body running high due to the finally receiving a fresh dose of blood. How long had it been since Izuku had tasted fresh blood? Years for sure. Such abstinence was more than commendable, it was downright impossible. Yet none of that mattered now, considering that Izuku had possibly discovered a new aspect of his quirk. The National Quirk Registry has yet to properly name his quirk, given its rather unique set of abilities. As such, his quirk had been put under the generic brands of a dual vampiric hemomancer quirk, akin to the likes of Vlad King. Izuku could feel the new blood awakening something primal, something that was new, yet was supposed to have always been with him. The teen could feel in his mind ever so faint traces of the other guy's memories, annoyance, fear, hope, many emotions that made his head spin and his instincts to flare, so similar they were to his own. Running with such a high could lead to a dangerous situation, hence the reason why Izuku had locked himself in his rented room. He sat on the cheap mattress, trying out all his breathing exercises. All the techniques that had helped him deal with the thirst for years now failed him miserably. Izuku never felt his body leaving the mattress and standing up, dressing his shoes and jacket. Hell, he only came to full consciousness when he was already out of the room and running at full speed atop the many rooftops of the district. His form was all but a blur for the average eye, Flash step aiding in his vicious search for any trace of fighting. The sky was already dark outside, which meant he had lost the count of time when he entered his room and when he left again. One thing was certain, Izuku would find the target of his hunt. XXXXXXX. It took him the better part of 2 hours before Izuku found occurring conflict. As always, it happened in a dark alley. A man dressed in a leather, black-colored combat suit and motorbike helmet was exiting the place, going for the empty back street. He was armed with a worrisome number of blades, and if Izuku's nose was right, such blades had recently cut into flesh and drawn blood. Izuku stalked the man for a while, following him as he quickly made his way through countless alleys and shady streets. The man entered a rather cheap-looking building, Izuku opting to take a scenic approach and climbing the sidewalks with windows, his nails sinking into the concrete to allow him access to perches when none were available. The smell of blood was an easy trail for the vampire to follow, his already excited senses going into overdrive as the smell increased, this time with a subtle difference. Izuku could almost taste blood in the air, and he could not climb fast enough to reach his target. When he finally reached the window of the 5th floor, Izuku found himself staring at a common bathroom. The room was bare, only filled with the essentials such as soap and shampoo, but the teen could also spot a bottle of bleach, likely an effort in trying to erase the traces of life liquid from whatever tools this person had been working on. Another glance and the hemomancer found the sink, the sight of it making his nose flare and pupils sharpen until Izuku gained a frightening look. Blood, a knife, a nose. The sight captured his attention long enough for a hand to suddenly appear into vision. The glove's hand broke the window glass pane much too fast, striking and grabbing at his collar like a vice. The vampire found himself choking as he was brutally pulled inside the bathroom and then tossed into the closest wall like a rag doll. Izuku grunted in pain, but quickly got into a striking stance. There was only one tiny lamp lighting the room, but it gave him enough sight to make out the would-be attacker. His nose flared and his mouth watered, the sight making Izuku both fearful and thirsty. The man had a sharp face, black hair and eyes containing a powerful will, but those details paled in comparison to his nose, or the location where the cartilaginous mass would be. Instead, a massive gash slowly bled, making the man both easy and hard to recognize. A kid. I thought someone like Eraserhead had finally managed to track me down. No worries though, I'll just have you sleep while I change hideouts. The man spoke in a low grunt, slowly grabbing the knife from the sink. Don't make this harder than it has to be, kid. The man charged Izuku with a burst of speed the greenette had some trouble following. The duo engaged into a dangerous fight, the man slashing at Izuku with precision and strength, all of which failed to cut at him by millimeters. The teen tried to use his nails, but found himself forced into a defensive battle as his opponent also drew a sword to aid his endeavor of cutting Izuku. The teen disengaged from the close quarters by jumping back, his nails sinking into the flesh of his arms and quickly drawing blood. The man seemed surprised by Izuku's actions and was almost caught in the surprise attack the teen planned. The blood gauntlets missing their target as Izuku buried his covered fists into the wall behind the dangerous man. The teen tried to dodge the incoming knives thrown his way, and mostly did. Unfortunately, Izuku found himself acquainted to the man's sword handle, a resounding crack echoing in the room as Izuku's nose broke under the blow. The green-haired youth recoiled in pain and was not fast enough to avoid the second blow, a sword burying into his right shoulder with no mercy. Right after that, the blade was brutally yanked from his shoulder as a boot stomped on his abdomen and sent the hemomancer into the ground as a sprawled mess. Izuku grunted in pain, his cracked shoulder blade already healing the damage and allowing the muscles to knit themselves back into place. He tried to stand and fight, but suddenly Izuku found his body locked in place. Differently from the purple-haired teen's Quirk, Izuku found his muscles to be truly in lockdown. It was a bad choice for you to search for me, kid. You are lucky to go with only a shoulder injury. Only a true hero will be able to defeat me. Only All Might will bring me down. And until the day that happens, I'll stain myself to clean this messed up society. Izuku heard the man monologuing, only being capable of that, as his body refused to move. The teen found the sensation of losing control of his body to be both frightening and annoying. The footsteps of the man approached him and stopped right next to him. Izuku felt his hair be grasped and his head was turned to face the man until they were both looking into each other's eyes. Izuku could feel the man judging him, hoping to see fear into his green eyes. The true ancestor would not allow this villainous man to judge him. He might not be able to move his body, but he could still feel his connection with his life liquid. Advanced hemomancy was called upon, hunter instincts flaring up in response to the judging red eyes of this man. Izuku's own pupils shone and glimmered in crimson light as the duo's stare competition prolonged. His blood responded to his call, his injured shoulder being the exit necessary for the crimson liquid to burst from, immediately sharpening into blades and attacking his assailer. The man jumped back in surprise, his blade parrying the many tendrils of blood that Izuku controlled while down. 10 different attacks, from 10 different directions. Such aggression would overwhelm any B-tier hero, yet the man was capable enough to avoid any sort of injury. After jumping to avoid the tendrils, the man decided to back off. Izuku was about to extend the range of his blood tendrils, but found his muscles to be free of their forced control. It seemed that the quirk of this villain had a time limit, considering that only 5 minutes had passed since Izuku had been paralyzed. The teen rose from the ground and once more got into a fighting stance, ready for his round 2. The villain rose his brows and muttered a somewhat pleased noise. Oh, it seems your spirit is made of stronger stuff than those fakes out there. I'll applaud your tenacity for sure. I'll wait and see if you will be able to keep that spirit of yours and become a true hero, the man said, never dropping his guard or showing any openings that Izuku could see. He slowly backed off, but Izuku slowly followed him, keeping their distance equal to before. Don't hurt yourself anymore, kid. I want to see what kind of hero you'll become in the future. Show it to me then. Now you need to rest and take care of that injury. The villain cut his speech short as he noticed that Izuku's shoulder was already healed. His smile became much too large, his tongue snaking out like his sword, where there was still blood from when he cut Izuku earlier. Before the teen could wonder why the man would ingest blood, the same sensation of muscle lockdown happened and Izuku fell once more, this time face first into the ground of the bathroom. He heard the sound of another window opening up and then the apartment fell into complete silence. Izuku felt somewhat hollow, being subdued so easily by a villain. He had messed up a lot this time. Letting his instincts get the better of him and allowing them to run rampant had been what led to his current state of defeat, paralyzed into the bathroom of a killer for who knows how long. The vampire felt like an incompetent child. Why had Izuku thought that he could take on the man with his piss-poor combat skills? Sure, his hunter instincts was a top-notch predator skill that could cover for a lot of his inexperience in combat. but relying so heavily into them had led into him getting a sword to his shoulder. Izuku could still feel where the blade had dug into, the cold bite of the jagged metal already been healed. He reflected into the fight, his mind easily replaying the events and pointing where and how he had messed up, and how he could have done better had he maintained his rationality and calm mind. Yet, Izuku had given into the thirst and allowed himself to rampage. How could a mere lick of fresh blood have caused much an effect on him? 5 minutes passed and his freedom of movement returned, allowing Izuku to pick himself from the cold ground. He sniffed the air in hopes of finding the villain, but his efforts were for naught. All he picked up was the smell of blood hanging from the bathroom sink, where the man had apparently done some sort of self-harm. The green-haired teen couldn't help his mouth watering up, shivers of pleasure running up and down his spine as the sweet smell of blood wafted into his nose. Izuku approached the sink, his hands smearing the blood and approaching it to his nose for a better inspection of the blood. Sweet, his mouth watering even more, his earlier defeat completely forgotten. Izuku brought the crimson liquid to his mouth for a taste of the nectar. As he licked his hands clean, Izuku ignored the severed appendage at the bottom of the sink in favor of appreciating the taste of fresh blood in his mouth. His eyes glimmered, pupils like rubies. The vampire delighted himself in the taste, his own blood screaming in happiness as it broke down the nutrition it received. His fangs shone, reflecting the light of the room, and Izuku caught a glimpse of himself on the mirror above the sink. He froze. A monster was staring back. The sun shone without a care, bringing its light for all. The curtains of the room were opened without a care for the wishes of the occupant of said room, allowing the sunlight to touch the exposed arm of the person covered in blankets. The woman who entered the room stood at the door, waiting for the usual to happen. A few seconds passed before the blankets were thrown in the air without a care, the teen under them rushing to escape the light that invaded his space without regards his wishes. Izuku hissed at the window, staring hatefully at the light that entered his room for a few seconds. His nose picked up the scent of his mother standing by the door frame. He breathed deeply, clamping the urge to close his curtains down and slowly making his way out of his room. "Good morning, Mom," Izuku said, tiredly dragging his body out of his room and making his way to the kitchen. "Morning, Izuku," Inko sweetly replied, following him. The duo made their way to the kitchen, Inko sitting herself on her usual place as Izuku proceeded to his mini fridge and grabbed 3 blood packs, making his way to his place where breakfast was already served. The mother and son clapped their hands and, giving the usual thanks for the meal, began eating slowly as the TV droned the usual spiel. Inko began eating and observing her son. He had returned earlier than she expected, making his way to his room without much fuss and somewhat worrying her. His earlier than expected was 3 in the morning, so of course the mother was worried. Her Izuku was growing, Inko realized, but she was not sure what to do if he was going to make excuses to meet girls in the night. Why else would he come home at such time and so down, if not for a rejection? As for the teen, he sank his fangs into the blood packs and quickly drank the contents, his brows frowning when the crimson liquid touched his tongue. Bland, like drinking miso soup without any condiments put into it. He usually would only drink 1 pack, 2 if particularly stressed. Yet, even after draining his 3rd pack, Izuku only felt satiated, barely enough to keep his thirst into check. He ate his food without putting much thought into it, and after being done, placed his dishes into the sink and started washing them. His ears picked the sound of his mother coming close, which she did as he put her dishes next to his and patted his shoulder to gain his attention. Izuku almost flinched, had his mother known. "Izuku, you must present your girlfriend to you, Mom. I need to know what kind of girl my baby boy is going out with." Her jovial tone made Izuku release a sigh, a smile soon settling over his lips as his green pupils focused on hers. "Yes, Mom." He felt some blood flow to his cheeks, a light blush staining his pale features. He loved his mother. She was the archer of his life. Izuku made his way to Dagaba Beach. School had finished a few minutes ago, the pale vampire using flash stepping his way to the sandy junkyard that was completely littered with trash. After searching for a while, the teen found that this place became like this due to the sea bringing out some junk to the shores, after which some thought it was a good idea to use the place as a sort of dump. The teen started coming here since 2 months ago, following the incident with the villainous man happened. Since the place was avoided due to the mountains of trash that covered it, it was a perfect place for him to go and empty his mind. The smell of rusty iron was somewhat akin to that of blood, making the beach a good spot for Izuku to train. That's right, train. The teen realized that suppressing his instincts had been a great mistake. After his incident, he began searching ways to get a better control over his instincts and urges, but the internet could only give him so much. Blood quirks were usually feared, meaning that information on them was either exaggerated or false, few articles being useful for the teen. As such, Izuku went with the tried and true method of experimentation. Finding the littered Dagaba Beach had helped him greatly in that aspect, as the smell of rusty iron tickled his hunter instincts and allowed the teen to blow off steam. He could practice his advanced hemomancy without fear of hurting anyone, and in the rare chance that he went in a rampage, he had plenty of targets to destroy until he calmed down. All in all, it also served as practice for the upcoming UA entry exam that he planned on taking. It would not do for him to enter a blood haze and attack the other competitors, so Izuku slowly began experimenting with all he could think of. So far he had great profit from his endeavors here, considering that he managed to mostly tame his more aggressive tendencies. However, his thirst had increased as to compensate for his continuous use of Daywaker, advanced hemomancy, and hunter instincts. His control over his blood also increased, allowing him to make his blood seep through his skin pores and surpassing the need to open wounds to have access to his blood. It was slower to do, but also less aggravating to on the eyes of anyone else. And the final touch, his most recent abilities. Izuku was aware that biting people to suck their blood was wrong and would garner him much distress should he do much thing in front of other people, but he could not ignore the benefits of drinking fresh blood. Packaged blood was tasting blander and blander by as the days passed. It also lacked the active quirk factor present in fresh blood. Izuku didn't know when it happened or how, but his best guess was that after his ingestion of fresh blood, he developed some extra abilities after he tasted fresh blood. It seemed to have some sort of restriction, considering that he had not developed something like his mother's quirk of attraction of small objects as a child. Or maybe his quirk was not mature enough at that point. Whatever the case, Izuku guessed that depending on the quirk, if he ingested the blood of the person, he could duplicate the effects. It was much less potent than the original, but it could be done. Izuku found that out in school. He mostly forgot the details of the encounter, but he remembered it had to deal with Bakugo's lackeys. The blonde bomber had left Izuku alone these days, but the sickly sweet smell of nitroglycerin had become stronger. Yet, the lackeys who clung to the ash blonde saw fit to deepen their friendship with the blonde, and in their heads that somehow meant bothering the resident vampire of Aldera Jr. Due to that, the long fingers lanky quirk user and wings fatty quirk user had chosen to bother Izuku when he stayed late to write some details in his quirk notebook. Before they even got the chance to bother him, his green pupils shone in crimson light as Izuku decided to test if he could really reproduce the effects of other people's quirks. The result: 2 new abilities that Izuku decided to call Mesmerize and Coagulation. Both were useful in their ways, but were inferior copies of the original abilities of the people he had obtained them from. Mesmerize was obtained after Izuku drank from the purple-haired teen's blood, and was a form of hypnotism. It was tricky to use, considering that Izuku needed to maintain full focus eye contact with his target, and it was still hard for him to truly control others. At best he could give simple instructions, and those needed to be something that the target believed was their own idea. It was a hard-to-use ability, but Izuku could make it do with it. Coagulation was easier to use. If he could let some of his blood enter someone's bloodstream, Izuku could make his blood paralyze someone for a short period of time. Quite useful for fights, although Izuku needed to have people ingest his blood for it to work. He wondered if he could get new abilities by drinking more blood from different sources, but such occasions would surely be hard to come by. It was not like he could go around asking people if he could drink their blood. That would be weird. Izuku continued training, thoughts running in his mind as he slashed at the piles of scrap with his blood gauntlets, sending metal bits flying and breaking parts of bigger machines. The noise of it covered the sound of the person that approached him, the smell being covered due to the grease and oil that was stuck on the skin of the person. The vampire was caught by surprise when someone touched his shoulder, making him spin around, counterattack ready as his gauntlet-covered hands aimed to strike at whoever managed to get this close without his notice. His sharp fingers barely managed to stop before the girl in front of him, pink dreadlocks flying due to the air pressure created by his suddenly stopped motion. "Hey there, I noticed that you were breaking these things apart and I wondered if you couldn't help me out with those other ones over there. How about it, huh?" Izuku found himself being requested a favor by a girl. Whatever in hell was a girl doing in this dump was anyone's guess, but her getup seemed to point the possibility of her being a mechanic. The goggles atop her head and the tool belt strapped around her waist were dead giveaways to that. One question though, are these gauntlets metal? Or maybe they are your quirk. They are quite resilient, but don't seem to be made of metal, so maybe they are some sort of alloy. Or carbon-based. Tell me about them. Oh, about my request, could you do it? It won't take much of your time, promise. I would dismantle them, but some of the screws rusted and the only way to get the inner machinery is to break them open. The girl kept talking over Izuku, not allowing the vampire any chance to give an answer to any of her question. She truly machine-gunned him down with words, getting close to his personal space and grinning as he seemed to bounce in place, her sight-shaped pupils running all over his blood gauntlets. Izuku felt overwhelmed. "Though, I almost forgot. Conversations start only when you introduce yourself, right? Well, my name is Mei, Hatsume. Now, could you break that washing machine over there?" Izuku felt truly overwhelmed. "Ooh, finally done." a teenager exclaimed, stretching his arms backwards and emitting satisfying popping sounds from both his back and shoulders. Izuku had been taking his time to study for the upcoming UA exams, and as such he could not neglect the fact that UA didn't just focus on physical aspects, but also in academics too. The last 3 months until the exam he had dialed back his night strolls, since he managed to get a much better grasp on his abilities. The thirst was still the same, the little voice at the edge of his mind reminding Izuku that he was far from perfect, much too far. Yet, the pale boy continued his path. He also had eased his training routine. Since his encounter with Hatsume all those months ago, he had not had a full moment he could call his own. The tech geek girl was incessant in her efforts to have him help her with her inventions, or better said, her babies. Izuku swore that he could never get used to the girl's erratic behavior. After he had helped her in their first encounter, she had hacked into his phone and had added her own info contact, including her bloody address. Day in and day out of his training, Izuku had been forced to help the girl carry ludicrous amounts of trash from the beach to her workshop, about 10 miles away from the littered part of the beach. It had been greater workout routine than anything he had planned so far, so he did not blame the girl or had any true malice towards her. Besides, it helped that she talked so much, as her voice could distract him from his own thoughts. Bonus points that she was always covered in sweat and grease, which did not trigger hunter instincts and didn't make him wish to jump at her neck each 5 minutes. Make no mistake, Mei was attractive in her own right. With her frantic behavior and she was more developed than the majority of the girls he had seen in his school, coupled with her lack of respect for personal space, and it made for some unusual moments. Lucky for him, motor oil was truly difficult to get off the skin. Thus he only needed to focus on that when the pink-haired girl got too close for comfort. He sighed. His habit of letting too many ideas swim in his head had gotten him thinking about nonsense again. As puberty came, so did the increase in his hormones and instincts. Add his Quirk's less than stellar ability and hunter instincts, and you could end with a troublesome combination of testosterone and adrenaline. Ping, talk about the devil and he shall appear, Izuku joked inside his head, grabbing his phone and opening the text he had been sent. Another request from Mei, this time asking for him to grab some random trinket she had forgotten by the junkyard of the beach. Izuku sighed, but complied and sent a confirmation to the girl. She had been his first friend in a while, and the fact that she did not mind his weird appearance or why he steamed if exposed for too long into the sun. Daywalker could cover up when Izuku was dressed up, but most of his exercises required him to shed the maximum amount of clothing possible so that he could push his abilities even further. He picked a hoodie from his wardrobe and left him room. His mother was in the living room, watching some rom-com that he had no interest in. Hey mom, I need to pick something for my friend. I'll be back soon, he said, already by the door and putting in his red sneakers. Isn't it quite late, Izu? How about you pick that up tomorrow? Inko worriedly asked, her gaze shifting to his frame. The vampire waved off the concerns of him mother, giving her his best smile. His fangs gleamed and his gaze was more of a predator than a caring son. But his mother knew him enough to know what he truly meant. The woman kept her eyes locked into his frame for a few seconds before she exhaled tiredly, giving him her sweet smile, one that would not send children running away. Okay, Izu, but if anything happens, call me immediately. Don't even think about vanishing into the night and coming here the next morning as if nothing ever happened, she warned, her voice laced with concern for him. He supposed she was talking about the night he came home suffering blood withdrawal. It only happened when he went long periods of time without ingesting any blood, or when he was cultivating foreign blood inside him, hoping to emulate other quirks. It was not pretty sight to see or hear, but it was something that he could at least mitigate. He hadn't spent that money into those ultra UV lights in vain, after all. Sure mom, love you, he assured her and exited their apartment, quick steps guiding his body into Dagaba Beach's way by pure muscle memory. The night truly was the moment when Izuku shined, his body working at its best to provide him all the power of a vampire, to the enhanced senses and all the spiel of his hemomancy. XXXXXXXXXX. It was thanks to those senses that Izuku was now sneaking around the beach, his frame hidden behind old and rusty cars, washing machines and all sorts of machinery one might think of. You might be asking yourself, why would he be hiding like some sort of burglar? The question was very simple. His hunter instincts were going crazy, his nose flaring up to pick the smell of his favorite drink. It was not rust, which slightly stimulated his appetite, but it was the smell of the crimson honey that was his nectar and curse. Blood, old blood, that had been cleaned away with bleach countless times from the metal blade which had drawn the life liquid away from the owner of it. A bladed tool for sure. Izuku had only smelled that much blood in 2 people, none of which had been friendly when the vampire the last time he had met them. Which begged the golden question as of why would Stain be here? Had he remembered Izuku and decided to finish the job from before? Izuku did some research before to find information on the man he had fought that fabled night, when he had acquired mesmerize and coagulation. A villain, or anti-hero as some in the internet called him, Stain was known for his recent acts of purging those who he saw unfit to be heroes. His ideas about true heroism had been spreading around the web, slowly gaining support from fans of his ideology. Pushing all those thoughts aside, the vampire regained his focus, making sure to carefully make his way where the smell of blood was at its strongest. He hid behind one old car frame, closing his eyes to fully focus in his ears. Ga-chan, can you go out with me? The voice of a teenager reached Izuku's voice. The Hemamancer was instantly confused as to why would a young boy be here at this time, much less confessing love for a man like Stain. Nini Nakairo-senpai, are you really in love with me? With Lil Almi. The cheer, childish joy and giggling coming from the other person was not masculine. In fact, the tone was so feminine that Izuku could picture in his mind the type of person who would speak like that as a cute kuhai. One tiny peek and he found that the girl receiving the confession was much different from whom he had in mind. There was also the little fact that she was a villain he had run into a few months back. It took all his willpower to force his body still, lest he jump and attack her out of sheer instinct. It was really weird for a guy to be making a confession at this time, in this dump. Izuku was not the leading expert in dates or romance, but he pictured that a date must be somewhere that the girl would enjoy spending time at. Unless this girl enjoyed rust and trash, Izuku doubted this was the most appropriate place for this. The vampire continued hidden, waiting for any other development, but this time he made sure to pick his phone and start silently recording the happenings here. So, Nakairo-senpai, what is it that enjoy in me? My good looks? Or is it my personality? Oh, I got it. It's my sexy body, right? The blonde squealed in delight. Her hands joined together as she swooned at the not at all romantic shenanigan happening. The boy smiled, one hand scratching the back of his head while the other went for his back pocket. Toga-chan, I enjoy everything in you. The way you talk, how cute you look in the morning, how wonderful you will look when I break you. Izuku narrowed his brows at the rather sudden shift in tone and mood. He began to let his blood out, the crimson liquid slowly seeping through the pores and skin of his arms to make his gauntlets. It seemed that Izuku had the devil's luck to stumble into these situations. I don't know, senpai. I think you will look pretty cute bleeding out too. When the blonde, whom Izuku now knew went by Toga, spoke out, the duo stayed in their standoff for a while, no one moving. And then it happened. Mikairo's right arm whipped into Toga's direction, electric sparks flying from the stun gun in his hand. His appearance of a middle school boy disappearing into mist as he turned into a grown man dressed in a suspiciously decked-out attire. Combat pants and boots, coupled with a military-grade vest and a black hoodie made the man menacing. Izuku could also spot some handcuffs, another stun gun, what Izuku hoped to be a smoke grenade and a nightstick. Toga, on the other hand, drew knives hidden in the long sleeves of her sailor's uniform. The blonde girl immediately threw her weapons at the man to make some distance before drawing another pair from a strap hidden under her skirt. The man dodged the knives thrown his way and poised himself, drawing his nightstick and extended it. If you give up nice and easy, I'll promise to make this painless. Damaged goods sell for lower prices, you see. It's all business, so if you don't mind. Nikairo joked about, twirling his metal stick and slowly circling around the girl. Toga opened an even bigger smile on her part, her predatory eyes never allowing the man out of sight. You see, senpai, Himeko here is such a cutie that the big men up there need to send goons like you to try to get her attention. That's not cute at all. You will be cuter when you start bleeding, the blonde declared, suddenly sprinting towards the armed man. The duo began exchanging attacks and testing the range of their weapons. Himeko was agile and nimble, her knives almost dancing as they tried to tear into Nikairo. The man had longer reach due to his stature, but he could not overextend, else Toga would be sure to bury a knife deep into his gut. The things we do for money. The man let the thought fly in his head. He had found Himeko walking around late at night close to the hotel areas, where young high school girls sometimes sold their bodies for some cash. It was much more subdued these days, hero patrols and all that jazz, but you could still find yourself some young flesh selling itself for a quick buck. Or in other cases, the big shots offered money to dealers for them to provide high-quality meat. Mikaido had stalked Himeko for a few days, even infiltrating her school to acquire some extra info and sell her off. When he exposed some pictures of her to some of his buyers, they became enchanted with the wild beauty of the blonde, her messy style or whatever they said at that time. Nikairo only paid attention when the old farts mentioned the amount they would buy her, abusing the hell out of his quirk, fake out. Amiya could easily infiltrate the school under the disguise of any student. A mere touch, and for 3 hours he could pretend to be whoever person he touched. It was an emitter-type quirk that displayed the illusion of being someone else, but it could be identified in many ways. Smell and touch were only some of the many ways he had been figured out, hence why he opted to carry with him his weapons. A shocked and paralyzed meat slave was much easier to deal with than the panther like Himeko. The duo continued their engagement. Amiya coming many times close to zap the blonde, but she continued being able to escape and dodge both his weapons. The man was becoming irritated by their stalemate, already having received some nicks and cuts from the girl, deciding he had had enough of their little game. Amiya backed off quickly, Himiko following him before he could disengage. A pity for her this had been a bait. He let the nightstick fall to the ground as he pulled something else from his vest. Himiko stopped her knives a few centimeters away from cutting into Amiya's throat. The reason was that now she was staring at the rifled barrel of a revolver. Those few seconds turned Himiko's world into a pain-filled fiesta as 50,000 volts of electric energy ran over all her body, making her first tightly clench her weapons before letting them go and falling into the sand below her like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All that she saw before she went unconscious were two crimson pupils shining above Amiya, green hair obscuring the face of the new arrival into the fight. Her last recurring thoughts were, "How pretty. Here, eat this please," Izuku said, his hands coming around and clamping around the man's mouth. With a vice-like grip, the vampire held the man in place, blood seeping from a cut on his palm directly in the assailant's mouth. Amiya tried to attack, but his muscles locked into place almost immediately after he tasted the coppery taste of blood on his tongue, signaling that coagulation had taken effect. That done, Izuku brought the man close to his face, locking eyes with him. Amiya tried his best to resist, but his body could not obey any of his commands, and soon he found himself staring the ruby-colored gleaming eyes of the beast in front of him. Yes, beast, for there was no man capable of having that kind of piercing gaze. The gaze of a true predator. You shall not resist, neither shall you attack. Your better has arrived and he demands your full submission. Fail to effectively comply to my command and your body shall be found tomorrow in this very beach, sucked dry of all life. The words that left Izuku's mouth echoed inside Amiya's head, slowly engulfing his mind with thoughts of submission and passive behavior, like sheep being led to a slaughterhouse by the wolf. The man ceased his struggle, a red haze consuming his vision as he stood still, ready to receive whatever judgment the vampire imposed on him. After Izuku made sure that the attacker would not move, courtesy of Mesmerize, he went to check on the girl. It was not an excuse to make some distance between him and the helpless blood bag in front of him. No sir. Mind tricks and intimidation were tactics Izuku was willing to use, considering they were rather effective when coupled together with his appearance. Bakugo was a prime example that intimidation tactics were mighty effective. Even threats such as the one he just made were acceptable. So long as Izuku kept his mind focused on the objective, he would only become a true monster if he did cross the line. Even with all the instincts, that was the one line Izuku swore to himself to never cross, no matter what. Even if the line became shifty or it bordered in villainy, as long as he did not cross it, he was safe. He went to check on the unconscious girl, reminding himself that the blonde was the same girl who was stabbing a man in the past. He checked her pulse and I checked her for any possible injuries, but she seemed mostly fine. She would probably be in a bit of pain after she woke up. After all, she was shocked pretty good by the stun gun. The vampire took the safe approach and used his blood to form a long tendril, using the bloody appendage to check the blonde for any other hidden weapons. The Hemomancer was somewhat surprised by the sheer number of blades that she was carrying. Not so many as Stain had, but he counted 10 knives so far, those she had thrown earlier out of the mix. After making sure that the blades were out of the girl's reach, Izuku went and made sure she was in a more comfortable position than before, when she was thrown on the ground like a rag doll. That done, Izuku immediately contacted the police department, telling the nature of the incident and reporting any details that might be of use to the police. His call done, the vampire also sent a message to Detective Tsukechi, hoping for the man to be in service tonight. As the Hemomancer typed, he began his search for the primary objective as to why he had come here in the first place. May's trinket turned out to be her steampunk-themed goggles, forgotten by some old refrigerator she had stripped for spare parts. Little wrench monkey as she was, the girl must not have noticed the moment when the goggles slipped away from her head. God knew why she wore the design, considering that her quirk, zoom, allowed her to see up to about 5 kilometers. Pocketing the goggles, Izuku texted the mechanic girl and turned around to see the condition of his capturee. The man was still unmoving, the effects of coagulation long done, but thanks to Mesmerize, he had no need to worry about him so long as nothing bumped into him. Toga, no the other hand, was out of sight. Izuku tensed himself, worry painting his face. The girl should have been out for a longer period, considering she took such a shock. The vampire's ears picked the faint sound of movement and he quickly turned to meet the cause, even as his instincts remained calm and told him nothing was there. Izuku did not see anyone, but he could hear the sound. Someone was stalking him, moving with extremely quiet footsteps, and he knew it must have been Toga. Yet, no matter what he did, hunter instincts did not pick her presence or intent. It was like the girl was invisible or non-existent. This led to him receiving a palm strike on his chin, the blow snapping his head back. Following that, a roundhouse kick on the gut threw Izuku back a few centimeters, his feet digging grooves on the sandy floor as he huffed. His head snapped into the direction he heard movement. This time he finally managed to spot the girl. She was panting, an obvious sign that she was not well, but that did not make her any less dangerous, considering she had managed to pick up some of her weapons. Izuku stood still, hoping to not aggravate the situation. Well, it seems like tonight everyone wants a piece of cute. All Himiko here, Toga exclaimed, trying to stabilize her breathing. Her hands were trembling, the girl doing her best to appear both threatening and charming, both of which she was not successfully accomplishing right now. Izuku did not know what he was due to hear. Any movement from his part would appear suspicious, and he had lucked out that Toga's kick had been that powerful. She packed some force for sure, but the vampire was more inconvenienced by her ability to suddenly disappear than her strength. His focus had not been broken, nor had the girl touched her assailant, which meant that his mental control over him was still intact. He tried to maintain fixed eyesight with the girl, but it seemed that she had somehow picked up on his little trick. The vampire opted to not say anything, allowing the girl to slowly regain her breath. If he could simplify this situation, he would describe it in chess terms as being in check. He could try and restrain her, but she was a much better close-range fighter than he was. There was also the fact his hunter instincts were being triggered, seeing such defenseless prey in front of him, trying to act tough. 2 blood bags ready to be consumed. No, I can't think like that. The teen chastised himself, biting his lower lip to increase his focus. Letting his instincts run wild was dangerous, for both himself and others. Not going to confess your love. You looked so pretty before. The red eyes and the whole I am the night vibe was getting me going. How sad. Himiko tried teasing, her Cheshire grin making the vampire tighten his face features. He tried to get a sentence going, his pearly white fangs attracting the attention of the blonde. Whoa, you've got fangs too. How cute. So cute. If you were bleeding just a tiny bit, I would totally fall in love with you, like, right now. Miss, I have called for. Izuku almost said police, but stopped himself at the last second. He should not waste the chance, considering the girl was engaging him in conversation. The more time passed, the closer the police got to the beach. She could regain some breath back, but there was no way she was going to recuperate enough to escape the cops. Not after that shock. Luckily, Himiko had not noticed his little slip-up. Or so he hoped. She was. Where had she gone? Down below. Hunter instincts warned him just in time. Izuku managing to protect his chin from the incoming knife. The blade pierced the palm of his left hand and stopped his shy of touching his Adam's apple. His right hand automatically springing to grab what he perceived to be a presence right in front of him, successfully managing to grab the blonde by her throat. The vampire sucked in his breath, the pain hitting him right away, but it was not enough for him to get distracted. Some blood seeped out, but instead of dripping away, the liquid wrapped around the blade and its handle, locking it in place before Himiko could ever think of pulling it away. Himiko's eyes widened, gaining a glint of childish joy as she eyed the vibrant crimson liquid move as if it had a will of its own. Her eyes followed as Izuku slowly lowered his hand and bringing with it the pocket knife that had sank into his flesh. Her pale features gained a staining blush as her eyes shifted from the wound in the vampire's hand to his eyes, previously emerald green, now glimmering rubies filled with violent power. She could feel as if invisible hands were trying to worm their way inside her mind. Maddening whispers of a husky voice telling her to stand down and bow to a higher power. As Izuku fought the instinct to sink his fangs into Toga's soft-looking neck, he opened his mouth to speak, warm vapor steaming away and revealing once more the white fangs of his mouth. He was fully focused on both controlling himself and trying to mesmerize the villain girl. But her mind seemed to be rejecting his advances. He slowly approached his wounded hand to her mouth, the girl trying to push him back but failing to overwhelm his strength. Just as the crimson liquid was about to approach the blonde's mouth, a siren blasted off together with red and blue lights. The police had arrived. Izuku's head whipped into the direction of the rising stone stars of the beach, spotting the police car approaching their location. He should have known better. Himiko realized quickly that she could not fight against his raw strength, so she decided to approach the manor in a more flexible way. By that, she meant a double kick to both the vampire's shin and then his crotch. As Izuku recoiled in pain, Himiko let go of the handle of one of her knives, the one buried in the vampire's hand and the other she sank into the arm holding her neck. If she remembered properly, this cutie was the Regenerator who she had met a while back. She was lucky, it seemed he lived in the district. She would remember to be here more often. If she could meet him more, she could have another chance of becoming even closer to him. He was even offering her a drink of his blood. And with that, Himiko Toga once more escaped the claws of the green-haired vampire. 40. Izuku exited the police car and waved a goodbye to the man dressed in a trench coat who was driving. He sighed in defeat, seeing as he failed to get the blonde villain girl into the hands of the authorities, and even received a scolding from Detective Tsukachi for misuse of his quirk in public. Lucky him, the detective let him go with only a scolding and a quick question section, lie detection making any piss-poor excuse invalid. Thus, he was free from having to respond to any lawsuit from the man he had used his quirk on. He entered his apartment and gave a quick greeting to his mother, the woman spending a good 15 minutes checking him to see if he had gotten into any scrap of some sort. The vampire indulged the worried mother, his mind busy wondering why had Toga decided to attack him if she could escape earlier. She was clearly skilled, if that invisibility trick could fool his hunter instincts, which meant she could pass as non-threatening as long as she wished for and get into close range. He could pick sounds and smell from her, but with his most reliable sense telling him that there was no threat, it was going to be difficult dealing with her should they ever encounter again. After his mother was finally pleased, she asked about the trinket he had gone to pick up, upon which he showed her the goggles, and she launched into another full mother scolding about how he should not have gone so late to pick some accessory. It would be another 30 minutes before he was free to go to his room. Izuku dropped into his bed, pulling out 2 pocket knives hidden in his hoodie and examining them. Simple knives, but highly effective. He wondered if he should add bladed weapons as support items into the design of his hero costume. He had several models, each taking into consideration various situations and his own quirk into account. There were many designs that took direct inspiration from pro heroes such as All Might, Edge Shot, Eraserhead, and others. Sometimes Izuku wondered what he would come up with if his quirk was something else, or even if he was quirkless. That was the one question that the vampire would always ask himself. His quirk was a wonderful gift, even considering all the drawbacks it had. How many out there would kill to have high-speed regeneration or hunter instincts? And here he was, wondering if he should be thankful for them. Those were wonderful parts of his quirk, but he could never forget that they came with the unending thirst and quite some violent tendencies. Why am I getting so hung up on this tonight? The vampire asked himself, before coming short for an answer. He decided to shelf the idea in the back of his mind for another day. The UA exams were coming and he should be studying. The big day was finally here. After all the months of preparation, Izuku was getting ready to finally take the next step into his life. He had a full belly today, managing to almost empty his stock of blood bags at home to make sure he would not be thirsty during the exam. A few days before the exam, the NQA had taken his recent upgrades into account, his slight manipulation of the truth as to how he had acquired them non-important now, and finally decided into a proper name for his quirk. It felt somewhat silly and a bit chunny, but Izuku felt glad that now he had a proper way to address his power and medical issues would be less troublesome when now he could skip the tricks of explaining his quirk to doctors. No, he was not goddamn afraid of still bodies of water or silver. And that yes, he was fine with garlic. No, he could not turn into a swarm of bats. Sometimes people took movies too serious. The train ride to UA was filled with silent enthusiasm, some people giving him a wider berth than necessary, but nothing could spoil this day. They had messaged him about 50 times already, many of the texts being the same pass already and let me experiment my babies on you. And that broke the nervous tension that the hero trainee hopeful had for his test. He had people who believed in him despite his quirk, so Izuku would do his hardest to meet the expectations of those that believed in him. Nothing could spoil the high mood the vampire had going. Not the many other students looking at him with questioning eyes. Not the brightly lit sun that was shining down on his frame. Not even the sight of the ever-scowling Bakugo. Get the F out of the way, sucker. The ash blonde growled, hands inside the pockets of his deep blue coat. Izuku eyed the bomber from the corner of his eyes, not moving from his spot. There was plenty of space for Katsuki to go around the vampire. That led to a standstill this soon, the two teens looking at each other. Bakugo's red eyes fixed into Izuku's greens. The other students avoiding the duo as if they could feel the tension in the air. 1 minute seemed like an eternity. Izuku eventually sidestepping to allow the blonde bomber right of way. The other students releasing sighs of relief they did not know they were holding. As Katsuki passed by Izuku, the vampire decided to poke some fun at the walking bomb. A simple smile, making sure that his white fangs were in display. Bakugo stopped for a moment, a growl leaving his throat as his head turned to meet the smiling face of the Hemomancer. Hope you are ready to get squashed, mosquito. With that, Bakugo made his way to his entry point, leaving Izuku behind. The vampire got his fill of the entry gates of UA, saving the memory in his head. As he made his way inside the building, he never noticed the group that was stopped still behind him. A brown-haired girl with a bob-cut style, a boy with deep red and spiked hair close to pink-skinned girl, and a raven-faced boy were the most notable teens among the group, yet all of them only had one thought running in their heads. That's the level that UA is operating at. That's crazy. Izuku sat in his seat after the 3-hour-long test. It was the kind of test you would expect of UA, full of laborious and difficult question, but the vampire was sure that he had scored high enough. After all the students were done, many complaining about the difficulty of the written portion, they were all directed to a large room with a stage at the bottom. Funnily enough, Izuku's arranged seat was right beside Bakugo, who was grinding his teeth and seemed ravenous to be seated beside the vampire. A few minutes and the stage was lit up, as was the projector behind it, present mic being illuminated. The blonde hero began his presentation with his usual upbeat attitude that never seemed to be put down. He loudly explained the physical portion of the exam, the screen projection behind him displaying images to aid in his labor. Simplifying the hero's words, it all boiled down to a seek and destroy, in which foe villain robots would be released to rampage around a mock city and the applicants had to destroy them and score points. The robots' points varied between 1 to 3, with an additional 0-pointer thrown into the mix. Present Mike explained the 3 robots, but left anything about the 0-pointer, which in turn rose a few alarms inside Izuku's head. He was a hero fanboy at heart, yet Izuku knew when to become quiet and analyze the situation. Mostly, nonetheless, if the pro hero explaining the exams was leaving something, it could mean that this exam was more than what meets the eye. The vampire nodded to himself, content in letting the ideas slowly cook inside his mind. However, someone from the crowd loudly questioned the exam. The student was tall, dressed in a prim and proper uniform that definitively belonged to some sort of private school and spoke in a somewhat condescending tone. Like that passive-aggressive tone that only the well-off could accomplish. He began complaining about the lack of explanation for the 4th foe villain. And it took the blonde hero the better part of 5 minutes to explain that, no, it was not a print error and that the 0-pointer was a distraction at best. Translation: think for yourself as to why would the number 1 school in heroics withhold information. It's almost like they want to test our skills to become heroes or something. No, stop it, Izuku. You are sounding like Bakugo. Being done with his explanations, Present Mike sent the applicants to take their respective bus. 5 minutes later, and Izuku was sure that UA somehow had an endless budget. The test application area was huge enough to be a city on its own. The teens were then directed to a nearby locker room to change into something more comfortable. The vampire quickly shed his school gakurin to change into a beige sports short. He left his red sneakers on and finally changed the upper part of his uniform for a white muscle shirt with the kanji for pants written across it. Yeah, laugh it up at his choice of clothing. After he changed, the vampire exited the locker room and mingled about with the other applicants. Izuku took the time to lightly stretch, warming his body for whatever UA had in store for him. The exposed parts of his skin began to steam, Daywalker already taking care of it for the hemomancer. As he finished his warm-up, Izuku noticed that the other applicants had given him some distance, no doubt somewhat intimidated by his appearance in the steam. All except one. Blue hair, engine exhaust pipes coming out of his calves and tall stature. The same guy from before made his way towards Izuku, loudly calling out the green-haired vampire. Hey, you. Your disruptive behavior is improper. Are you truly aiming for heroics? Intimidating the other candidates and making use of your quirk before it is allowed is a serious offense and UA could have you disclassified immediately for such improper behavior. Are you listening to M? Before Glasses Kun could finish calling out Izuku, the vampire grabbed a hold of the taller boy's shirt, bringing both to eye level. Blue eyes meet crimson glowing orbs, their calm emerald color all but forgotten. Izuku barely contained the anger simmering inside his heart, his hunter instincts almost begging for him to use Mesmerize and leave this impudent bloodbag incapable of any action. To see the look of desperation inside those blue eyes as his body didn't obey his commands, and in the end he would realize that all his pompous behavior was naught but a foolish lamb's babbling. Deep breathes, Izuku, locking the inner beast with his iron will in the confines of his mind. Izuku slowly let the power dissipate from his pupils, letting the crimson glow be gone from his orbs. Releasing the taller boy's shirt, Izuku backed off slowly. His claws had tore holes where his digits had been, but it was much better than harming a fellow applicant. Before anyone could question whatever had happened, an air horn loudly blared, calling the attention of all the applicants to the suddenly open gates that led into the faux city. What, were you all expecting some sort of warning? Lesson number 1, young listeners, expect the unexpected. The timer is running already, so show us what you are made of. Plus ultra, remember, Present Mike's voice echoed and soon. All the applicants were desperately running towards the city, various robots waiting for them on the streets. Izuku Flash stepped his way inside the center of the faux city, many other applicants following behind him. Glasses Kun was already taking out robots, his powerful kicks easily breaking the robots that stood in his path. All the others made use of their abilities and attacked the robots, Izuku being no exception to that rule. Foregoing the slow method, Izuku used his claws to dig deep into his arms, immediately bringing out a great quantity of his blood out and fixing it into the shape of his gauntlets, rushing to meet the first robot in his path. He sharp turned into the closest turn, meeting 3 1-pointers and 1 3-pointer. All the faux villains locked on him, but were unable to follow up with the slaughter. The vampire made constant use of flash step, quickly entering the guard of the first robot. The sharp claws of his gauntlet easily shearing the armor plating guarding the chest area in a shower of scrap metal. The robot fell backwards, Izuku already jumping off the broken machinery and engaging the remaining ones. Bits and pieces of metal were woven with the aid of advanced hemomancy, reinforcing his blood construct and adding to the damage he could cause. He ran up to another one-pointer and jumped over the telegraphed punch, using the arm of the robot as a platform to easily access the neck area. One slash and one decapitation down. The hemomancer locked his sights into the next one-pointer. His next move had been one of the many he had practiced due to hemomancy, which allowed for longer-range combat, focusing all the blood covering his right arm into a thin shape. Izuku jumped high and threw a crimson-colored javelin of blood into the eye socket of the three-pointer. Free falling for just a second, the teen descended into the last one-pointer and slashed with his remaining left gauntlet, the bloody construct carving into the military green-tinted metal and allowing Izuku to slowly lower himself into the ground as his claws ran down the entirety of the robot's frame, leaving out 3 roughly carved grooves. Wasting no time, the teen continued to seek out for more foe villains, stealthily getting the drop into a 2-pointer and carving its head before it had the chance to attack, arriving into a slugfest happening between a group of 5 one-pointers and one teen covered in a metallic sheen. Izuku made constant use of Blood Spear to aid the Ferris-looking boy, taking out 2 enemies before he kept going, tanking an impact missile that was about to hit a vine-haired girl. The vampire hurled enough blood spears to make the robot look like a porcupine, dodging a hail of rubber bullets and whisking away a pink-skinned girl together with him. Izuku flash-stepped into the 2-pointer's frame and sunk his bare hand into the machine's chest, savagely ripping out the working motor and throwing it into a second 2-pointer that was soon melted down by a glob of acid, aiding a boy with strange tusks in his mouth, shouting to him when he was about to be blindsided by a 1-pointer and using Blood Spear to stop the robot in its tracks long enough for the boy to cut the robot in half. Izuku did not stop to hear anything that those people said. All his focus directed into controlling his blood and hunting down the villains inside the city. The number seemed to be decreasing fast, which considering the many able combatants present, it was only expected. He saw some robots float up before suddenly dropping down and crashing into a shower of metal. Not going north, that's taken. He turned west and was about to throw another blood spear, but one light beam beat the vampire to the punch. He heard some French words being used, but his focus quickly shifted to hunt other robots. Focus on the hunt. Manage the amount of blood you are using. Take as many villains as you are able to with your claws. Using too much blood too fast. His quick stop to access his situation almost led into Izuku being punched by a 3-pointer. Luckily, horns came from the opposite direction and made the punch go off course long enough for Izuku to turn around and slash at throat height, severing important cables at the neck of the larger robot. His head turned into the direction where the horns had come from, his red eyes finding a blonde girl with 2 sharp horns on the side of her head. She gave him a thumbs up, which Izuku returned with a head nod. 60. Less and less robots seemed to be appearing as the combat got more heated and students became more desperate for points. Izuku looked at his somewhat trembling hands. The broken nails were growing to their sharp point in a few instants. Once more he slashed at his arms, bringing out his gauntlets for another round. He was able to detect a few stragglers even under the sound of intense combat. Some applicants beginning to slow down under the heat of combat. 13 out of the 15 minutes were gone in all but an instant, the sounds of combat slowing down accompanying the lack of robots. Izuku had just finished another 3-pointer, making the robot shoot its impact missile against its own head, when he realized that the other teens had all stopped. He let the carcass of the robot fall and was about to close his eyes to listen for more targets when the ground trembled. The vampire did not need to enhance his hearing. The approaching enemy was not hiding itself. Being that large, what need did the robot have for hiding? Being about the size of a 20 meters high building, the 0-pointer was truly a distraction, a waste of time and something to be avoided at all costs, not worth the remaining time of the exam. Everyone knew this and had the same idea. Running away from that was the only logical step one ought to take to pass this exam. So, why was Izuku trembling in excitement? Why was his heart pumping so fast that he could feel all his blood? Why was he so full with adrenaline that standing still seemed sacrilegious and would lead to him bursting? Hunter Instincts was just short of yelling at him to take action already. His pearly white fangs felt itchy, the call of the inner beast, so drunk in this sudden sensation. Izuku almost missed the distress call of a girl asking for help. He passed the other students, running opposite of them, blood gauntlets fully strengthened. Izuku also covered his legs with bloody greaves, their shape shifting between armor and claw-like feet akin to those of a dragon. His body was exhaling his power to the maximum. Even with his body steaming, Izuku was still moving towards this obstacle. Blood flowed, seeping through the pores of his skin and covering his neck and mouth in a bracing mouth guard piece that resembled a mask, a shifting design as life liquid worked to obey the commands of the hemomancer. Like a Oni's smile or a dragon's maw, Izuku roared his challenge to the machine, rushing it like a red missile. The hand of the zero-pointer approached, coming close to the girl buried in concrete rubble, but it was stopped by a crimson missile. The inner beast had been unleashed. Like he was teleporting around, the crimson mass of violence began slashing at any and every metal part of the zero-pointer. Scrap metal raining down at the robot's feet as the tornado of slashing blood began ascending and making its way up the arm of the gigantic foe, crushing and slashing. No piece was spared as Izuku raged, attacking and destroying the foe villain. Explosions began happening around the entirety of the frame of the behemoth, claws destroying important mechanical parts, hydraulics and pistons becoming nothing less than scrap metal. Hand, arm, shoulder joint, trapezium, neck and finally head. The zero-pointer powered down, the powerful tracks unmoving as the robot slumped, shut down. One of the many headlights broke and from it, a boy fell down. There were still about 5 meters before the vampire could meet the ground, but no one could move after such brutal display of power. The teen managed to right himself in the air, feet down as he crashed into the ground like a bullet and cracked the asphalt under him. The crimson armaments were not unequipped, and the glimmer of rubies was not present in the green-haired vampire's eyes. He simply stayed quiet, tiredness overcoming the teen as he laid under the shadow of his defeated foe, panting to regain his breath. Another air horn blasted loudly, announcing the end of the physical portion of the UA exams and leaving many with a sight that would not be forgotten so soon. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Age, 15. Quirk, true ancestor. Basic attributes, intelligence, 4.5. Cooperation, 4.5. Strength, 3.55. Speed, 3.55. Charisma, 2.5. Total, 1725. Description, a pale young teen with green hair, freckles and green eyes. Midoriya is one unique case of quirk evolution, in which he does not have an individuality based on either of his parents' quirks, but a mutation that has given him abilities that are akin to a classic fantasy creature, a vampire. Added upon it, his quirk also allows for free use and manipulation of his own blood. More abilities have been awakening as Izuku's growth progresses and his quirk develops. Drawbacks have been reported such as sensibility to the sun, aggressive instincts, and an ever-growing thirst for blood have all been reported by the individual himself. Coupled with his 1.70 meter height, and you have an intimidating figure that makes people associate his image to that of a villain or creep. Izuku swore that he was going crazy with the weight. It had been almost over a week after the test in UA, and the green-haired vampire was somewhat worried that he was not going to get an answer from the high school. Had they profiled him a danger to the other students due to his quirk? There was no way of knowing this, and that was after he combed through the web for any information he could find about it. Nothing outstanding came out of his search. His only findings were some trolls in online forums making false statements with how they had passed the exams. The vampire sighed. He was somewhat ashamed of the way he had performed in the day. All contact Izuku had to combat had been ambushes or short instances where he had overwhelmed his adversaries with hemomancy. During the physical portion of the exams, he had cut loose and simply let his body guide him. How that had resulted in his new ultimate move was a shocker to the pale teen. After he destroyed the entirety of the zero-pointer's inner structure, Izuku found that the red haze of bloodlust that overcame him also left him pretty much drained of strength for a while. Lucky him that Recovery Girl was running rounds as one of the staff members. She first offered to heal him using her power, but the vampire had only needed to drain 1 or 2 blood bags for him to be up and running again. It went without saying that of course he only got to drink his treat after he hid inside the nurse's office and had no one looking at him as he fed. Plenty of people were already shell-shocked after his stunt when releasing rage. There was no need for him to add to the list. The vampire tried to distract himself by fiddling with his phone, but nothing of interest caught his attention, leaving the hemomancer to ponder alone in his room. His mother was out working to cover a shift for a friend of hers, so he had the apartment all to himself. Not that he could do much with that, considering he was a loner. Ting. His cell phone lit up with a text. Izuku slowly extended a tendril of blood from his left wrist to grab the device, lazily looking who had sent him the message. The image of pink dreadlocks smeared with a thick layer of grease and motor oil entered his sight, making Izuku stand up from his bed and go to the kitchen for a drink. He unlocked the screen as he went to his mini fridge, eyes skimming through the random assortment of blueprints that the girl had sent him to analyze and give his opinions about. Since May figured out that Izuku overanalyzed other people's quirks and their effectiveness for diverse applications, the girl began a full assault upon his free time by working on diverse projects and presenting him the fruits of her labor. The majority of her projects were work-ready even in their crudest forms, but the little grease monkey was always going the extra mile in embellishing her babies, which was the major cause for them exploding out of nowhere. Izuku skimmed through most of the projects, blood bag hanging from his lips as he slowly drained the contents. Her last batch of projects had been focused on his quirk, true ancestor, and to what limits he could push his abilities. She had been rather persistent in this. As an exception to the rule, the designs she had pushed out were all ineffective. The closest she had gotten to something that would aid him in the field were her nanomachines with a design focused on enhancing advanced hemomancy. Izuku left out the details in how he could acquire new abilities from the girl. Otherwise, she might begin going around collecting blood from random people and try to feed it to him. His high-speed regeneration would probably take care of any sickness that would come to him, but he preferred not to have to cure himself of nasty illnesses. Doctors had already tried settling a deal with both him and his mother in an attempt to create a miracle drug capable of healing anything. It did not go well. The healing factor in his bloodstream could only be triggered when his blood was fresh or in his command. Considering that, if he lost physical contact with any of his fluids it would degenerate rapidly, the efforts were mostly wasted. Izuku sat on the couch of the living room and turned on the TV, waiting to see if Mei would send him another project or blueprint. He was about to finish his drink when the entry door was banged on rather energetically, a known voice on the other side of it. His phone also began to ring, Mei's profile picture being the caller. The vampire wondered what he would regret less, staying quiet and hoping for the girl to leave on her own or allowing her to enter and cause up a storm. Hey, Izuku. I hope you have finished looking over my blueprints. I already have a whole bunch of new improvements set for them, you know. I also know that you are at home thanks to this new baby I have designed based on that idea you gave me last time. My babies now have nocturnal, thermal, and electromagnetic vision on them. He should really start controlling what he said around her. XXXXX. In the end, Izuku decided to let Mei inside his home, lest she get herself in trouble by shouting anything else Mei liked. How could someone's common sense be so warped? He asked himself as he sank his fangs into another blood bag. He was getting really low on those and another visit to the hospital was due soon. After her invasion of his home, the girl had immediately rushed inside his room and quickly cleaned his desk of anything that could get in her way, brushing aside some important biology books he had sitting there. She sat on his chair and began working on a couple of blueprints she had on hand, dirtying them with some grease that was stuck on her arms. The vampire sighed and went to the kitchen to grab another blood bag, but found himself rather disappointed when he found his fridge empty. Somewhat frustrated, Izuku returned to his room to find Mei had opened a few of his books and was constantly using one as reference for her current project. He glanced at the cover, Advanced Biology, and wondered if she was trying to go over her nanomachine project. As she noticed his presence, she the chair around and haughtily crossed her arms over her chest, pride glowing from her frame. You can express your joy now, Izuku. You'll be allowed to be my very first client and have the special privilege of owning my very first grand work. Check out the blueprint. I corrected the build of the nanites and tweaked them to be able to improve that salt bomb reflex thingy you mentioned that wouldn't work. See my baby now. He picked the paper from the desk and began reading the design. The girl's golden sight-shaped pupils focusing on him to capture every detail, and her goggles were recording the expression he would make when he finally gave his approval to her project. She would so much rub it in his face her success, since he had been constantly shooting down her previous designs. Some nonsense about how they would fry anyone's nervous system due to information overload. The vampire focused on her work for 10 minutes before handing her back the page. She was about to shoot into a great tangent about the greatness of her baby. However, the vampire grabbed the book she had been using and skimmed a few pages before he begun talking. First thing, Mei, it's not a salt bomb reflex thingy. It's the sodium-potassium exchange process, which enables you to be able to function as you. Your nanites would not help the process so much as they would jumpstart it into high gear. I said it last time. You can't suddenly make the brain and the nervous system process this much information without making it heat up like an oven. Besides, natural adrenaline seems to be a much more safe alternative than having a kill switch like this inside a person's head. Sure, they would capture information 10 times faster than a normal person, but it would turn their brains into soup in 3 minutes, Izuku pointed out to her, showing numerous pages to confirm his statement, making Mei slump in the chair. Not fair, Izuku. You can't win every time. Besides, I'm pretty sure you can handle a little heat. The mechanic jumpsuit-wearing girl complained to the vampire, pouting as he had effortlessly brushed aside her project like it was nothing. Mei, I know this is hard to remember, but not everyone can regenerate like I can. You can't just put the brain in overdrive like you are overcloaking a computer. Izuku shot his barb, folding the paper into a cylinder and lightly beating it over Mei's pink dreadlocks. Not that the action seemed to bother the girl as she began going over her papers before pulling one out and jumping from his chair. Whatever, I have the next very best thing right here with me. Let me check your body. Excuse me, what? Izuku blinked after a few seconds passed. That time was enough for Mei to disappear from his line of sight and get behind him. Hunter instincts screamed danger as Hatsume's arms wrapped around his torso and her hands began running around his body. He tried to gain some distance from the girl, but she clung onto his back, hands running over his shoulders and unknowingly pressing her plentiful assets on him. My next baby will be a full exosuit that will work as an all-terrain. Your body seems to be a good template for me to work with. It's decided, you'll be my model, Hatsum exclaimed, clinging even closer to Izuku. Nothing is decided. What the hell, Hatsum? Izuku tried to intervene, but Mei could be mighty stubborn once she set her mind to something. Instead of releasing him, she locked her legs around his waist, increasing their closeness. At this distance, not even if she had been dunked on motor oil mattered, as Izuku could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart. He tried once more to create some distance between the two, but Mei was pretty strong. Considering she constantly carries piles of scrap metal, it should not have been this surprising, and her hold was solid. Trying to separate them would imply an use of stronger force, and the vampire was not willing to hurt his first girlfriend. She grinned, seeing as Izuku stopped resisting her, and once more began running her hands over his packed frame. Lean muscles that belittled the power they held. Izuku would be the perfect model for any armor or outfit project model that Mei would ever need. His knowledge and insight were insanely helpful when making babies, and he had an ever so interesting quirk. Midoriya Izuku was someone whom Hatsum could truly appreciate. Thus, she was not worried when she was suddenly slipped from his back and flung into his soft bed. Neither was she worried when he pounced upon her, agility surpassing any robot she had seen or built. Hatsum Mei was never afraid of the vampire in front of her, no matter the situation, but she had to admit that the sight of his frame over hers was one that could intimidate people. Normal people, that is. Hatsum Mei was not your run-of-the-mill gal. His emerald green orbs were shining like rubies. Consequence of the obscure power they held, Izuku's face began approaching hers as his eyes constantly searched for any move from her. Not that minded, she was constantly getting in people's faces too. She felt some sort of switch inside her head being tested, sudden thoughts sprouting in her head, and all of them concerning the green-haired hemomancer atop her. They quickly turned into build ideas she put into mental footnotes. The switch stopped being searched for, as Izuku's eyes left her pupils and focused into something close to her shoulder. Maybe he had had some genius idea and needed to inspect her. She had done it earlier, so she understood his sudden urge. That was what made him such a great partner. Though, she found it weird when he opened his mouth and showed her his fangs, tongue wetting his lips as if he had found a tasty meal. Did he have food on his bed beside her head? His tongue slowly ran over her left shoulder, a slowly numbing sensation happening where his saliva had been smeared. The strap of her sleeveless tank top had been pushed aside to better allow access to his tongue. Mei wondered if she could also continue her analyses of his body, so she moved her hands to reach his abdomen. Before they could touch his clothed torso, one of his hands quickly shot out and grabbed both of her hands with a firm grip. She put more strength into her push until her hands managed to touch his abs, slowly running over his frame as he allowed her to inspect him once more. Mei opened a smile as she filed the ideas running over her head into what could be built now and what needed to wait until her entry into UA. But they became jumbled together rather incoherently when Izuku bit her left shoulder, fangs easily sinking into her flesh. Normally, she would feel pain as those fangs of his were able to pierce steel easily, but a dull and rather pleasurable sensation ran down her spine. His tongue continued lapping around the area, the numbing sensation slowly spreading. He did mention to her once how his quirk required him to drink blood constantly, so she did not give it much thought. Friends helped friends, so Mei was fine with Izuku feeding a little on her. He did help her a lot. It was only fair she did help him too. Besides, some ideas were sprouting in her mind about the type of support items she could build to aid the process. Ideas that once more became a mess as Mei began feeling a heat in her lower abdomen. When had his room gotten so hot and stuffy? And why was there a rod poking her leg? She could feel that Izuku had drank some of her blood as he made a low gulping noise. He rose his head from her left shoulder, tongue lapping the tiny rivulets of blood that accumulated where her skin had been pierced. His tongue lapped until the bleeding stopped, his head turning to her right shoulder to repeat the same process with slow and methodical steps. By the time he left her right shoulder, Mei was panting hard and a rather uncomfortable heat had pooled all over her. The majority of it focused on her lower abdomen, as the girl felt her skin overly sensitive and warm to the touch. Her mind tried focusing on her projects, spread out over on his desk just a few feet away from her, but the heat did not allow her mind to focus, or get as close as possible of that, since she admitted that she wasn't the best at focusing into a single thing. And there was this metal rod poking at her leg that seemed to be gathering more and more of her attention even when all it was doing was it being pressed into her. She would ask Izuku if he knew what such strange heat meant. Maybe he would know if she had some fever or something. But Hatsum lost her chance as he dove at her right shoulder again. This time, however, Mei felt Izuku's every action, from his labored breath to the slow sinking of his fangs into her soft flesh, and the lapping of his rough tongue. A spring had coiled inside her before she knew it, and when the vampire finished his last drink, never gulping more than a few milliliters, the spring snapped and Hatsum found herself releasing a sweet moan as the heat that had built up for so long finally paid off. Her normally perfect vision blurred into her surprise. Even a few tears pooled over her eyes as she released steamy breaths. Izu. W. Her voice sounded more mellow than she had ever heard, May not even managing to complete her question as she continued panting. It was like this that Izuku found himself waking up to, the red haze over his eyes gone as he felt crimson nectar flowing down his throat and warming his body, giving him a few memories of a builder and many tools. It also went without saying that he was beyond embarrassed by the sight of Hatsum under him, her eyes out of focus and a massive blush painting her face, which was wrong to the power of 4. May did not blush. He almost stepped away from the girl and bolted to the closest window, opening it to allow fresh air inside his room. His nose was picking up a musky scent coming from his own body, but also an intoxicatingly sweet smell coming from the mechanic girl. It took Izuku the better part of 20 minutes before he calmed down and Hatsum to become talkative again instead of the mostly panting mess that she was a few minutes before. He gave her the excuse of going for some refreshments and bolted to the kitchen. She seemed to not mind his fleeting excuse, which he was going to take as a blessing. After a few minutes to get his emotions and urges in check, Izuku decided to head back to his room. Before he left the kitchen, the vampire noted a letter on the ground close to the entry door of the apartment. Had his answer from UA finally arrived? He rushed to get the letter, carefully picking the envelope and immediately rushing to his room. He opened the door, forgetting that Hatsum was still inside his room. The vampire closed the door and sat on his chair, staring at the letter as if waiting for the contents to magically expose themselves. Izuku did stare at the letter for 5 minutes before May's hand grabbed his shoulder. You do know that letters don't open themselves, don't you, Izuku? Come on, open it already. I'm pretty sure you passed, so let's just get the official green card already. Come on, open up. May shook him by his shoulders, making the vampire nod and agree with her. Using his pointer finger claw-like nail, Izuku cut the top part of the envelope open, from which a letter and a metallic disc fell out. The vampire followed the disc, his eyes never letting a single movement from it flee from his sight. His earlier shameful moment with May all but forgotten for now. The disc finally stopped in place, allowing the vampire to release a sigh he did not know he was holding. The disc lit up, revealing a projection of a rather famous American-themed hero. I am here as a projection. The booming voice of All Might almost made Izuku feel as if the hero was inside his room. May squealed in joy, not at the hero, but towards the disc. I must say, young Midoriya, your results were absolutely stunning. From your almost perfect score on the written exam, a place was surely guaranteed to you in the general studies course, yet you went beyond that. The very definition of plus ultra. Behind the hero, a screen lit up and started playing bits from his physical exam. The short videos displayed his aggressive combat, how he had destroyed many of the robots in a manner not unlike a savage beast. All the moments made May become a machine gun, spitting out ideas for projects like a maniac. There was some antic where All Might was scolded by someone in the back for taking too long in this letter. As I was saying, young Midoriya, not many are capable of displaying the abilities or the nature you have, a hero who protects all and helps those in need, regardless of their situation. Even when you were many points ahead of the competition and had absolutely no need to help your competitors, you still did it anyway. With your score of 65 villain points plus the 8 perfect 10s awarded in rescue points from our judging staff, your entrance score hits 145 points. Come, young Midoriya, continue displaying your abilities here at your Hero Academia. Go ahead and go beyond, plus ultra. Let it be known that when Inko got home, that the woman almost flooded the apartment as the video of the disc continued replaying for various hours until the battery ran out. Izuku was paralyzed, not moving 1 inch from his chair as May continued fixing her building projects at his side. There was also the fact that she was sitting in the vampire's lap, but that's a tale for another day. XXXXX. XXXXX. The teen checked his backpack once more, his mother's orders, and confirmed that all his items were indeed safely inside it. He checked himself in front of the mirror, UAS uniform fitting him nicely. Neither too large, nor too tight was how he had requested the gray-colored suit. The undershirt he was wearing had a hoodie that he would use if the sun was too strong outside. No need to tire himself and abuse day walker. He still needed to drop by the hospital to get more blood bags after all. Finally ready, Izuku left his apartment and headed to the train station that would take him to UA. The train ride was quiet, the vampire not feeling any thirst even when surrounded by people in his ride. He was still feeling guilty after his debacle with May, but the mechanic girl had not been stressed over the situation. In fact, she had offered him more blood and even convinced him of having a peck at her neck if he was feeling thirsty. How she had managed to get him to agree with her was a mystery up to now, but his shock upon receiving the UA letter probably had something to do with it. 20 minutes and 2 stops later, Izuku was in front of the prestigious UA Academy school grounds. Many unknown faces, just as many quirks for him to discover and document up. His mouth watered a bit as his eyes focused on some of the more colorful students he could see. Yeah, he was still adapting to having improved sight, but thankfully he could only see a bit farther and with more precision. Nothing like the absurd 5 kilometers that Mei could push her vision to, but it was an improvement nonetheless. Izuku breathed deeply, taking in fresh air and making his way towards his classroom. He still had time to spare, having decided to come earlier and avoid any attention. The new year was an opportunity to finally make new friends. But Izuku hoped to take it easy. He found the door to his classroom and took in the detail that the sliding door was way too big. Sliding it open and entering, the teen found that some people were already inside the class. A boy with dual-colored hair and a face scar, a rather developed girl with her hair in a ponytail, and a smaller girl with 2 jacks protruding from her earlobes. All were scattered in various seats, but their eyes settled upon the new entry in the room. Izuku nodded to them and rose his hand in a silent greeting, also receiving silent acknowledgement from his classmates. So far so good. He hadn't scared them off with his appearance. He did his best to avoid showing off his claw-like nails or his fangs, opting for a seat in the middle of the class. Not too close, neither too far from the other students. Just like the books he read for self-help, maintaining a respectful distance was essential in making good impressions. He placed his things in his desk and quietly sat down, waiting for the others to come about. His ears easily picked conversation between the 2 girls in class, but he opted to dull his senses and avoid spying on them. The other boy inside the room seemed to be well in his own, so Izuku decided to just wait for the other arrival. 4 were already inside the class, 16 other teens to come. As time passed, the class slowly filled up. From a blonde guy with a black bolt streaking his hair to a taller fellow with bulky elbows, a pink-skinned girl chatting up with a redhead with sharp teeth, frog look-alike girl slowly walking to class, a raven-headed teen and another guy with a tail. Class 1 was full with many different figures. Small pockets of conversation were sprouting here and there, but all conversation settled when one figure entered the room. Ash blonde hair and as pleasant as ghost pepper candy. Bakugo threw open the sliding door and walked to his chosen desk as if he owned the class. His usual scowl in place, Katsuki almost growled when he saw the green hair and the pale expression of Izuku. The 2 stared at each other for a while, but Bakugo decided to sit down with only a click of his tongue. A fact that Izuku took as a blessing, if only because the blonde sat 2 chairs away from him. When a tall fellow with glasses entered the class as stiff as a robot, Izuku almost released a groan. Glasses come from the exam, just my luck. The vampire picked the stiff steps from the blue-haired teen coming close to him, but he sighed in relief when the boy stopped in front of Bakugo's desk. Hey there, such disrespectful behavior shall not be tolerated inside this classroom. Your rudeness might give the wrong image about our class to our sensei, and as a fellow classmate, it is my duty to request that you take your feet from your desk and properly sit on your chair. Glasses Kun requested of Bakugo, which made the bomber release a loud sneer from his mouth. Izuku zoomed it out, focusing in his open notebook. He began selecting pages and taking guesses at the quirks of those present in the class, first focusing on those that had the easier physical alterations. The girl with the frog features, the teen with a raven head, the smaller boy with purple hair, blonde boy with a lightning bolt on hair, Jack Ears girl, the teen with 6 arms, pink skin girl. All of them were quickly sketched in his pages as Izuku tried to pick apart and settle back the puzzle that was guessing their quirks. His focus was only broken when he noticed footsteps coming his way. He rose his head to see who was coming towards him, eyes quickly settling upon the bubbly girl with brown hair. Her face bloomed a smile as she recognized him. He did not know this girl, but she seemed happy to be seeing him here. Hey there, Freckles Kun. Izuku found the sudden nickname strange. Yes, he did have freckles in his face. Why was that the thing she had settled his image about? Not his pale expressions or his fangs, but his freckles? Man, that thing you did with that big robot was amazing. The way you went baba baba and them swoosh, that was really cool. The girl did try to express herself, but the sounds made it hard to guess, were it not for the fact that he knew what she meant. How he had raged and let loose on the 0-pointer. Many of his fellow classmates perked up at what she was saying. Many whispers about the 0-pointer and a red blur being the most prominent. The bubbly girl would continue talking, but another 2 sounds caught the attention of the vampire. The quick shuffling of feet, as Glasses Kun rushed to Izuku's chair, and the sound of something dragging on the ground close to the classroom's door. The door opened silently and the vampire finally had something with which to pin the sound of cloth dragging on. A yellow sleeping bag that resembled a giant caterpillar, from which an unshaven and unkempt face popped out. Izuku's eyes almost shone like rubies, Eraserhead being easily recognizable for him. The man felt the eyes of the young teen on his frame and stared right back at the emerald-green pupils which slightly glimmered with barely hidden crimson light. For about 8 seconds, Eraserhead waited at the door of the classroom for the students, apart from the green-headed one, to notice his presence. If you all are done wasting time, your homeroom teacher had arrived. Lifting himself from the ground and shedding his cozy sleeping bag, Aizawa made his displeasure at the antics happening inside one unknown. He fished for something inside his bag, taking out both a supplement pack and a PE uniform. After he threw the uniform to the closest person, bubbly girl being struck on her face by the uniform, the hero quickly sucked his supplement pack dry. I expect you in the PE grounds in 5. We are having a Quirk apprehension test. No more explanations were given by the pro hero, seeing as he quickly vanished from sight and left the students with one thing in their mind. What the hell was that? XXXXX. XXXXX. The PE uniform was a tighter fit than what Izuku was expecting, but he could make do. Lucky him that his undershirt was allowed, so he could at the very least shield himself from the major effects of the sun. Daywalker covered for what he could not cover, so Izuku wasn't worried about much trouble today. The rest of his classmates came, some rushing so as to not piss off the lanky teacher that was waiting for them. As the last student fell in line, Eraserhead began talking. It seems you have taken my advice seriously. Good. The pro finished setting something in his phone-like device, eyes only trailing over the trainees in front of him. From this moment onwards, I'll be your homeroom teacher, Aizawa shouted. Listening to all of you introduce yourselves would be highly illogical, considering you aren't UA students yet, so get ready to show me you are worthy of being here. Now, for your first test. Shouda's words left many of the class in shock. What did he mean they were not true UA alumni? One of the girls rose her hand, and Izuku noticed that she seemed rather composed. Sensei, what might you mean by that? We all have either been recommended or have passed the examination test. The tall girl with long hair tied into a ponytail said, confidence practically oozing from her frame. Confidence which was almost crushed by one look of the seemingly sleep-deprived man. So what? Just because you were recommended or have destroyed some robots? That proves me nothing about your qualifications in heroics, except you have a grasp over your quirk. Your first and true test starts here and now. Aizawa's voice got somewhat deeper as his eyes run over the entirety of the students present here, grasping any and every body language that these kids could and couldn't control. But teacher, what about the entrance ceremony? The guidance counselor, bubbly girl asked, her voice showing some nervousness. The pro scoffed, tilting his head sideways, his expression always a mix between boredom and utter disinterest. As if we have time for any of those. This course here is the best for heroics, which means that the students are granted bigger freedom for development. But such freedom is also granted in us in how we deal with you lot. The man proceeded to get closer to Izuku, his bloodshot eyes intimidating the vampire. You, Midoriya Izuku, what are the standard 8s? They are the government standard physical tests for average performance. Izuku answered, hoping to not have gotten those wrong. As Eraserhead nodded, Izuku released a tense sigh. Good. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50 meters dash, endurance running, grip strength, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, and finally seated toe touch. Those are the ones all of you will be performing here today, except that you will have the freedom of using your quirks in any way that will increase your performance. The man did a round around the kids, returning to Izuku once more. Midoriya, what was your longest softball pitch record? That was about 56 meters long, sir. Somewhat average. Now, use your quirk to throw it as far as possible. Don't hold back, just don't exit the circle over there. The instructions done, and having given the teen a softball, Aizawa left Izuku behind and stood somewhat far, just enough to have all the students in his eyesight. The vampire made his way to the circle drawn on the middle of the field. I have to rein in my hunter instincts and draw just enough to help me. I guess a slight use of hemomancy is enough for this one. Izuku did a couple of deep breaths, focusing on the life liquid running inside his veins. He was already strong. His muscle training guaranteed that he could easily shear metal plates. Now, having given free rein to try his best, there was no way Izuku wasn't going to experiment with his true ancestor. Pulling the power of his blood, Izuku let it slip between the pores of his skin, just enough blood to cover his right arm. The blood began building up, covering his arm in crimson and getting some gasps from the audience. As the vampire accumulated enough for a full gauntlet, he stopped his blood from seeping anymore and focused on what he had. Assuming a proper stance for throws, the teen made the blood inside his body move along with the muscles, increasing their strength and performance. Izuku then quickly turned crimson liquid, making up his gauntlet into a blood spear, the softball sunken inside the blood. Just like throwing a javelin, Izuku made the blood flow in his arm increase to absurd levels, veins popping up all over the length of the limb as he motioned his throw. Legs firm on the ground, properly shifting his hips and throwing his arm at the exact angle. The vampire's throw made his blood spear quickly rise up and go far, as the ground under him slightly cracked. Many odd sounds came from his classmates as Izuku's crimson spear flew far. After a few seconds, Eraserhead showed everyone the screen of his device. On it, 350.5 meters were in display, increasing the sound from the majority of the students. Bakugo scoffed, sure that his score would be much better than the shitty bloodsuckers. Eraserhead then called attention back to himself. Knowing the limits of your abilities and how versatile they can be is the base of any hero. That base is the foundation from where he improves or figures out how effective he can be. A rational mind makes a rational decision based on the rationality of his limits, Aizawa declared, tired eyes looking for the reactions of his would-be students. And the fun part starts here. The students were displaying their enthusiasm with being able to use their quirks as they please. Holy damn, that looks so manly, Redhead said, pumping his fist up. A rather fitting method of qualifying the students and all their skills. Rather fitting for UA, as expected. Glasses-kun nodded many times. One hand crossed over his chest as the other held his chin. That looks so fun, the pink-skinned girl loudly proclaimed, smiling towards the bubbly girl with brown hair. Bingo! Eraserhead's eyes became covered by his messy hair as he released some killing intent towards the teen. On the blink of an eye, the mood surrounding the students had gone from cheerful to cold and full of apprehension. Hunter instincts was blaring loudly inside Izuku's head, the teen much aware of the no-nonsense attitude that Eraserhead was known for. He gulped, waiting for the reaction of the teacher. Was that what you expected when you came to UA? To have a good time after classes, going out with your friends and spending 3 years carefree? Aizawa lifted his hair from his eyes shining with a red glimmer and giving the teacher a rather dreadful look. Izuku noticed that his teacher's eyes weren't simply the eyes of a teacher or a novice apprentice. Eyes that had seen the scum of the world. Eyes that knew society was not fair or nice. His teacher had the same blankness in his eyes as the first true villain Izuku had met, Stain. The eyes of someone who had killed for the benefit of society. Someone who had an unshakable idea of what being a hero meant. Fair enough then. The one placed in last will be judged as worthless and will immediately be expelled from UA forever. The words were like a sledgehammer inside a crystal store. What the hell? Shouted the small, purple-haired boy. A true trial by fire situation for us to overcome. Raven-headed teen nodded, looking as serious as ever. That is way too unfair, sensei. Bubbly girl exclaimed with a nervous tone. She became much too meek as Aizawa's glimmering eyes settled upon her frame for just a few seconds. Unfair. You are training to be a hero. There will be nothing fair about it. Can natural disasters be fair? Could you complain about fairness to those abusing their quirks in villainy? Can you make a massive accident resolve itself if you complain about its unfairness? Even now, unfair things are happening all around Japan. It's our job as heroes to correct that unfairness. As the school motto says, go beyond, plus ultra. Aizawa's last words made the entirety of the class nod their heads, everyone willing to give their 100%, our vampire being no exception. The following event showed that everyone in class had a clear reason for being there. Class's-kun was the top contender for the 50 meters dash, his legs roaring like engines being the major thing about him. Izuku theorized that maybe he was part of the Tenya family, considering they were famous for their engine quirk. Izuku was no slouch either. He was paired up with Usj Incident, the girl with frog characteristics. The vampire finished first, Flash Step being his trump card for his 4.99 seconds. Usui came a moment after him, with a score of 5.58 seconds. Another person with the spotlight was the taller girl with a ponytail. Somehow, she managed to bring about a scooter to help her finish in 3.56 seconds. The grip strength test was won with major contestants. In first place came about the silent and tall teen with a shinobi mask scoring a whopping 540 kilograms. Another guy with some luscious lips ingested some sugar and pulled about 450 kilograms. There was also a boy with a tail, which used said limb to achieve 300 kilograms by simply putting his tail through the handle of the sensor. Izuku himself used hemomancy to once more increase blood flow on his arm as well as also using his blood gauntlet and putting out 200 kilograms. The long jump was where Usui did shine, her legs allowing her to score the greatest of all. The tall girl, whom Izuku managed to hear from the earjacks to be named Ieyazaru, once more did great as she brought a pole out of nowhere to aid her. The teen who could shoot lasers from his belly also did good. The softball pitch also did have its own number of high scorers. This time the bubbly girl, Uraraka Achako, did take the first place with no way of being contested as she used her quirk to simply send the ball floating up. When the sensors around the UASPE field could not pick it up anymore, the result she got was an overwhelming infinity. Ieyazaru took second place, this time using a cannon to fire the ball about 2 kilometers away. Bakugo also did well, his throw being 705 meters, much to his fiery fury for not being first place. There was no test in which someone couldn't do well, even the invisible girl. Yeah, his class had one girl who was invisible, Izuku only managing to sense her after the endurance run, in which he picked up the scent of her sweat and added it to the floating PE uniform. Many of his classmates got scared as they suddenly found their attention called out to the girl. By the end of the tests, all the students were tired, although some more than others. The vampire was somewhat winded, as constantly keeping Daywalker activated was more taxing than usual due to the intense activities of the day. He lightly steamed, but took comfort in the fact that his classmates were not distancing themselves from him. Small victories, Izuku told himself with a slight smile. The results of the tests are here, Aizawa announced to the class. He plugged his device to one of the nearby bots and a screen was projected up, showing a list of names and their placing. 1 Ieyasu Momo, 2 Todoroki Shoto, 3 Bakugo Katsuki, 4 Tenya Ida, 5 Midoriya Izuku, 6 Takoyami Fumikage, 7 Shoji Mezu, 8 Ajiro Makairao, 9 Kirishima Ijiru, 10 Ashido Mina, 11 Uraraka Ochako, 12 Kuda Koji, 13 Sato Rikida, 14 Asui Tsuyu, 15 Ayama Yuuga, 16 Shiro Hanta, 17 Kaminari Denki, 18 Jiro Kyoyuka, 19 Hagakure Toru, 20 Mainta Minoru. There was some tension in the air. No student speaking, but Aizawa was sure to break the stagnant flow. Well, there you have it. Mainta, pass by the teacher's long and have a word with the principal. You are expelled. The wail of the tiny teen was loud. The purple-haired teen began crying like there was no tomorrow. The class too stunned to have any other reaction. Aizawa was true to his word. That much was seared inside the minds of the remaining students. But, Sensei, was that not a ruse to bring about our best? Ieyasu asked with a trembling voice. She was sure that Aizawa would never expel a student. There could be no way for him to have that kind of authority. Was there? I'm sure I've made myself pretty clear when we started this test. The last place would be judged worthless and be expelled. Or would you be so kind and take the fall for him, Ieyasu? The cynical way that the rough man told the taller girl made her flinch at the mere thought of being expelled. Seeing no other student willing to complain, Aizawa gave all the students a smile which did not fit his face. His eyes once more were glimmering with the power of his erasure quirk, the man not aiming at anyone in particular and thus not affecting the students. Yet they all felt his gaze, almost as if being stared into your very soul and being judged for everything you have done. Welcome to the 1A's hero course, students. Go beyond, plus ultra, remember? Shivers ran down the spines of all the students. If this man decided, no matter what anyone else said, their careers would end before they even started. Hero Corner. Name, Aizawa Shouta. Quirk, Erasure. Profession, Pro Hero. UAS 1 a homeroom teacher. Number of expelled students, 156. Irrational. The world is already full of fools and my job is to impede any fool of getting in the way of saving people. Being rational is the best way for one to approach heroics. Everything else adds up to becomes part of the foundation of a hero. The examination with Aizawa ended up taking the entire day, so when the results got out and the students were released, Izuku himself not even waiting and using Flash Step to reach home. The next day when the vampire entered the class, tensions were up and high, considering the results of the previous day. No one wanted to get on the bad side of the homeroom teacher, so class proceeded without much of the cacophony from the first day. The morning part went about as normal could be. UA might be a heroic school, but it also was an institution with much influence, the other courses also being highly valued. Be it the general studies, management course or the support course, every class in UA was in one way to success. Izuku made a mental note to visit Mei, hoping that she managed to keep herself in check. He had seen the roster for other classes, his nerves calming somewhat as Pro Hero Power Loader would be the homeroom teacher. His expertise in support items and engineering guaranteed the vampire that the pro would not allow Mei to set the school's workshop on fire on her first week. The vampire finished noting down what present Mike had written on the board, English class being just about done. Just in time for lunch too. The Hemomancer was one of the first inside the cafeteria, quickly acquiring his meal along with some blood packs, the life liquid being inside a thermos flask. He had already informed UA of his true ancestor Quirk, to avoid trouble or questioning as to why he would be snacking on blood alongside his meals. The cafeteria quickly filled up with students, many gathering by their cliches and sitting down with friends. Izuku found it better to get a table at the corner, enjoying some solitude. He pulled his notebook from inside his school blazer and scribbled some notes and some ideas about his new training regime. But his ears quickly picked the sound of footsteps coming his way. His eyes moved up and Izuku found out who the steps belonged to. Short, bob-cut purple hair and jacks extending from her earlobes, Kyoyukajiru was walking towards his table. She stopped right in front of it, her follower right behind her in the form of Ieyasu Momo. Yo, mind if we sit here? The punk-themed girl asked the vampire, her tone calm and somewhat melodious. Izuku nodded and the girl head motioned for her companion to follow suit. The two girls sat on the chairs in front of the Hemomancer and began digging into their meals. Izuku did the same, once in a while sipping from the thermos beside his food tray. I have been trying to find a right way to say this, but nothing really came to mind, so I'm just going to wing it. After a few moments of silence, Kyoyuka spoke and gathered the vampire's attention to herself. Thanks for that warning yesterday. If you hadn't, I'd be still hearing ringing thanks to that explosion asshat. Blunt remarks left the punk girl, making Ieyasu frown a bit at the use of the brash language, but otherwise she expressed no major reaction. Izuku took another sip from his thermos, letting the somewhat dull taste of the packaged blood ease slightly his thirst before he spoke. No need to thank me. I also have somewhat sensitive ears, so I figured it would be better if I warned someone with the same condition about Katsuki's blast, Izuku said, making sure to never open his mouth too much. His fangs could scare off people much easily. He was trying to make some friends, something that was much too hard back in middle school. During the examination from yesterday, Izuku had been observing his classmates rather closely, filling his mind with ideas which he would later put to paper. As the test went on, he more or less got an average idea of what all his classmates could and could not do. Kayuka had been rather protective of her ears and her jacks, always being careful to never be too close to those she deemed to be noisemakers. He guessed that had been the reason the girl had clicked so easily with the ever-so-serious Yasuo. They easily connected and began talking akin to childhood friends who recently met again. Moments before Bakugo performed his blast throw with the softball pitch, Izuku decided it would be in her interest to not be deaf when performing the other test. So he approached her and touched her shoulder, making sure his claws were short and rounded, and warned her about the explosion Quirk user and his rather loud tendencies. Well, it was a nice gesture, so I'm thanking you anyways. So, I don't know if I got it right, but your name was Midoriya, right? She continued talking, her earjacks dangling softly. It would be rude of him to stare at their rather hypnotic movement, so Izuku focused himself into eye contact. He nodded at her statement, eyes shifting from the punk girl to the friend beside her. Yeah, Midoriya Izuku. I think I remember your names. Kyukajiru-san and Ieyasu Momo-san, right? The vampire slowly said their names to avoid messing up the pronunciation or offend the girls. The duo nodded, Ieyasu being the one to speak this time. Indeed, Midoriya-san. Rather remarkable of you to remember our names when Aizawa-sensei only spoke them once. Speech prim and proper, akin to a high-born lady, that was how Ieyasu spoke. The vampire guessed that she was one of the recommendation students, along with the Todoroki fellow in his class. The two belonged to well-known families, one being the son of the second-rank hero Endeavor and the other the sole daughter of the world-famous Ieyasu Enterprise. The girl was nothing short of a princess, from behavior to speech tone. Everything about the tall girl seemed to gleam this aura of properness, for a lack of a better word in the vampire's vocabulary. Izuku nodded to her, sipping once more from his thermos. As I mentioned to Kayuka-san previously, my hearing is also quite powerful, Ieyasu-san. It comes with my quirk, the vampire said, his mood somewhat somber. Not enough to creep the girls, but just enough to assure them that he was not willing to speak much more. A group once more began eating their meals, the girls chatting among themselves while Izuku kept to him own, offering some simple commentaries when the duo asked for his opinion. It was a new experience for him to speak so freely with anyone else, May being too eccentric to be a proper example. Izuku also felt some stares directed towards his back, hunter instincts acting up to tell him the direction of those stares. He tilted his head slightly, the movement akin to someone trying to work out a kink on their neck, and his eyes quickly tracked down who was so fixedly eyeing him. His sight caught a table filled with one of classmates, Ida, Uraraka, Kaminari, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Mina. Out of those, his gaze caught the glances both Uraraka and Ida were giving him. Inquisitive looks along the lines of when had he made friends with those girls. Or that's what he could read from their facial expressions. One day he was going to find a way to drink some of Detective Tsukage's blood to acquire his lie detection quirk and perfect the art of reading people. For now he could make do. His lunch was fulfilling, the blood being the major fact on it. He could eat normal food all right, but drinking blood did so much more in satiating the thirst that came with true ancestor. The vampire made sure that his flask was empty before he rose from his seat. The duo of girls were still finishing theirs, so Izuku bid them good lunch and farewell. He was getting somewhat nervous being so close to them and being included in their conversations. He needed a breather for now. The bell signaling the end of lunch rang loudly, students slowly making their way back into their classes. The Hemamancer had been in his for a while already, his hands busy as he scribbled some notes and looked at his phone at the same time. His stocks in the Shield Company had just increased in value again, so the teen was doing some calculations to make sure of what his revenue state was. By the time he was done, the last students had entered the classroom and the second bell rang, initiating afternoon classes. The entirety of the class was in an excited state, since heroics was about to begin. According to his syllabus, the teacher for heroics would be all. His ears, and most likely Kayuka's, picked the booming sound of mighty footsteps running on the hallway. The sliding door of the class opened with a surprisingly gentle movement as the American-themed symbol of peace of Japan made himself known with his ever-present smile and boisterous attitude. I quote him here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might exclaimed, a surge of excitement exuding from just about every student inside Class 1A. For the All Might, Japan's top-ranker hero, to be teaching a class, no sane person wouldn't feel excited for what was to come. The hero walked inside the classroom, standing in front of the board and striking a pose while revealing a small card hidden inside his massive hands. Foundational Hero Studies, the course which shall build the very foundations of your future behavior as a hero as well as your potential for which area you shall decide. It also grants massive points for your curriculum, so it is a must for any potential would-be hero. Needless to say, the entirety of the classroom expressed their excited states at the chance of displaying their abilities to the hero. From the happy expressions on Uraraka and Mina, the cool air around Todoroki, the robotic movement from Ada, the savage grin carved across Katsuki's face and the glimmering eyes of Izuku, all of Wana could not wait for the chance at displaying their skills in their first hero-like activity, the Quirk examination test on the first day notwithstanding. A hero has also to look the part, hence why you all will need these. All Might fished a controller from his suit and pressed on a button. The back of the board hissed and lifted up, revealing a hidden compartment with many cases numbered from 1 to 90. If the level of excitement from before was big, now it could be considered sky high, the students much too happy that their design costumes had been produced so quickly. Get to the locker rooms, suit up and move to training ground beta. I shall wait there for you all. HLHLHLHA. And with that said, All Might disappeared in a cloud of dust, his booming laughter echoing inside the hallway. F yeah, now this is the shit. I'll see you extras learn your place beneath me. Bakugo, being his usual abrasive self, exclaimed to the entire class before grabbing his case and making his way to the sliding door. He paused right by it, the students waiting for some berating words coming from the bomber. And Leech, you effing bloodsucker, get ready to be pounded into dust, piece of shit. Katsuki's final declaration rose many questions as to who the ash blonde was directing the berating speech. However, Izuku knew the ash blonde's intent. Bakugo wanted to fight and prove to all he was great. His declaration was both an intimidation tactic to weed out weaker opponents and a way to challenge himself, seeing as those who disliked his behavior and fell to the bait would rise to challenge him. It reeked of superiority and inferiority complex. But damn, it was an ever-effective tactic that the bomber deployed effortlessly. The vampire merely watched the explosion Quirk user march down the hallway. Izuku wasn't here to beat his head against the blonde. His plate was already full with dealing with his own issues. That did not mean that he would not dish out some pain if he were to face Bakugo in battle. Yet the green-haired teen was not actively looking for fights against the blonde. Following his classmates until the locker room, Izuku quickly shed his uniform and opened the case containing his own costume. The vampire released a rather pleased sigh when he looked at the folded clothes inside the metal case. The amalgamation of many a night awake, wondering what would be the best for hero work. Something that would not intimidate the civilians he would interact with, but could also intimidate villains into giving up without fighting. Recognizable if one were to pay attention, yet also capable of allowing him to blend into his environment to allow for proper investigation. What the teen had come up with was the design which he was currently putting on. He changed his usual red sneakers for a more practical set of brown combat boots which matched well with the military-grade pants styled after black slacks. His upper torso was dressed in a long-sleeved button-up white shirt and a dark gray suit which had thin Kevlar plates protecting his organs as well as a green tie neatly tied around his neck. Finally, covering him was an overall coat matching in color with his suit, the trims near his upper torso reversed and colored in a tasteful shade of crimson. The overall theme of colors was dull, but the bright areas stood out enough for him. Besides, Izuku focused on practicality, hence the many inside pockets and Kevlar plating, protective enough against knives and small-caliber firearms, with enough space for him to carry first aid supplies and other trinkets he could deem necessary out in the field. It was somewhat heavy, but the weight was worth if he did not want to be healing out every single cut or bruise that was inflicted upon him. Should he ever need greater speed, shedding the overall coat would be enough. The coat had some reinforced and padded areas such as the shoulders and elbows, a precaution for shoulder rams or elbow strikes. No mask or helmet was needed, considering Izuku's focus would be on ambushing villains. Besides, anything getting in the way of his senses was a no-go. If there was the need for a full-out fight, he could do well with advanced hemomancy and his blood gauntlets. Gloves would also get in the way, so Izuku opted to go without them. He had other designs in hand, some which were made with specific intentions behind them, but for now this costume was what Izuku wished for. He exited the locker room last, his eyes glancing stealthily at his classmates' costumes. He would get a better look outside, but an earlier lookout helped him brainstorm for ideas as to the whys behind their costumes and if any neat tricks were waiting. So far only Katsuki's costume looked to have an extra gadget, the thick and bulky grenade-themed gauntlets not really matching the bomber's style of fight except for their aesthetics. Would he bash enemies with brute force when he could attack with a literal explosive beach slap? If his many fights with the bomber were recorded properly, it was unlikely and out of the blonde's usual approach of blast and blast again for good measure. Beta Ground was just like the mock city in which the entry exams had happened. Izuku wondered as to why they had been brought here, a few possibilities springing to mind, but he waited for the explanations of the pro hero. Meanwhile, his eyes gazed over the frames of his classmates, taking in their costumes. Katsuki's costume looked to be very aggressive, the idea behind it to be a true bomberman. Intimidating face mask, knee pads to aid in unorthodox combat kicks, and the bulky gauntlets that Izuku was curious over their functionality. Bakugo would never add anything useless to his costume after all. Todoroki's costume was just one of his sides frozen solid. Izuku was truly left puzzled as to the teen's idea but left it in favor of moving along the line. Ieyazuru's clothes were really exposing. Little was left to the imagination as the red corset clung tightly to her frame, yet showed a good bit of cleavage. The vampire imagined that the high degree of exposition had more to do with the effects of her quirk and less with her behavior or confidence in her body's image. Maybe she was following the kunoichi method of enemy distraction by using her body appeal. Better he not dwell on it much, lest he stare and make the girl feel uncomfortable. Ada seemed to go by the extremely other opposite, covering himself from head to toe in protective armor. It made him resemble a knight, if said knight was fully revised to be made viable with modern touches. The exhaust pipes and the overall aerodynamic build of the costume all but confirmed Izuku's theory that Ida had the Tenya family's famous engine quirk and most likely was Turbo Hero, Ingenium's brother. Invisible Girl, Hagakure Toru, was only sporting a pair of gloves and her sneakers, which made the vampire gulp somewhat loud. It seemed he was the only aware that she was basically clothless, if his ideas on how her invisibility quirk worked were correct. Never had he hoped to be wrong as much as he did right now. He loudly gulped again. Kaminari had a simple set of a black jacket with lightning marks and a headset. The rest was pretty much non-descriptive, as it was simple, much too simple, which made the vampire worry somewhat for the safety of the blonde. Takoyami was covered by a black cloak, which he did not open as he continued to whisper words to the inside of his clothing. Izuku could only catch glimpses of yellow eyes inside the darkness of the cloak, but it seemed that the raven-headed teen did not mind the vampire's inquisitive eyes. Once or twice had Takoyami respectfully nodded to Izuku, which the Hemomancer retributed. Izuku would observe more, but All Might turned around and began speaking with the students. How very cool, all of you. I can see you truly did put your heart into your costumes. I hope you also did put as much thought into how practical they would be, as today's exercise will be an indoors battle. The hero with the perpetual smile began explaining the reasons for the exercise before anyone could question it. You might not know it, but the majority of villainous activities are conducted indoors. A truly smart villain would not peruse around the streets, neither would they commit their misdeeds where there could be witnesses or patrolling heroes. Normally, you might be led to think that outdoor crimes are larger in number, but that only seems so due to media coverage. Now, with all this information in hand, we shall begin the exercise. The class will be divided in two groups of villains and heroes, all of which will have to either defend a nuclear device or capture either the weapon or the villains. All Might spoke in quick succession, any questions dying before they could sprout out among the students. Ada was the first to point out something many in class wished to forget. Excuse me, All Might Sensei, our numbers are odd, which means someone will be without their pair during the exercise. The taller teen was chopping his hands up and down, no doubt trying to be helpful. Such goodwill behind his actions. He did not notice the mood somewhat dropped as the class remembered the reason why their number was odd. Someone was expelled. Do you think we will be expelled if we fail? The whispering voice on his ear belonged to Uraraka. The girl had tried approaching him earlier, but it seemed she was somewhat ashamed of her costume. It clung tightly to her skin, the contrast between the soft pink and white matching well with her soft brown hair and her slightly chubby physique. By the way, your costume looks super cool. The whole mysterious gentleman vibe is really nice. Izuku shook his head sideways, turning to meet the girl face to face, yet maintaining a proper distance from her, especially from her neck. I don't think All Might would be the type to expel someone for failing something. A racer, Aizawa-sensei might be the no-nonsense guy, but All Might seems to be more of an easygoing guy. Your costume also looks good, Uraraka-san. The vampire answered the girl's question. From all the body language signs Izuku could pick up coming from the hero, none indicated that he would drop out an expulsion threat out of nowhere as the erasure hero had done. It paid to be prepared though. While that might be the case, we should try to do our best in this test, Uraraka-san. The girl nodded energetically, her face visor almost falling off. She quickly grabbed a hold of it and secured it in place. Yeah, we should. Their conversation done, Izuku focused on the remaining explanation from the hero. The debacle about the odd number was left aside for a while, the pro proceeding with all his explanations and bringing out two boxes, one colored white for the heroes while the red one was for the villains. The results went about like this. Team A, Uraraka Ochako and Meshirao Ajiro. Team B, Todoroki Shoto and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Ieyasu Momo and Kyoka Jiru. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Tena Ida. Team E, Mina Ashido and Aoyama Yuuka. Team F, Rikita Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Kaminari Denki and Hagakure Toru. Team H, Takoyami Fumikage and Asui Tsuyu. Team I, Midoriya Izuku and Team J, Kirishima Ijiru and Siro Hanta. Izuku smiled bitterly, being lucky to be in the one-man team. He tried to look on the bright side. Having one less member in his team meant that he could plan around to the maximum of his abilities without having to rely on random factors outside his control. The less something was unpredictable, there were less chances of something going wrong. That being his current line of thought, Izuku rose his head and tightened his fist. He was going to win this exercise. Oh, Midoriya is looking forward taking the challenge alone. How manly, Kirishima pointed out to his fellow team member, unknowingly rubbing salt in the vampire's old wounds. Lucky him and his high-speed regeneration to heal him quick. Pity it did not work on mental health, but he could make it do. He had always done so. Well, young Midoriya, seeing as you are the only one left out, I figured it would only be fair if... The hero was interrupted by the vampire, who rose his hand and called attention to himself. All might, sir. Aizawa-sensei said on the first day that it was a hero's job to correct the unfairness of the world. I suppose that he was talking about situations like these, so there's no need to make things overly fair. This is just fine, Izuku said, staring straight into the eyes of the top hero. All Might then laughed with gusto, his chest heaving and following the tempo of his laughs. Ha 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 ha. Young Midoriya, what a brazen statement. Truly befitting of a future hero. Very well, I will keep the test the way it was originally meant to be. Although I did not expect Aizawa-kun to truly expel someone. The last part was said on a short and silent breath, although Izuku's ears picked it just fine. Izuku nodded to the hero, the class around him eyeing the vampire. Some of the boys gave him a thumbs up, Kirishima being the friendliest of the bunch, coming over and patting Izuku over the shoulder in the way only those extroverted people could. It seems this solitary watcher has finally found a companion to which share some solitary nights. Shall we seal a pact of friendly relations as fellow Abyss Watchers? Takoyami, having waited until Kirishima left, approached Izuku and offered one handshake as one of his limbs exited the darkness of his cloak. Izuku appreciated the pompous speech. It was somewhat refreshing considering that everyone so far had been rather casual. It was different from the formal and proper speech from overly serious people like Ieyasu and Ida, and more of a poetic serious or goofy serious. He grasped the hand of the raven-headed teen and gladly shook it. A double head nod from the teens and Izuku was pretty sure he had made another friend. Not a fleeting conversation partner, but a full-fledged friend. Well then, young heroes, let's get going. Plus Ultra. All Might's booming voice made the class perk up and get ready. The matches were being randomly selected, the trainees being moved to another room where they had multiple screens that captured various angles from the building in which the first teams would do their exercise. When all the teens stopped behind the biggest screen, All Might finally announced which teams would face the other. Villains, Team J versus Heroes, Team I. The duo clasped their hands together in an excited manner. Izuku pumped his own spirits, taking a deep breath before going to the designated waiting area. The villain team would have 10 minutes to make all their plans while the hero team would wait. After the allotted time, the hero team would have 15 minutes to complete their objective, either touch the bomb or capture the villains. Back at the waiting room. This is effing bullshit. I should be the one pummeling that effing bloodsucker's face in. Not effing office tape and weird hair. Effing Lamprey looking as Beach would be dead in the first 5 minutes of the goddamn match. Bakugo angry ranted at nobody in particular, many explosions popping on his hands as he waited and watched the villain duo. What kind of rabies has he got? Dude looks like he is about to foam and bite whatever is in front of him. Kyoka's dull statement made her partner shake her head in disappointment of such childish behavior coming from the bomber. Ida tried calming down the explosive ash blonde. Task he failed miserably as his hushed whispers to the blonde were returned with loud "You wanna effing go?" From Katsuki. Dude, take a chill pill or something. Why are you so hung up on beating that Midoriya dude? I mean, his red powers are cool and flashy, but I think that he overheats while using them. I mean, kinda like mine when I go over my limit and, sort of fry my brain. Kaminari tried to be the olive branch and settle down the fellow blonde, but Bakugo brushed his hand aside with a slap of his bulky gauntlets. You extras don't really get that shitty leech's quirk right even by the faintest margin. Unless you have enough firepower to completely overwhelm that effer, he will keep coming back like the effing zombie he is. Office tape and weird hair are effed and they don't know it the least bit. Bakugo huffed, mad that he could not smash the green-haired bug. Wait, are you saying that even in a 2v1, Midoriya will still win? Ida asked, the doubt written in his face being hidden by the full face helmet he wore. The other students perked up and curiosity was clear on the faces of all the trainees. Even 5 of you losers still would not be enough to defeat that shitty creep. Watch and learn, extras. After he wipes the floor with those 2, I'll trounce his results. Bakugu's refusal to speak more only spurred the class further into deeper curiosity as to what could Midoriya do and why the bomber so confident that the green-haired teen could do so well even when in disadvantage. You maybe be able to impress these extras, you shitty nerd. But I know the truth of what you can do. Not even a wolf. You are a effing monster in sheep's clothing. Let's see if you really think you can do something worthy of being here since you effing destroyed my perfect record when you came here to you. Effing, together with me, you sack of shit. If one could read minds, they would find that while overly aggressive and ravenous, it seemed as if the ash blonde was rooting for the vampire. Of course, that would only be before reading further and discovering what lay inside the depths of Katsuki's mind. I'll destroy you and prove to anyone, even All Might, that I'll be the best. Nothing else matters. You will fall down, shitty nerd. Izuku waited at the front of the building which All Might had instructed to him. The buzzer that announced his time had just sounded, spurring the vampire into action. Instead of entering the building, Izuku ignored the front door and circled around the place. He circled until he found a couple of windows which he could use to enter. Claws growing and sharpening akin to knives, Izuku slowly sank his nails in the wall and climbed up. He stopped once in a while to put his head against the wall and listen for movement inside. Kirishima was loud and boisterous, being the one who allowed Izuku to somewhat ascertain the location of the villain team. The vampire could also hear the sound of tape being stuck into one of the hallways. No doubt it being the work of Shiro Hanta-san and his tape Quirk. The Hemomancer nodded to himself and finished rising to the 3rd floor. Still clinging onto the wall, the vampire let blood seep through his arms, shaping the crimson liquid into his usual gauntlets before he slowly entered through the open window. He ended up inside one of the office rooms of the building, which he left calmly and with soft steps. To avoid being heard and seen, Izuku made sure to use maximum stealth, clinging to the walls and listening for any noises before he advanced to the next location. It looked a great deal like advanced covert maneuvers deployed by the military, but only All Might was the one to notice such detail. Some minutes went by like this, eventually allowing the vampire to find one hallway where tape was placed everywhere, almost like fly trappers. Right in the middle of the corridor, both Kirishima and Shiro were guarding the middle door, which most likely had the bomb. The 2 teens were talking among themselves, the duo in a defensive stance, yet rather relaxed considering that there was only one way for the sole villain to attack. Hey man, you think that Midoriya guy will be able to fight us? Shiro asked his partner, voice somewhat muffled due to his helmet. I'm not sure, but he sure as hell was pumped up about it. Really manly if you ask me. But we will win, we have the perfect spot. Although I don't feel it to be really manly just waiting here for him to come to us, Kirishima said while moving his arms in wide, practice swings. His arms had a stony appearance, managing to cut through some of the tape around him, annoying Hanta who had to once more set a couple of new strands. Well, he can try. Nothing is getting through this hallway. Even if he manages to avoid the tapes, we still have advantage. We got this in the bag, Shiro joked, showing his elbows while Kirishima grinned and patted his own right biceps. Izuku would prove them wrong. From his corner, the vampire allowed one of his gauntlets to soften and shifted it into a blood spear. He peeked the corner with the aid of the reflective screen of his phone, seeing that Kirishima's skin still looked tougher, almost looking like stone. Izuku smiled and put his plan into action. Almost like a phantom, the green-haired teen sprung into the hallway and chucked his bloody javelin into the redhead's direction, the projectile hitting the other teen on the shoulder before throwing him on the ground due to the unexpected impact. The surprise attack being much successful. Without wasting time, Izuku tensed and jumped high up, easily reaching the ceiling, and used his other gauntlet-equipped hand to cling to the ceiling and allow him to check over his efforts. His blood spear had easily cut through many of sticky tapes before it downed the redhead teen, the crimson javelin dispersing and splattering the boy with the vampire's blood. Hanta was quick to shoot 2 lines of tape from his elbows to Izuku's previous location. It was a pity when the strands hit nothing but empty air, Izuku long gone. The vampire felt his blood react. Apparently some had managed to get into the redhead's mouth. The vampire wasted no time in pulling the power of his advanced hemomancy to deploy coagulation, locking Kirishima in position as the teen's body refused to move. Hey man, a little help here would be appreciated, Hanta asked, but ended up receiving only garbled noises as answers, Kirishima's sudden incapacity to move never being accounted into the duo's plans, a fact that the hemomancer would take full advantage of. The teen once more let blood seep from his arm, covering the arm without a gauntlet in crimson blood. His armaments done, Izuku dropped from the ceiling like a ghost, his previously green eyes shimmering like 2 red rubies. Hanta tried once more to subdue the incoming threat, shooting thick strands of tape to wrap Izuku. The vampire made short work of the tapes, his gauntlet claws sharp enough to easily turn the strands of tape into tiny wisps of harmless tape. Turn thyself in and I guarantee that the police will at least shorten thy sentences. Otherwise I might have to resort to more extreme methods in order to subdue thy and thy partner. Izuku tried pulling the deepest voice he could muster, surprisingly sounding good as he tried to sound baritone. The pompous speech was to keep the tape Quirk user focused on him, allowing Izuku to prod his mind for any weaknesses which Mesmerize could work on. Even if the other teen had a helmet with a visor protecting his face, mere layers of plastic would not stop Izuku. Their eyes locked into contact, eyesight being fully established. Right away did Izuku began pulling the strings inside Hanta's head, fully focusing on his mind powers. Hanta felt as if someone had knocked onto a door inside his head, politely asked to enter his mind and talk to him. It felt stunning. The teen ended being left with no reaction as Izuku slowly approached him. Eyes glimmered red and demanded that Hanta focus his attention on them. The hero trainee unknowingly felt compelled to follow the spoken commands that were directed to him. First he relaxed his stance, dropping his elbows. Excellent. Your cooperation is truly appreciated. Now, secure your partner so that he may not struggle. Izuku felt the effects of coagulation about to end. Kirishima almost being able to stand on his own, so he tried pulling on another trick of his mind control. Commanding people to do his bidding was much harder than simple orders such as go, follow or stop. Hanta slowly lifted his elbows towards Kirishima, but Izuku felt the mental control slipping up. The vampire rushed the taller teen and grabbed the capture tape that All Might had handed to him. How ironic, was the line of thought in his mind as he bound up Hanta, together with the aid of his advanced hemomancy. The gauntlets turning into tendrils of blood which easily subdued the taller teen. The vampire finished just in time, but could not dodge the punch that came from Kirishima, the redhead shouting as he hit a straight punch on the vampire's chest, sending him skidding off a few meters on the hallway, lifting tiny strips of the earlier cut tape in the air. Zero Hanta-kun has been subdued by the hero team. All Might's voice blared in the intercom speakers, confirming that Izuku truly had to use the capture tape or touch the bomb. Izuku was hale enough, the layered defenses of his suit managing to easily absorb the impact of the blow delivered by Kirishima. Besides, he looked pretty cool. Not tooting his own horn, dusting the area where the fist had hit him as if all the attack had done was dirty his suit. Guess that we should have been paying more attention? Huh, that attack right now wasn't really manly, you know, Kirishima said, his guard raised akin to a boxer's. Izuku merely controlled his blood back into their gauntlet form. Finally, I was beginning to think that you were not going face me like a real man should, Midoriya. Guess I should not have doubted you. Kirishima then came to attack the vampire, trusting his hardening to handle anything that the vampire might be able to throw at him. Izuku stood his ground, seemingly ready for their fight to turn into a slugfest. However, before the first of Kirishima's blows could hit the vampire's face, the teen dove under the defenses of the redhead before sidestepping left and using flash step to appear behind Kirishima. Izuku's crimson orbs shining with unearthly light as the hemomancer jumped into the hardening quirk user's back and executing a perfect chokehold. Legs clamping around Ijiru's waist to deprive the teen of proper breathing and gauntleted arms into an unmovable chokehold. Izuku fully let his body writhe onto the redhead, making the duo fall on the ground. Kirishima focused even more in his hardening, cursing himself for falling for such a trick. He could outlast Midoriya and break out of the chokehold. He merely needed a bit of time. He tried using elbow strikes to hurt Izuku's ribs, yet the teen's suit seemed to have that covered, allowing the vampire to continue his hold onto the redhead with no problems whatsoever. Grating sounds were being emitted from Kirishima's neck, the hardened skin grating against the hardened blood as the two teens pushed their endurances and their willpower. Ijiru could feel the pressure on his neck increasing, the hemomancer slowly gaining ground as he increased the force of the chokehold. The redhead bedded everything into a surprise blow as he first leaned forward before giving his all into a strange headbutt, the hardened back of his skull meeting Izuku's nose with a soft crunch. Izuku's head reeled back, his face having a snarl as it returned into camera sight. The moment the green-haired teen came back, his hands released the chokehold, allowing Kirishima a brief rest, which was instantly interrupted the moment he felt his defenses being broken as two small fangs pierced the hardened skin of his right trapezium muscle, blood seeping from the wound as Izuku drank a few pints before resuming his chokehold, this time putting much more pressure as his strength seemed to double. Kirishima felt black spots appear on his vision, only for his to be suddenly released from his punishing chokehold, the redhead coughing and gasping for air. He tried to spot Izuku, but all he managed to catch was red. Izuku was holding him by his face with only one gauntleted hand, the following having the redhead being slammed into the ground a few times. After the 5th time, the other hand quickly wrapped capture tape around Kirishima's hands, the teen coughing and trying to bring the maximum amount of air inside his oxygen-deprived lungs. Kirishima-kun has been successfully captured. Hero team wins. Man, we got our asses kicked, Kirishima exclaimed to Hanta, the duo awkwardly standing among their classmates as footage of their battle ensued. The two villains were proud of their efforts. Their plan executed rather perfectly. A defensive front, taking in consideration both long-range and short-range combat, were the teams facing other teams. Their efforts might have bore fruit and won them the exercise. Against Midoriya's near-assassin-like behavior and expert use of stealth tactics, their defensive front was all but useless. The vampire never played to their expectations, ignoring easily accessible points in favor of unexpected entry points in guerrilla tactics. Nobody is perfect, young Kirishima. That is why we are training in first place, so that you can work out any flaws you might have. All Might patted the teen on the back. He turned to the class, the video of the combat playing on the screen behind the behemoth of a man, and asked, "Now, young heroes, may someone explain to me who is the MVP and why?" As the hero questioned, the students began talking among each other. When it seemed no one would reach a conclusion, one girl rose her hand, Yaeyazaru Momo being the proud one. "Sensei, if I may," the girl asked, the other students stopping their discussions to listen to the girl's words. "While it is clear that Midoriya-san is the winner, we cannot discourage the strategy of the villain team. They played to their strengths and set a perfectly reasonable trap to spring upon the hero team, never mind their defeat. While their relaxed behavior may have led them to their loss, their plans were solid and would prove to be a challenge to any other less prepared team. Midoriya-san and his unique set of skills just so happened to be the perfect counter against the current plans, and it seemed he took in the personality of his classmates when planning his attack, hence why his counterattacks were so perfectly capable of bringing down both Kirishima-san and Shiro-san. Even All Might recoiled from the girl, never expecting the girl to have a full-on rant in such a short amount of time after the battle. Very good, young Yaeyazaru-kun. Take this as a lesson, kids. Sometimes a hero must be capable of switching tactics on the fly. Never approach the situation without first taking into account all the other possibilities. They might just win you an otherwise unwinnable battle. Should we first defeat the villains or capture the objective? These are the questions one must ask themselves before they enter a situation. All Might gave another bit of advice. Although Izuku could spot the way the blue eyes of the hero glanced at his massive hands as if reading a cheat sheet, Izuku received his congratulations and moved to join his classmates, Jiru giving him a thumbs up for winning his battle. The vampire nodded in gratitude and settled in within the students, aware that some eyes were glued to his back. Some of the teens came and offered him congratulations, Jiro coming over and talking with the vampire for a while, even offering some advice in martial arts and asking for a spar. Izuku promised the trainee dressed in a white karate gi that they would have a chance later. As Jiro left, Izuku began his usual breathing exercise, slowly filling his lungs with air and then emptying them. When Kirishima had hit him, hunter instincts triggered viciously, revenge for being hit immediately filling the vampire with the urge to satiate his sudden thirst by draining the redhead. Izuku managed to rein himself, cage of cold steel locking tightly over the beast within and restraining his violent urges, allowing the hemomancer to control himself. He still felt angry, a broken nose being a literal pain to deal with, and had to exercise to win, hence why he chose the shorter route of simply bidding and drinking a few pints of the hardening Quirk user's blood. Izuku had discovered, after his incident with Mei, that his saliva could work a few ways. First and foremost, it worked as an anti-clothing agent, meaning that bitten wounds would continue bleeding, allowing him to both track prey and continue feeding. Second, it could have the contrary effect, turning into a most effective blood-clothing remedy. Other effects included being a numbing agent and a mild aphrodisiac. All effects reliant on the mood of the vampire teen and how he would drink blood. It was somewhat troubling to drink blood from a squirming blood bag, so his body produces substances that allow a wide deck to aid in his feeding endeavors. Uraraka made her way closer to him, wishing to talk about his battle and maybe ask for a few pointers, but before she had the chance, her team was called and matched up. She pouted, but followed her teammate. The girl and her partner were matched against Team D. Katsuki vicious grin promising pain while Ida got rather enthusiastic about his roleplay as a villain. Izuku watched the match carefully, sometimes muttering about his suspected outcomes and how it would play out. The other teens merely heard muttering, but Takoyami managed to catch some of the explanations and decided to stick closer to his newly made ally of darkness. Katsuki will end up rushing them and catching them off guard, his blitzkrieg approach surely stunning Uraraka-san. Mashiro-kun may be able to react. But if Tenya-kun follows up, the hero team will be truly blindsided. Explosion and engine complement each other in the way that one grants overwhelming speed and the other provides overwhelming firepower and versatility. Truly a blitzkrieg, Izuku muttered, Takoyami managing to hear the final thoughts of the vampire. He patted Izuku on the shoulder, the vampire glancing with friendly eyes over. Midoriya, my friend, dost thou believe truly that the bomber and the speedster shall win over the allies of justice? Surely Infinity Girl and the martial artist have talents and perks that they may deploy to approach a victorious outcome. Izuku rose one hand close to his mouth, his brow scrunching in effort as he accelerated blood flow to his brain, various outcomes rapidly popping over his mind, eyes glimmering with his power. Finally, Izuku shook his head, the buzzer signaling the start of the battle loudly blaring over. Mashirao-kun may have his martial knowledge to back him up, but against the brutality that Bakugo brings and the blinding speed that Ida can deploy, there is no way for them to win. Stalling for time might be possible if Uraraka-san were more knowledgeable in the fighting department, but right now I can only see one outcome to this fight. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. That's the time when Bakugo will finish dealing with Mashirao-kun and the battle will be over. When Izuku finished his piece, he glanced up and noticed that there was a little crowd hearing him speak, some throwing conflicted glances at him. Ieyasu, Kyoyuka, Takoyami, Kaminari, Kirishima and Ashido were staring at him. Come on, there is no way. I think it might go both ways, the pink girl exclaimed, putting her first up and saying something about girl power. Dude, that's some crazy muttering theory talk you got going there. My bet is on the bomber, Kaminari joked, putting 2 fingers up as the proposition of betting came up. He was soon groaning as Jiru's jacks hit his sides, the girl rolling her eyes. Midoriya-kun, your line of thought is rather well crafted. You truly believe your outcome will hold true? Ieyasu asked, rather interested in how he had come up with the conclusion to the find in such a short amount of time. The fact that she wanted Uraraka to win and prove the green-haired teen's outcome wrong having nothing to do with it. Takoyami merely nodded his head. A true ally of darkness will already have the answers to such simple matters. Very well explained, fellow Abyss Watcher. Izuku swore he heard a faint boss from somewhere inside the raven-headed teen's cloak. I think that if Ajiro believes in his guts and shows his manly side, he can win this. Although Bakugo is also really manly, Kirishima added in his 2 cents. Izuku turned and mouthed an apology to him as there was still blood caking the teen's torso. The redhead waved it off, since he wasn't hurt and All Might had also said nothing about it. Still didn't make the vampire happy, considering that now he was cultivating the redhead's blood inside him and would probably awaken another ability due to it, but he yielded to the good-natured teen. Needless to say, those who heard the vampire had their mouths glued to the ground, the battle ensuing exactly like Izuku had described, Bakugo rushing in and blasting Uraraka away as he engaged Mashirao, Ida coming in later and spinning circles around the zero-gravity girl, the climax being Katsuki's use of a move he called Stun Grenade to blind the tail Quirk user and defeat him. Izuku grimaced, noticing that from the returning group, Bakugo was the one with his red eyes glued to Izuku's frame. The vampire hoped that the bomber would not do anything stupid, putting in some feint on the ash blonde as he had not seriously hurt his classmate. Some soot marks and small bruises were much better than burns and broken bones, since they did not have high-speed regeneration like Izuku did. Get ready to be killed, you Alucard looking as beach. Next time I catch you, you're as grass. Bakugo bumped shoulders with Izuku, the vampire merely scoffing. He heard a growl from the blonde, but nothing else ensued. They would have their fight later, Izuku was sure of it. He closed his right fist tighter, his sharpened nails digging into his flesh, yet not drawing blood as he held himself in check. Cultivate your next ability. Prepare for the next fight. Stalk, hunt, drink. Izuku shook his head, focusing his eyes on the next team. He hoped that May had eaten properly, cause he was sure to be drinking from her this week, maybe even today. He would help her with her next project. She would sure offer some skin for him to bite on. Hero Corner. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, True Assessor. Known abilities, Hemomancy, Advanced Hemomancy, Daywalker, High-Speed Regeneration, Mesmerize, Coagulation. Recently acquired abilities, Blood Shield. I battle every day with my thirst. This eternal battle won't end, it is part of who I am. Accepting my desires was the first step into controlling and managing them. Thanks to this, I have forged a resolve, which I'll carry until the end. I'll be a hero, I'll save people. With this blessing, curse, I strive for a better tomorrow. Midoriya Izuku's inner thoughts into being a hero. The battles from a 1 displayed the level of skill that each student had. Izuku was fully focused on absorbing the most amount of information from his classmates, his green eyes never leaving the screen on display at the waiting room. From what the vampire had gathered, the students could fare somewhat well against most things. Todoroki had been the star of the exercise, his sheer power being the deciding factor aiding his victory against the opposing team. When you could flash freeze the entire building, there wasn't much that could stand in your way. Poor Hagakure-san, whose feet had been frozen for a while until the teen with heterochromatic eyes reached her position and made her surrender. Kaminari just straight gave up when the cold reached inside the bomb room. Izuku also had been focused on the matches due to the fact that his hunter instincts were acting up, since he had drank some of Kirishima's blood. His own body had started cultivating the fresh quirk factor present inside the life liquid, meaning that he was breaking apart what made the redhead's hardening quirk work and what he could take from it. He could already feel the effects of the cultivation, and had some footnotes on the probable abilities he could acquire and develop. The vampire sighed, taking in fresh air to somewhat appease his thirst. He glanced at the screen, one of the battles finishing up with Ieyazuru's team victory against Koji's team. Taking the chance, Izuku went to check on Uraraka and Mashurao. The duo seemed mostly fine. Although the Karika was quite bruised, soot dirtying his white gi, Uraraka's skin-tight suit had a few rips, but she was mostly intact. When the brunette saw his approach, she waved to him and offered a bright smile. His fangs itched. The vampire walked calmly to her, reaching her position and offering worried words. "How are you doing, Uraraka-san? I hope that Katsuki did not go beyond the limit with you," Izuku asked, his eyes avoiding focusing on her exposed neck or on her eyes as mesmerized could become active. The girl offered a wry smile, rubbing the back of her head and tilting it sideways. "Not particularly. Izuku-kun, I mean, the explosions were a little more than what I was expecting, but all was fine. I mean, we did lose and all, but there is always next time, right?" Uraraka spoke in her bubbly tone, something unexpected from the losing side. The Hemamancer heard some growling leave Bakugo's throat, which made him wonder if a dog or Wolverine type of quirk wasn't better suited for the ash blonde. However, his mind returned to the brunette in front of him. "I really wasn't expecting Ida-kun to suddenly zip there. He really was too fast for me to do anything against him." Not really, ideas bounced inside the teen's head. Yet he laid them to rest. Instead, he offered the girl some advice. "Uraraka-san, why don't you request support items when you get your costume repaired? Your quirk is versatile for sure, but you can't always rely on it to bail you out of certain situations. Ajiro-kun complements his tail quirk with martial arts. You could do the same with some CQC classes or even a support item like a stun baton." He spoke, pointing out a few ideas on how the girl could improve her skills. He stopped when he noticed that the girl and a few classmates were staring at him as he almost went full rant mode. Bakugo's red eyes bore holes on Izuku's frame, but the vampire took it in stride. "Actually, you see Bakugo there? Those gauntlets of his must surely be some kind of support item. Even if they are merely for aesthetics, they add bulk to his hits and increase the potential damage he can cause against anyone that was to face him. Intimidation also works well, but I can't really see you pulling the mean face anytime soon, sorry." He tried spinning a little joke at the end of his speech to make it seem less serious and to avoid painting him as some pretentious know-it-all. The brunette blinked, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the joke for what it was. "You are so serious sometimes, Izuku-kun." Her soft laughter was a sign that she had taken well to his comments, which made some tension leave the hero trainee's shoulders. "But those ideas are really good, you know. You are quite smart, aren't you?" she said, patting his shoulder. Her hand felt the Kevlar plates, and she squeezed the surface of the outer layer, wondering how he could wear such a heavy-looking coat. He offered her one shy smile, a bit of his fangs showing. Her expression, the big brown eyes that looked at him, had made the thirst rear its head over, the soft lines of her neck seemingly more attractive. For a few moments, Izuku could hear the rhythm of her blood, the heartbeats becoming louder than any gossip or conversation his classmates were having among themselves. His mouth began watering at the notion of being able to sink his fangs into the soft flesh and muscle of the brunette, and the vampire was pretty sure that his current sigh was just an excuse to inhale more of her scent. Before he could open his mouth or begin constant fixed eye contact, Izuku himself pierced the palms of his hands with the aid of his claws, the pain clearing whatever hunter instincts was trying to pull off. He offered the girl one last hand wave and left, returning to his previous place and eyeing the screen monitor for the next battle, hoping to get the images of the brunette's neck off his mind. His tongue danced inside his mouth, licking his fangs in a dull attempt of stopping their itching. For the remainder of the class, Izuku found himself glued to one spot, acknowledging his classmates and mentally noting any lessons imparted by All Might. Yet he took the chance to multitask. Unless he got access to more of Kirishima's blood, he would have to cultivate the quirk factor he already had. Takoyami tried approaching him, but the green-haired vampire rose his hand to stop his raven-headed friend. What the Hemamancer needed right now was to focus on other things. The dark-clad teen merely nodded in a quiet manner, the few gestures exchanged between the two enough to convey a silent conversation. "Need time alone? Sorry. Think nothing of it, friend. Take your time. Thank you. Pleasure is mine." By the time the lesson finished and the teens shed their hero costumes, hunter instincts had mostly settled down, giving the Hemomancer some peace of mind with to which he could mingle about his classmates without the urge to pounce on someone's neck and have a few sips of fresh blood. The vampire finished packing his things and inhaled a grate of air, many different scents being picked up. He unconsciously let out a soft smile, a greasy and familiar smell faintly tickling his nostrils, a road visible only to him forming up to become his guide if he wished to follow. His mouth began watering once more, this time the thirst being much more manageable. The vampire bid his classmates farewell and began following the scent trail, taking his time to memorize the hallways of his school. UA was truly gigantic, taking the vampire the better part of 20 minutes before he closed in his destination. The air was thick with the smell of iron and grease, machinery noises becoming much more evident the closer he got to the support department class. A few other students glanced at him, his presence there much unusual as he did not seem like a support course student. You could always identify them, the grease and oil stains on their clothes, the constant smell of sweat and metal, or just that crazy glint in their eyes as the cogs in their brains shifted into the next creation. The hero course had its fair share of madness, but those in the support course were crazy in a class of their own. Izuku approached the door that led to Power Loader's classroom, somewhat anxious to meet me. So anxious, he barely noticed the smell of ignited fuel, neither the noise of rapidly expanding gases. Hunter instincts gave a mild alert, which he ignored due to thinking it was merely the thirst speaking. When his pale hand touched the doorknob, Izuku began hearing an odd ringing sound as he, together with the reinforced door, were flung at the closest hall wall with smoke from an explosion exiting the class and covering the hallway in thick, black fumes. Gotta admit, Hatsune, I told you to stop mixing fuel, metal oxide and metal power like that. Thermite is not so easily made that a first year could just figure it out. A male voice shouted from inside the room, the frame of the man exiting the classroom being that of Higari, or pro-hero Power Loader. Izuku would maybe fanboy his heart out if he wasn't so busy shifting the metal door from his frame. You better pray hard that someone hasn't suffered injury, otherwise you will get into a lot of trouble, miss. The smoke did much to stop eyesight, so the pro tapped his foot on the ground a few times before placing his naked hand on the same spot and waiting a few seconds. Soon enough, Higari moved to Izuku's current position like a heat-seeking missile, although the vampire was already up, metal door by his side. The smoke reached the ceiling, and to prove UA's point about having the best courses, fans were soon activated, dispersing the smoke in a matter of moments, allowing the teacher to access the damage. The door had been blown off its hinges and some soot marked the door frame, but otherwise everything seemed to be fine. You okay there, kid? That door did have some velocity to it. The pro asked the vampire, but the green-haired teen shook his head. It's fine, sir. I wasn't hurt by it. Besides, it won't be made an explosion didn't happen once in a while. Izuku joked, patting the door a few times and displaying a wry smile. Power Loader hung his head and sighed, nodding slightly to the teen's words. You don't know the half of it, kid. Second day of the year and the girl is already trying to tackle second-year projects. Swear to God, one of these days I'm going to have a heart attack. The teacher was more grumbling to himself at this point, but Izuku managed to get everything the pro spoke. He chuckled, since all the complaints did sound like stuff Hatsune would do, not because she was mean, but just because she wanted to better her mechanical and building skills. It sounds like you know my problem child, kid. You friends with her or something? The question was spoken in a rather casual tone, making the hero wonder since when he could hold conversations like this without scaring off his teachers. UA was amazing for sure. Yeah, I've met Mei a while back. She can be kind of wild, so there is that to watch out for. Izuku's piece was interrupted as a pink-haired missile slammed into his chest. Freckles, I was missing you. How come you did not visit on the first day? I was full of amazing babies that I wanted to show off. Higari-sensei has a bunch of amazing power tools that he allows us to use to make super cute babies. Your blueprints can finally exit the paper, Freckles. Aren't you happy? We can make a bunch of amazing babies together in here. Machine gun talking as usual. Mei hit him with a barrage of words before he could even restore his posture. Even Power Loader was surprised, considering that Mei used to ignore everyone and everything around her unless it had to deal with making support items. Even he, her teacher, could only hold her fickle attention span for so long, and here was this kid, making his problem child resemble a puppy. A greasy, coked up and unhinged puppy, but a puppy nonetheless. It was its own sort of impressive. I can see that you are good friends, all right. Well then, thanks for getting this little grease monkey away from my class. The others were already long gone, but she stayed here to finish some last details on her project. That was 45 minutes ago. I take that you can get her to go home, try to wash the motor oil away. Hidden as it was, the plea of the teacher was passed on to the Hemomancer. Yes, sir, I'll take Mei home. Izuku nodded, head patting the girl's dreadlocks and managing to pacify her enough so that she only bounced in place, instead of trying to run back inside the support course classroom. "You heard Power Loader Sensei, time to go home." His face triggered a loud whine to leave the girl. "You can't be serious, Freckles. I was just about to make thermite. You know what I could accomplish with thermite." The next step would be to try to reduce the noise from the explosion, since breaching charges are not enough to breach reinforced walls. But that already have me an idea for our next baby. I was still working on the nanites for your blood, and since I can't get a proper way to make them speed up your perception, I wanted to get you something else that would be useful out in the field. I was thinking on terms of a portable shield, but those are heavy, right? So how about? The girl continued talking, her rant non-stop, and Izuku slightly guided her away from the class. Power Loader gave him a thumbs up, before shooing him away with hand gestures. Good lord, that kid came at the right time. The teacher went back inside the class and headed to the desk of his problem child. Soot covered the reinforced wood of her stand, but the tools and the blueprints stuck on the walls were not damaged. The majority of the sheets had good items, good enough to be sold on the market and fetch some cash if the girl were contracted with a support company, or even if she was selling alone with just a license. The teacher smiled at the many memories of his rookie years, seeing some of himself on the girl. He did not possess the ardent passion she had, but loved building in his own way. That she was a one-off genius that only appeared once per generation helped him have pride to be a teacher. Power Loader picked one of the blueprints off the walls and began reading the details, raising one of his brows the more he read the fully described project. An exoskeleton suit akin to his own, only much more compact and specialized in stealth instead of rescue. The whole thing seemed better among military-drawn designs for war instead of a first-year's messy table. That the suit was based around a specific person in mind made the teacher more curious as to who was the green-haired youth who seemed to be able to pull all the strings of his problem child. He had to talk with Aizawa and Ken about this. They would be so jealous of him when he'd already be able to present Nedzu a prodigy like Mei. And to talk with this Midoriya child would be good. Maybe he could end up with 2 prodigies on support if the end details of the blueprint were to be believed. Made with the full cooperation of amateur and engineer enthusiast Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, reinforcing the lining of your coat with rhino plating would make it much too heavy. I know that you can carry it, but it might affect your mobility to be wearing something that bulky. I think that unless you were to use the exoskeleton, maintaining your hero costume would be the best. They explained to him. Many blueprints and papers spread over his desk to back her claims up. It was different from what he expected, since normally the girl would be ever so willing to modify support items or costumes. He would respond, but he was busy. A blood bag hanged from his mouth, almost empty of its contents, as he wiped the exposed skin of her shoulders with a towel. He would be more than happy to have sank his fangs on Mei's tender flesh and drink of her rich blood. But it would be sacrilegious to mix her crimson life liquid with motor oil and grease, the end result being their current state. He stood behind the girl, scrubbing and wiping Mei's shoulders while she focused on her projects. It was relaxing, their strange friendship making so that he would not become a bumbling fool at the mere sight of more eye candy. He spit the used plastic blood bag in the trash bin close by, focusing his eyes on the recently cleaned skin of the girl. There were still some smudges of grease and oil, the layers truly difficult to remove. There was the option of a full-blown shower, but Mei was impossible to remove from the drawing desk unless she was working on another project. Hunter instincts brought an illusion to his mind, steam and water coupled together with 2 bodies, and Izuku bit his lower lip to curb the malicious thoughts. He barely noticed that Mei had somehow stopped working. Her pen laid motionless over the desk as she turned to face him. Her eyes took in his frame, the girl stopping her usual torrent of words to state at him. He gulped, finding it difficult to keep his eyes focused on hers and not on her neck. She stood up without saying a word and captured his wrist. Mei, she pulled him, the action serving as a reminder that she was used to heavy weights, forcing him to sit on the chair where she was previously on. One swift move and she sat on his lap, her soft rear immediately making inhale air. Leaning back on his abdomen, Hatsune presented her neck by leaning her head forward and holding her pink dreadlocks aside. Here, Freckles, you can stop holding back now. Had she read him so easily? Noticed how he wanted fresh blood instead of the dull taste of the provided meals from the hospital. Whatever the case was, he would thank her later. First beginning by licking the area he was going to drink from. He licked the entirety of her right shoulder, his saliva numbing the girl and making her heartbeat increase steadily. Then KHHHOHHH he said between licks, his tongue dancing all over the skin allotted. The girl didn't answer back, her hand grasping the pen she had dropped previously and returning to work on her projects. Don't mind it, Freckles. I said it before, right? That if you wanted to drink, you were free to do it anytime. Her response came mellow and meek, much different from the usual Mei. The contrast made him want to bully her a bit, to see what other reactions he could get out of her. His fangs brushed against her, without strength to pierce the skin, and she flinched in place. The process was repeated for a few times, each response making the vampire more and more excited. He almost forgot the original reason, but hunter instincts reminded the teen that he had to feed. Putting more pressure on his bite, Izuku finally sank his fangs on the girl. Mei shivered and trembled at his ministrations, releasing a heated sigh. He pulled back a bit, allowing blood to flow from the wound to his mouth and making Izuku huff in pleasure as the sweet nectar traveled down his throat, his focus being on satisfying his thirst. The teen never noticed the way Mei began rocking her hips or the steamy breaths that exited her mouth. Her pen once more rolled over the desk, being forgotten by the girl in favor of focusing on the sensation of the vampire's tongue. Luck was on their side, the vampire's mother opting to work on an extra shift according to the note on the fridge, so the girl allowed one loud moan to leave her mouth. Izuku's ears perked up at the sound, hunter instincts working in his favor. His focus was still on slowly drinking his share of blood, but his body was free enough. His right hand grabbed Mei's waist and his left secured her shoulder, his own hips matching the movement of the girl atop him. Another moan left Mei's mouth, the girl leaving herself fully open to the green-haired teen's touch. Their hips matched in their movement. Sweat began building up, making Mei's skin gleam and become much more seductive to the vampire, her scent invading his nostrils and her taste flooding his tongue. He stopped sucking her blood and ran his tongue over the holes left, making the girl tremble for a few seconds on his lap before she slumped against his body, panting heavily. Izuku himself was covered in sweat, his thirst finally satisfied. Hunter instincts, however, were calling out another kind of hunger. The flushed girl on his lap, the overexposed shoulder and the tightness in his pants were all calls that he had overindulged on Mei's gratitude. He tried to move, but Hatsune's trembling hands grabbed at his arms. "Don't move right now, Freckles. Just stay put." Her words seemed laced with honey and she seemed to be riding the afterglow of something. He knew what it was. He was on the verge of having one too, but his mind refused to believe he had been the cause for it. "Freckles," Mei called to him. "That felt really good. Can you feel that good too? Can I do something to you that feels that good?" Izuku's mind almost blanked out at those words. His relationship with Mei was strange, but it was something theirs that only they could understand. Was Mei doing this truly knowing the steps she was about to take? He still hadn't done anything lewder with anyone else, but he was a red-blooded male, having had searched these topics once or twice. After 10 minutes, Mei finally managed to summon some strength and she slowly exited his room, making her way to the bathroom. Izuku's ears picked the sound of rustling clothes and then the shower began running. The vampire staring at the ceiling, the prospect of burying his head inside a random hole in the dirt becoming quite attractable. There was also some wetness on his pants, the damp feeling making heat rush back to his face. He stayed in place until the sound of the running shower stopped, opting to stare out of his window as he heard the steps of the girl approaching his room. The door opened and Mei entered his habitation, her wet hair down and clinging to her body. She was wrapped around one of his towels, the image being provocative on its own. "Mind lending me some clothes, Izuku?" she asked, already making her way to his wardrobe. He hummed an affirmative answer, letting the girl pick what could fit her. He opted to leave the room and give the girl some privacy. However, Mei was quicker than what he could anticipate, being already done changing clothes. She was wearing one of his sweatpants and hoodie, the clothes one size bigger than her frame, yet she still managed to use the combination of gray sweatpants and dark blue hoodie seemed perfect. That, or he was projecting his desires upon her. Heya, looking for something. She didn't seem to be feeling as awkward as him, so tried to follow her example and look at her. Their eyes met and the vampire could see the faint blush dusting the face of the mechanic girl. "It's kinda getting late, right? I mean, not that I'm in a rush to go home or anything like that, but I wouldn't want to bother you or your mom. I need to get going, have like 1,000 other babies that I want to design, so I think that I'll be seeing you tomorrow on school, right, Freckles?" It seemed that she had mostly returned to normal, although he could still feel some shame and awkwardness from her. What a rare find, an awkward Mei. He never thought he would live to see the day, and he was sure that he would live for a long while thanks to true ancestor. Seeing as the girl was about to leave his room, he snapped out of his daydreaming and followed her. "Let me take you home then." God, how long had it been since he stuttered? He followed by her side, exiting his apartment in a silent mood. It felt somewhat awkward, their steps echoing as they walked to the train station. As they were about to board the train, it dawned upon the teens that Mei had left the entirety of her blueprints and her school bag back at the vampire's den. The awkward mood disappeared as the duo burst out laughing. The following day, what is it like having classes with the top hero, All Might? Izuku blinked as he stared at the microphone suddenly being shoved into his face. The reporter lady seemed to be eager to have a response from him. The camera crew behind her focused on whatever the vampire would say. The teen merely shrugged his shoulders, "I don't know," being his answer. The woman found his response lacking. and thus left him alone, thinking that he would probably be from another course. The vampire stopped by the gate of his school and waited, checking out the reaction of his classmates. Bakugo angrily made the busybodies leave due to his temper. Uraraka gave a mediocre response and outright bored the reporters with a long-winded speech. The vampire allowed himself a small smile, turning to head to his class. However, a few steps after the teen felt an intense reaction of his hunter instincts, his ability warning him that someone dangerous was nearby. He stopped in place and carefully turned his head, slit-shaped pupils searching the crowd of reporters for anything out of the ordinary. He failed to accurately pinpoint the person, but the general feeling of bloodlust was there. Aizawa-sensei appeared not long after, warned the press about their behavior and left. The buzzards tried to push their luck, but to their disappointment, UA's infamous barrier was erected, keeping the press from advancing into school grounds. The messy teacher glared at the steel gate for a few seconds before he himself turned and began making his way to his class. He found Izuku still standing around, the teen also staring at the gate. His crimson gleaming eyes told the teacher that the teen was using his quirk, so the teacher merely glared at him and released some killing intent. Izuku immediately jumped back as he felt the wave of killing intent hit him, his claws already sharp and waiting for confrontation. When none came, the vampire left his aggressive stance, only for hunter instincts to scream at him. He calmed down when he noticed that his bindings were rather familiar, Eraserhead's capture weapon scarf. "What are you doing? Standing around and wasting time here, Midoriya?" The vampire rose his head, making his hood fall off his head. He wryly smiled to the teacher. "Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. I was just worried that I had sensed something weird, but I guess it was just an impression. Sorry, I'll be heading back to class right now." Izuku apologized and tried to move, but the hero's weapon was still bound around his frame. "Sensei." The hero stared at Izuku for a while. His frown made the teen wonder if he was in trouble for anything he had done. "So you also noticed, huh?" the hero muttered, eyes turning back to the steel doors. "What was that, Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku found that Eraserhead had monstrous reflexes, the head snapping towards him being all the confirmation necessary. The pro released the teen after a few more seconds under the scrutiny of his gaze. "Nothing important. Come, follow. Can't risk you getting late for class, problem child." Izuku excitedly nodded at the hero, falling a step right behind him. The vampire was perceptive, but even he did not notice when the pro stealthily sent a message to the headmaster of the school. The high-specs user was troublesome, but the teacher had to report the fact that someone among the first years could sense killing intent and not be rendered a sobbing mess on the ground. "Good morning, class. I took the liberty of reviewing the records of your battle trial from yesterday. Most of you did well for your first time, but don't get conceited. There is still much you all need to learn in order to become pro-heroes," Aizawa said, his eyes scanning the class and taking off much of joy of that compliment. "With that out of the way, we must return to more important matters." That phrase triggered a reaction within 1A, the class tensing up to wait for the next stunt the teacher was about to pull off. Knowing Aizawa, the teens were expecting something crazy, akin to his first test. "Pick up a class representative. Use whatever method you all want, just don't take too long." The pro utterly broke the class's expectations when he requested the overly normal activity. His uncaring attitude was complemented by the fact that he simply rolled back into his yellow sleeping bag and did his best impression of a caterpillar on one corner of the class. "I guess we need to figure this one on our own," Izuku said, scratching his cheek. "F you all, select me," Bakugo shouted to his classmates, his ravenous expression truly a sight to behold. The class immediately exploded in thunderous conversation as each and every student rose their hands and began shouting their plans for if they were chosen. "I will get the guys all the hot chicks," Kaminari said loudly, his hands doing a supposedly cool finger gun gesture. "If chosen, my shadowy ways shall carve a path for a most victorious class," Takoyami pronounced, head nods following his speech. "Mon ami, moi shall make this class tree by en." Yuuga spoke, mixing French and Japanese together and blinking, somehow making his blinks sparkle and twinkle. "All of you, stop," Ada shouted from his seat. "The position of class president should be taken seriously and respectfully. Just because some of us want it, it does not mean that anyone will be capable of rising up to the challenge. As such, I propose that we make a democratic vote to decide such an important role for our class." The teen made the cacophony inside the class die down, many nodding and agreeing with the assessment of the tall teen. "How so, Ida-kun? Won't we all just vote for ourselves?" Suyu countered, her voice monotone and her eyes unblinking. "Precisely so. If someone manages to have more votes, that will show that such a person was capable of impressing all of us and that the representative position will be on the hands of someone truly capable." The Tenya's youngest sibling managed to convince the class with his argument. Although Bakugo seemed to be upset at the outcome, he grumbled and accepted it. Fighting to get his way would not work, since there would be other contestants with the ability to match his firepower. Prideful, Yes, he was. Dumb. Never. Pushing his way would not work now. He needed to prove to the extras that he was their best option when it came to leadership. Izuku, on his accord, was busy scrolling at his phone. He had heard all the noise, and honestly was fine with whatever was decided by his class. He wasn't exactly gunning for the position of class representative. He could barely talk without scaring off anyone. He was mostly busy with managing his trading stocks, investing a great deal of money into Island. The professional engineer and support item creator specialist David Shield was Izuku's primary focus, considering that Shield Industries was on an all-time rise. That the team wanted the man to also respond to his emails was also a thing. If Izuku could get David Shield himself to look into True Ancestor, Izuku could possibly have a myriad of top support items built by the man who created the costumes that All Might wore during his golden age. If someone could design clothing that could withstand the physical strength of the top hero, they could figure out how to bypass the limiting factors of his quirk. The possible options that could be done with his power were insane. That being the case, Izuku almost missed the piece of paper that Eda gave to him while he passed his chair. The vampire rose his head and saw that everyone was busy writing who they thought would be the best for the class president position, many no doubt writing their own names. He scanned the class quickly, his eyes appraising his classmates and coming up with the best possible candidates. Ieyasu Momo and Todoroki Shoto were the foreigners on his mind, with Ida being the next one and the last person being Bakugo. The vampire liked Takoyami, but he knew that the raven-headed teen's behavior could rub people the wrong way and not everyone could manage to get past the overly complex speech and Shakespearean monologues that he could get up to. Bakugo was also an out. Izuku knew that there was more to the ash blonde than being a walking bomb disaster, but the grating attitude would work contrary to the expectations of a class president. That Katsuki would probably just tell everyone to. And he quoted F off and follow me, piss ants. Did not help his case in the vampire's mind. Ada was a well-meaning person, but his stiff attitude and narrow mind were things that could also make the teen run into troublesome situations. He would probably follow the rules to a T, refusing to do anything that hadn't required at least 2 lawyers or the principal's approval. Quick judgment was one great requirement, one which Izuku feared the engine quirk user currently lacked. That left out Ieyasu and Todoroki. Izuku discreetly glanced at the two. The heterochromatic teen was currently siding straight, his face a stone mask displaying no emotion whatsoever. Owner of a powerful quirk and being son of the second ranker, Endeavor, the teen was sure to be knowledgeable and trained, but the Hemomancer had never seen him interact with anyone outside of mandatory work. Not exactly leader-like material. The creation quirk user was the only one left. The girl did display the image of a proper leader, someone you could follow and trust to give solid advice. Her impressive display of abilities on the battle trial added to her score in the vampire's mind. The fact that she also was a recommendation student also being something that he kept in mind when factoring her. His options narrowed out to a sole candidate. Izuku wrote Ieyasu's name on the paper and waited for Ida to collect it. The tall teen did so and began writing down the names on the blackboard. Izuku waited for the result, some confusion on his face as noticed his name had a vote. Who voted for me? He wondered. As the names began piling up on the board, something stunning for the vampire happened. He got another vote. Ieyasu Momo, 3 votes. Midoriya Izuku, 3 votes. The rest of the names all had 1 vote, with Ida and Uraraka having 0. The male students seemed utterly defeated by the fact that no one had voted for him. Izuku was stunned. How had he managed to acquire 3 votes? 3 out of 16, the votes for Ieyasu out. Both the vampire and the beauty stood in front of the class. Their positions would be decided by another vote. I call effing bullshit on this effing voting. Bakugo rose from his place with fury, but one glance from Aizawa, even with the teacher still inside his cozy cocoon on the floor of the class, was enough to make the ash blonde sit down. His grinding teeth echoed loudly though, his displeasure clear for all to hear. Izuku was still stunned from the voting. People had found him trustworthy. That was a first on his school life. Sure, Detective Tsukachi had trusted Izuku from the get-go, but that had more to deal with his lie detection quirk. Had his efforts paid off and people didn't find his appearance to be overly creepy? Whatever the case, he was still out of it even when the second pool of votes came in and he was behind the girl by a wide margin of votes. Ieyasu Momo, 12 votes. Midoriya Izuku, 5 votes. Even with the difference in votes, it was impressive that people had managed to trust and select him for vice president. Glad you got that settled before class ended, Aizawa said, standing up and allowing the 2 teens to return to their chairs. Ieyasu nodded to him and daintily walked to her place, a smile on her face. She still managed to maintain the high-class aura, but Izuku could read from her body language that she was peppy. Happiness almost exhaling from her body. He managed to not cosplay as Ida as he returned to his desk, ignoring the burning gaze of his bomber classmate. Lunchtime came and Izuku followed his usual routine. He picked his food from lunch rush on the cafeteria and proceeded to find an empty corner table where he could eat peacefully. His thermos refilled, the hospital having delivered a batch of blood bags to the school as per his requirements. So he did not have to worry about running out of his special nutrition. His seat taken, the vampire started on his meal. Deep-fried pork and pickled vegetables with a side dish of white rice and miso soup. The blood being an additional to curb the influence of hunter instincts and to truly satisfy him. He was on middle of a long sip from the flask when Takoyami sat on the available spot in front of the vampire. "I assume you are most happy with your current position, fellow Abyss Watcher," the raven-headed exclaimed, setting down his food tray. "I did not expect people to choose me for that. I mean, look at me." The vampire pointed to himself with his chopsticks. "Our class might be impressed by your wonderful show during the battle trial. Not many of our classmates could accomplish a victory alone, given the circumstances," Takoyami said, crossing his arms over his chest and assuming a pensive pose. The duo's conversation proceeded for a while, Izuku pulling a notebook from his blazer and showing Takoyami some ideas. The raven-headed teen impressed by the notes. Although most were theories, the vampire had managed to get most information correct with just one glance at his quirk. However, before long Izuku's head turned into the direction of incoming footsteps. The raven-headed teen followed the vampire's gaze, spotting the group approaching their table. Ada, Uraraka, and Tsuyu approached the table where the two dwelled. "Hello, Midoriya-kun," Takoyami-san. The taller teen greeted them. "May we join you?" The boy almost bound to finish his request, the food tray stopping him before he dropped his food. "Hey, Izuku-kun," Takoyami-san. Uraraka smiled at the duo. Izuku and Takoyami exchanged glances with each other before both nodded to the group. "You are very much welcome to join us," Takoyami answered while Izuku used his head to motion for the group to choose their seats. Ida sat on the chair beside Takoyami while Uraraka opted to sit by the vampire's side, Tsuyu opting to sit next to the brunette. "How does it feel, Izuku-kun, being class vice president?" Uraraka asked, full of enthusiasm. That she was really digging in her rice was proof that the food from the lunch rush was truly good. "Cheap too." The vampire took a sip from his flask before he answered. "Can't say I feel that different, but it was a surprise for sure. I was sure that Ieyazaru-sen was sure to be a candidate, but I pictured someone else being vice president," he explained, taking a short moment to eat more of his pork. "Why, when we think about remarkable performances, we remember your battle trial and the following explanation. All Might Sensei looked really troubled when you began predicting the outcome to all the battles. I can't see anyone else being the class vice president. You could even have become president," Ada mentioned, taking time to wipe the fog off his glasses as he was eating a bowl of beef ramen. "Ada-kun is right. You were, like, super cool when you fought Kirishima-kun and Siro-kun. And you're also really smart. You told me all those strategies and tips after my battle that I feel that if we were in a group, we would never lose, even against Bakugo-kun. Talking about him, he was really mad when you won for vice president." Ochako spoke in one breath, her hands moving as if to imitate his actions back during the battle trial. Izuku felt somewhat self-conscious, blushing a bit. His skin was getting some more color since he developed Daywalker, but it never lasted long enough for him to get a tan. He was about to say something, but hunter instincts was triggered and the teen felt all the hair on his body stand up. Murderous intent spiked from some direction on UA, the entry gates if his memory of the school map was correct, and the teen felt personally attacked. Had a villain become mad enough to attack the #1 school in all of Japan? Izuku noticed that his classmates were looking at him oddly, wondering what he was doing. Before he could explain himself, sirens blared loudly on the cafeteria. "Warning, warning, level 3 security threat. Security has been breached. Warning, warning," as if a gunshot had been fired. The many students filling the cafeteria began hurriedly vacating the premises. The only problem with that was that all the students had the same idea and were rushing to exit the room through the double doors that clearly were not meant for that amount of people. His classmates were clearly confused, himself included, by the alert. They had never been instructed on what to do in this situation. How? They didn't know what a level 3 threat was or what they were supposed to do. Invoking his advanced hemomancy, Izuku managed to capture one of the rushing students with a thick tendril of blood. "Boy, what the hell is happening?" Izuku short of shouted at his upperclassman, the student being stunned by the vampire's actions for a few seconds before he realized the question. Izuku could almost see the cogs spinning inside the teen's head as he firmed himself. "You didn't know. A level 3 security breach means that someone has invaded the campus." The upperclassman left hurriedly, joining the sea of people that shoved and pushed to exit the cafeteria. Izuku tried to firm himself after being shoved, managing to right himself and avoid being stepped on by the mob. What the hell is going on with everyone? If they panic like this, someone will get hurt for sure. almost as if destiny or fate itself heard him. The vampire's enhanced vision captured the moment Uraraka was elbowed by someone else, the girl instinctively closing her eyes and losing her footing. The vampire didn't blink as he flashed step-ed close to her, catching the brunette by her shoulders and holding her up. "Uraraka-san, are you all right?" Izuku asked. The blood from previously wrapped around his face and turned into his Oni face mask. Better to have some blood on hand than be caught wanting. The brunette opened her eyes and nodded to him, wincing as she grabbed at her side. "I think it's bruised." The vampire let more blood seep from his arms, the crimson tendrils lashing out and latching into Ida, Takoyami, and Tsuyu. A moment later, the teens were pulled towards him as he used their table as a safe point. "Ida-kun, what's the situation?" The engine user had one bruise on his lips, no doubt from a shove or an elbow. "Midoriya, I think I saw the press entering the school campus before you pulled me," Ada answered, pointing to the large glass-pane windows of the cafeteria. If the panic hadn't set the students off, they may have noticed the entry of the press. Izuku huffed, his solid blood construct shifting open to allow the stream of air to exit his mouth and also give him a pretty intimidating figure. The entire situation crumbled faster than it should be expected of a hero school. How the hell did the press manage to get past 3 gates of solid steel without triggering self-defense mechanism? Maybe ... No villain would be foolish enough to try their luck when All Might is a teacher here. With the full rooster of combat heroes such as Eraserhead, Vlad King, Sniper, and Midnight, trying anything like a frontal assault is stupid beyond even the dumbest villain. Whatever the case, we can't let the others step on each other like this. "Uraraka-san, make Ida-kun float." His words confused the brunette, but she obeyed easily enough. Her finger pads touched Ada and made the taller teen float. Ada himself was confused as to why would Izuku ask the girl for that to happen, but soon enough the idea clicked on his head. "I guess that you got the point," Izuku asked, focusing the tendrils of blood into a single tentacle, which was wrapped around the engine quirk user. The girls and Takoyami were secured by the deceptively strong arms of the vampire. One head nod later, Izuku was readying himself to throw the taller teen, who had just finished taking off his shoes and exposing his calf engines. "Takoyami, I want you to go to the windows and confirm what is going on there. I take that dark shadow is rather solid, right?" The teen nodded to the question and understood what Izuku meant. Exercising his command over his quirk, Takoyami invoked the creature that dwelled inside him. One jump aided by the power of his quirk and a boost from one of Midoriya's blood tendrils. Takoyami soared high above the crowd of students and quickly flew towards the glass window. He latched onto the superior part of the glass pane, having a full view of Aizawa-sensei and Present Mike trying their very best to stop the press instead of forcefully making them exit the private grounds. His mission complete, Takoyami held onto the superior part of the pane. "Dark Shadow, signal to Midoriya, our duty is complete." Aye, boss." The living shadow shook one of its shadowy limbs, catching the attention of the vampire. "Ida-kun, it's time to be a hero," Izuku said, already hearing the rumbling of the engines inside Ida's calves. "I agree, Midoriya-kun." Thanks to the weightlessness of Ida, Izuku had an easy time putting strength into the throw. Sure enough, Ida also went sailing on the air, but due to his quirk, the teen acquired much greater speed. Only problem was that he couldn't suddenly stop. Added with his current velocity, Ida smacked dab right over the exit gate, the noise gathering attention from the crowd. "Attention, all is okay. It's just the press." Not a second later, an explosion happened right in the middle of the crowd, making many of the students get startled. Izuku recognized the acridly sweet smell. "Effing extras, what the F is wrong with you?" Bakugo also seemed to have his plans to have the confusion disperse, although he spoke in his usual rabid way. "Can't even trust you to evacuate like you are training at the effing best hero school in the country." More explosions followed suit, none powerful or fiery to hurt anyone, their current focus being into their loud noise and flare. "UA students, form orderly lines. We can't behave like this when we are the next generation of heroes. We would have greatly shamed ourselves should the press have captured our blunder. Act accordingly to our status as hero trainees." Yazaru's voice echoed from a megaphone, no doubt her creation. Her speech by far was the most professional, both chastising the students for their panic and also offering advice. The panic from before settled down and the students began helping around those that suffered injuries during the chaos. Uraraka turned to Tsuyu with a smile and the duo did a high five. The brunette turned around to congratulate Izuku for his plan. One was a top-tier class. Their response to this incident proved that they truly were worthy of their status as hero course student. Their mettle would be tested further, an incident that would make the class famous internationally. Yet, for now, the focus of the zero-gravity quirk user was finding the one who had helped her. She would only find him after the confusion was truly dealt with. As soon as Izuku heard the crackling of the small, telltale signature explosions of the ash blonde. The vampire was sure that the event would settle down. After that, he abundantly used Flash Step and his stealth to leave the place and search the school grounds. Hunter Instincts was reacting strongly to something, and Izuku was betting all his chips that the vicious killing intent from earlier had to do with it. His blood ran rapidly inside his veins and arteries, almost begging for him to use his hemomancy. He ran through the halls of the school, trying his best to find any sort of clue that would lead him. The vampire almost ran past one of the many hallways of the school, but before he did, the strong smell of formaldehyde hit his nostrils. The pungent smell of the gas meant that someone was using formalin, a chemical that was used to preserve bodies. The vampire doubled his efforts, following the strong leftover smell until it led to one office. Izuku let the blood seep from his skin, slowly covering his legs and arms into crimson flowing armor. He also started pulling on the effect of his most recent ability, which he had acquired after cultivating the Quirk factor in Kirishima's blood. The ability wasn't completed, pull some use if he pushed himself. Thanking the heavens that he had finished his thermos today, Izuku pulled on the hardening Quirk factor, making his crimson armor take on a more consistent shape. It still looked soft, but Izuku was sure that he could deal serious damage, be it blunting attacks or slashing cuts. Before he could stomp the office door down, Izuku felt a wave of weakness hit him, his control over advanced hemomancy failing immediately and letting to the entirety of the life liquid spilling uselessly on the ground. Pangs of hunger immediately hit him, but the feeling of hollowness that oppressed him was greater. Izuku could take enormous amounts of punishment, high-speed regeneration being the lifeline that could make him pull through what could be considered fatal for many. He was not arrogant to say that his quirk made him an effective immortal, but Izuku could very much shrug off everything short of getting his head blown off. Right now, he felt exposed to death. The mere sunlight that lit half the hallway now seemed like venomous poison that would corrode the current Izuku to the bone. The cold that also came with losing such a great deal of blood also bothered him, likely anemia setting in. All of that happened due to one quick look of Aizawa-sensei. "Midoriya, we need to talk." The glow inside the man's eyes made Izuku fear for his life. Izuku was shivering. The feeling of powerlessness that was affecting him was unlike anything he felt before. Bakugo's bullying was a cakewalk compared to this. At least the vampire could regenerate. The burns and bruises never lasted long enough, although the pain was always there. All in all, his problems were always manageable. Not this time. Under the powerful gaze of erasure, the vampire felt closer to death than ever before. High-speed regeneration was one developed skill that assured Izuku could keep fighting even during the most dire of situations. But one gaze was all it took to blow his powers and confidence straight into the ground. After being subjected under the scrutiny of his homeroom teacher for a few more seconds, Izuku felt the eyes of the teacher move somewhere else, allowing true ancestor to work again without restriction. Izuku immediately touched the pooled blood on the ground, hoping that it had not degenerated. He could still feel the teacher's gaze over his frame, but the important thing was that Eraserhead had not activated his quirk. The vampire managed to get back about half the amount of blood he'd lost. He was feeling oozy. His strength had been depleted far more than what could be deemed acceptable or safe, and the thirst hit with full force, his eyes gaining their crimson gleam. "Midoriya." Aizawa's stern voice settled the vampire back into full rationality. "You have 5 minutes to explain why were you here." The pro could look like a vagabond, but Aizawa could pull off one of the most intimidating expressions he had seen. "Sensei, I felt something weird approaching the school. That weird incident with the media invading campus must have been some kind of distraction. I felt killing intent heading this way, I swear, Sensei." Izuku took a few deep breaths to stabilize himself. The thirst made his vision flash with red, and Hunter instincts were screaming for Izuku to run and create the maximum amount of distance between him and the pro hero. "This is the man that almost killed me. He is a pro hero. Caution is a must." And I was suspicious. The inner beast whispered into his ear. The line of thought seemed to have a life of its own, yet the hemomancer held it in the iron cage of his mind. He settled his green irises on Aizawa's black and suspicious eyes, focusing all his mind into rationale. Of course the pro would be suspicious of him, skulking around when all the other students were supposed to have evacuated or were headed back to their classes. His behavior was the very definition of suspicious. If you could sense danger, you must have finely tuned senses. That being the case, why would you head towards danger? Izuku almost flinched when his teacher asked the question. The vampire clamped his hands shut, his blunt nails digging into his palms and piercing the skin. "I have developed some new skills recently and I thought that I could apprehend the perpetrator. My body moved on its own." The teen answered truthfully, or the closest he could to being entirely truthful. Most of the reason was to capture the potential harmful enemy before he could hurt his fellow classmates. Mesmerize and coagulation being almost handcrafted skills to subdue without much fuss. The tiny part that Izuku kept to himself was the fact that his instincts told him that invasion upon his territory was absolutely unacceptable. Aizawa continued looking over him for a few more moments. both of them staring into each other's eyes to see any hint of falsehood. From the teacher's body language, it seemed that Izuku was safe against expulsion, but Eraserhead was a stealth pro. Faking his own body language should be easy enough for the man. After what seemed like an eternity, the pro sighed while slumping his shoulders, the action signaling that all tension had left his body. Izuku almost smiled. Yet another glare and a smack to the head were enough to stop the vampire. Damn problem child. You are a trainee. You are not supposed to go headfirst into dangerous situations. If you can sense killing intent, flee from it, don't go towards it. The hero complained, mumbling down as he walked the hallway back to his classroom. He stopped and looked back at the vampire. What are you waiting for? Head to the infirmary and get yourself some blood. I gave a quick skim to your files. Says that you are cleared for special feeding. Just don't forget to get a hall pass from Recovery Girl. Izuku widened his eyes. The pro had actually bothered to read his file. Most people read the first lines of his quirk description and automatically assumed he was the classic romance fiction vampire, and sure, some things could be similar, yet some things were completely different. How and why would garlic affect him, or how silver was supposed to hurt him, were the types of questions people would ask him. It got annoying after the 10th time when you had to explain that you were not going to burst into confetti if exposed to a cross or staked into the heart. Not that he had tried those out of curiosity. Not at all. The vampire glanced back at the hallway, eyes settling over the pool of blood that had been left. Another flash of red, hunger pangs hitting him and making the Hemomancer once more clench his hand into a hard fist. Don't worry about that. Cleaner bots will come before anyone sees that, the pro said to him, but that was not what was bothering Izuku. He could, surprisingly, bounce back from events like these rather quickly, or rather, he had been doing that his entire life. The problem laid in his over-reliance in true ancestor. His constant reliance on advanced hemomancy brought about the current situation, hunger pangs hitting him due to loss of blood. Even now, Izuku was lightheaded from the event where such great amount of blood was lost due to control being taken away from him. Izuku was a predator. Evolving and bettering himself was something he did unconsciously. Thankfully, the event had happened inside school grounds and with a teacher to stop him in case his hunter instincts decided to act up. He was normally sensible, yet as it stood, his thirst resulted in the vampire ending up with such a retarded idea that it seemed that it was by God's intervention that he hadn't had his face caved in. Sensei, may I drink your blood? Excuse me, what the? The return to classes went by without any fuss. The majority of the students wondered for the reason Izuku had returned to class together with the teacher. And where was he during the evacuation? Uraraka almost scooched closer to ask the vampire about his situation. Yet the homeroom teacher soon busied all of them with work, since their schedule had already been pushed by thanks to the buzzards known as reporters. The entirety of the class had been subjected to a lecture about safe evacuation protocols. Considering the mess that had happened in the cafeteria, Izuku noticed that the lessons could have been much harsher. Yet, it seemed that Aizawa held back a bit on the intimidation. I suppose it is fair. I mean, we are first years on our first lessons. Nobody expects us to be experts in evacuation or crowd control this early in our careers. I'm actually fearing for the second and third years. Sensei has that murder look just like on our quirk examination day. Izuku pondered to himself, writing a few evacuation drills on a side notepad as he also took notes on the lesson Aizawa was putting out. After that, the day went by without any other events playing out. Not that Izuku was wishing for more action. Losing about 30% of his blood had been enough action for the remaining of the day. He had lucked out that Aizawa-sensei had somehow agreed to let him drink his blood. It had played out fairly quickly, the teacher pondering the idea for a while in his mind. The look of concentration the teacher had was impressive, making Izuku wonder if he was about to get an elbow to his face for asking stupid questions when hungry. However, it seemed luck was on his side and the teacher sighed as if accepting some invisible scolding and offering one arm after pulling his sleeve up. Think of this as my apology for earlier. Don't drink too much, problem child. I still have lessons to give. Eraserhead's blood had an odd taste. While most people had a pleasant, iron-rich taste to their blood, Aizawa's blood tasted weirdly blank, almost as if he was drinking nutrient-paced food. It wasn't a bad taste per se, more like unusual. Not bland like packaged blood, but more like diluted juice. Drinking his share rapidly, Izuku let go of his teacher's arm and followed the man as he returned to class. To say that it was awkward to walk beside the person whose blood you had just ingested, it would be an understatement. Yet, the pro hero made no visual display if he was feeling the same thing, merely walking at a sedated pace to one's room. When school time was over, the vampire deemed more important his cultivation of the fresh quirk factor running in his bloodstream than socializing with his classmate. The ride home was peaceful, the UA uniform calling eyes, but also serving as deterrence against any loud comments on his looks. As he reached home, the teen headed to his room in a beeline. ignoring the fact that the apartment was pitch dark. Inside his habitation, the vampire barely took off his blazer before he was opening the mini fridge and taking out 5 blood packs, the 6th already being worked on, to consume as he cultivated. Putting some soft jazz to play, Izuku laid on his bed and let his body begin the process of breaking down the quirk factor running high in his bloodstream. Different from mesmerize, coagulation, or the recently acquired blood-hardened shield, the quirk factor belonging to Eraserhead was truly difficult to crack open. Never had the Hemomancer faced such hardship when trying to emulate the effects of a quirk, yet Erasure was determined to hold its secrets away from the vampire, refusing to budge even with the full efforts of the vampire when cultivating the power. A proper metaphor would be a rock in the middle of a running river. It stood firm and strong, parting the waters that were trying to break it down. After 5 hours, more 10 blood packs and 2 visits from his mother, Izuku decided that he would need more time to crack open the secrets of what made Erasure work. Either that, or more of Aizawa-sensei's blood. Yet the Hemomancer highly doubted that the teacher would be willing to donor more of his blood to UAS resident vampire, Monster. Finding himself fully awake at 2 in the morning, Izuku decided that burning some energy off would be good. He picked his phone and proceeded to reply to Mei's intense salvo of random messages, blueprints and schematics, only to find out that he had a message from an unknown number. Message from Fluffy Machai. Hey Izuku-kun, Ochako here. I managed to get Bakugo-kun to give me your number, so I thought it would be nice to send you a message. I also gave Ida-kun your number, so I hope that you won't mind. Anyways, now you can send me a message whenever you want. The vampire read the message as he changed his clothes into something a bit more comfortable for a workout. Finding out that he had quite a bunch of messages from unknown numbers, he smiled lightly at Uraraka's fitting name on the SNC, but his smile strained a bit as he realized that the entirety of his class had his personal number. He had theirs, considering that was his job as vice president, and Yaoyorozu-san was almost as diligent about rules as Ida, except without the stiff behavior, but still. Messages from Tenwaya Ida, Yaoyorozu Momo, Acid Queen Bubblegum, Cool Spark Guy, EXPLOSION Lord, and a lot of names and many different messages, the vampire recognizing and labeling them almost instantaneously by their writing style and nicknames. He took the chance to save and label all the names, responding to all with simple greetings. No, it wasn't creepy that he had memorized their numbers but never saved them on his contact list. He was quickly done with that, picked his headphones and exited the apartment once more, relishing the cool night air. After a few light stretches, the vampire began running and making his way towards Dagaba Beach. He had taken upon himself to keep coming to check on the situation of the place, and after a few threats to the municipal prefecture, he had been granted judicial rights over the beach. While he could not claim the place as private and bar anyone from entering the place, Izuku could have anything built there, and anyone that he caught littering the place could be fined both for trashing public property and also damaging private property. It was rather complicated and boring to explain, but the easiest way would be to picture the beach as a business. While the prefecture, as well as the Japanese state, owned Dagaba Beach as a public space open to anyone, Izuku owned it as a recreational center. It was a large can of worms, but at this point the vampire did not care. He did have enough money to live comfortably, considering his skill with the financial market and investment in stocks, which meant he also had money to pay lawyers to help his cause. Cleaning the beach had improved the area, raising the mood of the populace as well as increasing the market price of the local homes and business. Security and sanitary health also were improved, as the literal dumpster from before made the place smell bad and attract some unpleasant fellows. A few local small-time politicians tried to throw their weight around, but the vampire's slit and gleaming eyes made short work of their attitude. It sure was not the fact that he stalked them and casually knew why the beach was left to rot for so long. The jazz that had been playing for the past hour was replaced by a melodious piano song, matching the mood of vampire as he admired the work he had done on the beach. The night sky seemed to melt on the horizon as it met with the ocean, the stars a bit hard to see due to the artificial light reflection of the city behind him, yet he could still see that his work was not in vain. Deep breaths followed the slow and precise moves as Izuku did the basic katas for mixed martial arts, the moves easy enough for beginners to do. It wasn't anything fancy. A few Google searches could land anyone on the proper sites. The deep breathing, the slow movement of his muscles, the scenic background, and the music made Izuku lose track of time. When he came to, the sun was showing the early signs of its arrival. It was then that the vampire noticed he was drenched in sweat. He stopped his workout and did a quick cool-off, sitting by the stone stairs that led down to the beach. It was mostly clean, although you could still spot move litter in the form of discarded electronics or the odd metal chunk. Well, it could be worse. I guess I'll need to put Plan H in motion, he mused to himself, scrolling down the many blueprints and schematics that flooded his phone's memory. All that junk will finally have a use that it's not dirtying the beach. If everyone could see the sun ascending the sky, the scene of it as it rose from the waters, many would double think their action of throwing trash here. The early orange-yellow mesh of colors reflected on the blue waters, the soft and kind warmth that permeated your skin and seemed to caress your soul. If even him, who previously despised mornings, could come to appreciate this, others also could. They merely needed a push. Realizing he had spent enough time playing the philosopher, Izuku headed back home for a shower. He had a feeling that today would be a good day. Our foundational heroics today will be a special joint effort between All Might and a special on-site teacher, Aizawa explained as soon as their lunch break was done. The usual murmurs began sprouting inside the class as students tried to guess their soon-to-be activity. Zero rose his hand, the odd-shaped elbows standing out even when the teen's arms were covered by the school's blazer. "Sensei, what will we do?" Aizawa, in his ever-so-done-with-life mood, presented the class with one card with the words "Rescue" boldly printed in blue. "It matters not if it is a flood, forest fire, or any other possible event, you need to be the hero everyone needs. That's what rescue is all about." Once more, the classroom was filled with murmurs and growing excited noises as students began talking among themselves. Izuku caught the odd commentary of Asuitsuyu as she expressed her absolute confidence on anything involving a flood. Kaminari joked about his would-be performance with his friends, the group getting a bit rowdy as they teased the blonde. Aizawa cut the pleasant mood with the grace of a hot knife cutting through butter, making the rowdy group flinch in place as they shut themselves up at the sight of the hero's eyes. Silence being re-established, the teacher proceeded. "Each of you designed your costumes, so you must know their advantages and drawbacks. Take that into consideration when opting to gear up or not, as they might get into your way during your task." The teacher produced a controller from somewhere on his person and with a click, the wall behind the hero hissed steam before retracting and presenting the 19 suitcases of the class. "The facility is somewhat far from the teaching campus, so we will be taking a bus to reach there. All of you are good to go." The question seemed extremely out of place for someone such as Eraserhead. But the vampire guessed it was directed mostly at him. After yesterday's events, anyone could be feeling a bit down. Yet the Hemomancer's situation had been extra troublesome. The vampire caught the teacher focusing on him, so he returned the look, the slight head nod being all the confirmation that the pro needed to assure the teen was fine. He turned around to leave, lingering on the door for a faint moment before finally leaving and allowing the teens inside a breather from his serious attitude. Their teacher gone, the majority of the class immediately rose from their seats and made their way to their hero costumes. Izuku let the first group exit before he rose from his seat to grab his case, nodding to the remaining classmates with the same idea. Koda shyly awaited back. Takoyami preferred to avoid the troublesome light dwellers and hang with his fellow Abyss Watcher. Kyoyuka and Momo had taken their time while they talked, and Todoroki was quietly brooding until he decided to stand up. Izuku made quick work of dressing up, but he avoided his coat. It was too bulky and heavy. Besides, the sun was striking quite fiercely at this time. He draped the Kevlar-reinforced coat over his left arm and rose the sleeves of his tough button-up white shirt. His green tie was also loosened, allowing the vampire a bit of a breather. As the class made their way to the bus, Izuku noticed that many had formed little groups of their own. It seemed like he wanted Izuku to say something, yet restrained himself for some reason. The vampire shrugged and did a head count, making sure that everyone was present. Yaoyorozu and Kyoyuka seemed engrossed in their conversation, so the vampire opted to not bother the duo. He was quickly done with his count, all the students of the class present. He was about to look for Takoyami to talk, but the light footsteps coming his way could not belong to his shadowy friend. Not with the way he could almost hear the bounce on her step. "Hey, Izuku-kun, you're also wearing your costume." Her statement was so basic that he could swear the girl was just trying to find something to start conversation. He simply nodded to her, shifting his position to lessen the weight of his coat on one leg to both. Taking a few moments to take her image in, he noticed that her helmet was missing. It added to her. The space-themed motif blended well with her round features and soft attitude, the way she seemed to bounce with each step and her bubbly aura of positiveness. It tickled something inside him that made his fangs itch. "Well, I messaged you yesterday, since you just kind of left, but I really hope you don't mind that I gave my friends your number." She seemed to be pleading, her big eyes showing some worry that he would dislike her attitude. "Don't worry about it, I don't really mind," he replied, watching her from the corner of his eyes. Her cheeks dusted lightly, her lips changing from the slight pout they had to a full-beam smile. The vampire heard some snickering from one of the girls, but he decided it was best to ignore it. Some of the boys also had their eyes fixed on his back, but Izuku also ignored those in favor of humoring the girl. They did exchange some trivial banter, the vampire mostly letting the girl do the talking, most of it about her excitement for rescue and that her favorite hero was a rescue hero. A short while later, Aizawa gave the students clearing to board the bus. Ada still seemed like he was on the verge of fully becoming a robot. But as the class entered their lift, the tall teen let his shoulders drop as if both relieved and embarrassed. Izuku heard quiet whispers leaving the Tenya's youngest son, many having to do with the fact that he avoided calling out organized sitting arrangements. Once the bus rode out, the students continued their chats. Izuku chanced to sit between Asui and Takoyami, facing Kaminari, Mina, and Aoyama. The vampire took the time to talk with Takoyami, the teens sharing their hobbies. Conversation was going great, until someone grasped at the sleeve of his shirt. Midoriya-kun. This might come as a surprise, but I always say what I think, regardless of what is on my mind. Asui, the girl with frog features, spoke out. Her poker face settled on an almost permanent smile. He was somewhat surprised by her actions, considering that girl had easily touched him and seemed to have no problem staying this close. "Hello there, Asui-san," he greeted her, the others taking interest in the conversation that was about to happen, which became quickly interesting as she immediately cut whatever else he was going to say. "Call me Tsuyu-chan." Well, that wasn't sudden at all. He joked sarcastically in his head, his face not showing 1 ounce of his thoughts, before he could comment on her oddly specific interest in sudden personal name-calling. Since Japanese were quite known for their boundaries in relation to suffixes, she had already moved on with the conversation. "Your quirk is quite scary, right? Almost like Vlad King's, but scarier." Some classmates flinched. If she noticed, she had ignored it as she opted to continue focusing on his face. "How do people react when you tell them that you can suck blood and manipulate it?" The question seemed to come from a place of genuine curiosity instead of maliciousness. The fact that her heart rate was mostly stable also indicated that she was slightly worried her question had offended him in any way. Izuku hummed, wondering what to answer the frog girl. When younger, Izuku absolutely hated True Ancestor for not allowing him to do the things normal kids did. His hunter instinct sharpened his senses and were bothersome to control, leaving Kid Midoriya to deal with his thirst. All in all, he never wished his power to be someone else's problem. The troubles and obstacles that he had faced to reach where he was were innumerous, and no doubt there would be many more to come. In fact, day-to-day life was full of challenges. Even now, his body wished to jump on the neck of the beautiful frog girl and drink of her blood, not for her quirk factor, but for the simple pleasure of ingesting the sweet crimson nectar. The other teens also were waiting for his answer, so the vampire exhaled and lightly smiled as he assumed a pensive pose. "Like many others, I have had my fair share of troubles when dealing with my quirk. I mean, my abilities are nothing like my mother's or my father's. So when I began manifesting them, I had absolutely no idea how to deal with them. It was a true trial and error situation, testing what worked and what didn't." He did a quick check to see if his impromptu audience was still focused, which they were. "I mean, I deal with it on an everyday basis. There are many sides to quirks, each with their fair share of ups and downs. I just accepted what I could do with mine. And once I learned that this quirk is part of me, not what defines me, I began to fully understand what I could be capable of doing with it." He finished his mini rant, extending his right arm to full view of all those around him. His exposed, palish skin began gaining a red and viscous look until all his arm and hand were covered by his crimson gauntlet. You don't see everyday people that can control their blood, much less to the extent I can. So it was not a challenge to understand why people feared my powers. Blood quirks aren't exactly pretty on the eyes. I understand the reason people fear this. I'd probably fear it too were it not a literal part of me. His eyes glanced at the front of the bus. Their supposed stop seemed to be close by, and decided to end his little spiel. "To stop wasting time and answer your question, Tsuyu-chan, people are either overly scared of my quirk, or they romanticize it absurdly. It's a quirk. It only defines me as much as I allow it to. I'll try my best to get people to see past True Ancestor and see Midoriya Izuku." He allowed himself to focus on the others inside the bus, many stunned into absolute silence. Kirishima, the redhead, in particular, had his jaw opened and eyes wide. His hands atop his lap had become hardened akin to stone as the teen seemed to want to display and say something about his own abilities. Aoyama's face had frozen into a stiff smile he was forcing to keep on. His twinkle, sparkle shenanigans forgotten. All those that had heard his speech seemed to be deep in thought. Even Bakugo looked less ravenously on the edge of a rage fit and more mellow, like a lion that was still, but Izuku thanked the heavens for small victories. Todoroki, in particular, seemed to be staring daggers into Izuku. The stare would be capable of making Midoriya feel awkward or self-aware, were it not for the fact that he had dealt with murderous villains and one angry Aizawa. One angry Aizawa was a difficult measure to beat. The vampire might not have been the best at social etiquette to know the appropriate response for the current mood, but he recognized that he had to do something about it as the responsible for creating it. Thus, he recalled the blood from his gauntleted arm, leaving only enough to create a rather elaborate replica of a rose, which he presented to the frog girl. almost letting it fall on her hands before it squirmed and turned into a blood tendril. The tentacle of crimson life liquid bopped the girl on her nose. When in doubt, turn to humor, or so the teen had read somewhere he conveniently forgot now. A rosy blush, followed by a stronger one. Even steam seemed to be exiting Tsuis's lowered head. That was not the reaction he was expecting. Wasn't he supposed to be the one that steamed under the sun? Okay kids, settle down. We reached our destination. His measures to improve the mood of Wanna seemed to have worked out fine enough. But now the vampire could not escape the teasing glances from some of his classmates. How in bloody hell could a pink-skinned girl could manage such a teasing grin? Smirk was beyond the current mental capabilities of Izuku. He could increase blood flow to his brain to aid in processing power. But even that seemed to be a fruitless endeavor upon the might of Ishido Mina's teasing smile. The group exited the bus under the guidance of their teacher and entered the giga-enormous facility that was the USJ. To boost morale further, it seemed that they would be tutored under the space hero, 13. The hero greeted them with a warm attitude, his costume making Izuku sweat a bit just by looking at it. It looks toasty in there, 13. Uraraka bounced in her place, spitting out known trivia about the hero to whoever was the closest. Izuku ended up taking the brunt of it, but he could admit that he himself was a fan of the hero and the rescue work that he did. Before the hero could begin what seemed to be a lecture, Aizawa approached him. Izuku took an interest on their conversation as he noticed that the underground hero hand-signed to his fellow worker. "Where is All Might?" Aizawa asked in rough tone, as if already expecting some nonsense shenanigan to have happened. 13 took the care to whisper as he rose 3 fingers to his workmate, heroing while commuting and ended up using his time, resting at the nap room while Principal Nezu talks with him. Pity for the heroes that Izuku had caught on their whispering as he had tuned out Uraraka in favor of his curiosity as to the need of secrecy among the two pros. He would apologize to the zero-gravity user if necessary. But the current bit of information he had just heard was more appalling. All Might has a time limit. Why? How long is it? 3 minutes. No, too short. 3 days. No. The media barely knew of his presence here in UA. Considering his agency is in Tokyo, they would be hounding around there. And it seemed that they only discovered his presence here yesterday. Maybe about 3 hours. That seems to match the usual reports of his activities. Also taking in consideration that his teaching classes are mostly for 1A, since 1B has Vlad King as their combat teacher. Now, who could be so powerful as to be able to hurt All Might? Hell, it's All Might. Not even his fight with Toxic Chainsaw was that difficult. Izuku was brought out of his mind musings as he noticed his classmates began clapping at 13. The hero bowing at his waist as if he had just finished some overly important and crucial speech. Not that stayed at the front of the vampire's mind. No, the crucial thing for him at the moment was the way the hair on his neck rose as shivers ran down his spine. BLOODLUST. Killer instinct. Murder. Death. Hunter instincts blared so vividly inside his mind that Izuku thought that his inner beast had broken out of his mental cage. Yet, he knew that was not the case. Like before, his instincts warned that something dangerous was just about to happen. He recognized the feeling of killing intent, especially one so raw and poisoned like this. The same one that had attacked him during the press invasion incident on the campus. A purple-black mist surged right on the middle of the plaza, no bigger than a softball. The mist grew and expanded, one hand exiting from it to reveal a man, dressed in plain clothes, cerulean blue hair that was in extreme need of a cut and with many hands draped all over his body. At first, only this man had exited the purple mist portal, yet, as it grew further, so did the number of people surging from it. Izuku's blood did 2 things. First, it reacted violently to the sight of the innumerous villains that began pouring in from this mysterious warping gate, tearing flesh to exit faster. His blood exited the confines of the flesh prison it was bound to. Not one drop stained the teen's white shirt. True ancestor and Izuku's ironclad mind worked together to weave his blood into his strongest war potential. Hemomancy, advanced hemomancy, high-speed regeneration, blood-hardening shield, hunter instincts. Blood gauntlets covered his arms and became deadly weapons of their own. His legs were plated by blood greaves, making Izuku resemble a mix between a futuristic knight and humanoid dragon. Even his lower face was surrounded by his crimson life liquid, the blood shaping a mask that was akin to a dragon's jagged maw or a oni. The second thing his blood did was to increase the flow of oxygen into his brain and adrenaline into his heart, allowing Izuku's mind an increased perception momentarily. He ran the risk of letting hunter instincts going wild. Or worse, the inner beast getting free, but the vampire risked it anyway. He would save his ultimate move, secret technique, for later, as it absolutely drained him of everything he had to offer. With his mind working high, Izuku was able to identify many of the villains that were occupying the plaza. At some point, his mind registered the order that Eraserhead gave. Not that the vampire would obey the request to huddle together and don't move, leaving his teacher to his luck and fate as he quite literally threw himself an enormous flight of stairs for the sake of the student. The name of villains came to him easily enough, many already having appeared on television. The majority of those were for petty crimes. But in the mix he could identify a few dangerous items. Butcherer, the chameleon, Medusa, ghoul, alien. The leader of this attack, the lanky man with cerulean blue hair, was still on the edge of the purple portal, seemingly waiting something. As that something crossed the portal, Izuku wondered how he had never seen or heard about this monstrosity. Hulking muscle at almost 2 meters of height, jagged teeth inside a maw ready to rend flesh, exposed brain. Hunter instinct screamed to him one thing as he took the sight of the beast in front of him. It was a loud and clear message, different from the mostly instinctual feelings he had. It resounded in his head, and it was almost as if he had been the one to say the words. Face that and you will die. IG guess that I will need to work overtime, right? Release yourself from your self-made shackles and you might just survive this whole ordeal. You aren't like them. Midoriya Izuku doesn't cage a monster inside his head. He cages himself. Blood is your answer. We are born of the blood, made man by the blood, undone by the blood. Villains, Kirishima shouted questioningly, shock deep in his voice. That's crazy. How could villains even invade this place? Kaminari asked, his eyes wide due to the quantity of villains pouring out of the purple portal on the plaza. The other students talked among themselves, trying to accept the fact that villains had truly invaded the USJ. Yaoyorozu asked 13 about security measures, but before the teacher could explain, Todoroki explained his perspective on this sudden invasion. It seems like this is a planned-out attack. If the school alarms haven't activated, it means they have a villain with a quirk to jam communications. Their numbers also are quite big, a true all-out invasion. Todoroki's cold and calculative voice made many of the teens have grim thoughts. A villain attack, something that advanced, was not what the first years were expecting for the current lesson. Aizawa had left clear instructions on what to do before he flew down the stairs. Heading straight to the plaza like a heat-seeking missile, try to settle back the comms and evacuate the premises of the USJ. It sounded simple enough, even if a sudden cold feeling began gnawing at the hearts and minds of the present hero trainees. Izuku took the chance, seeing his fellow classmates busy either being shocked still or slowly coming back to their senses. He focused his all into memorizing the moves of his teacher as Aizawa barreled into a line of long-range fighters. The villains seemed to not be aware of who the teacher was, lining up to seemingly shoot the teacher down. Their efforts failed as the hero's quirk took effect, stopping the activation of Themeter types. Hey, I can't shoot. It won't come out. What's going on? No doubt they never deal with a quirk like Erasure. Sensei will make short work of them. The thoughts run on the vampire's accelerated mind, his eyes widening as he drank in the sight of the pro-hero's fighting style. Eraserhead and Aizawa seemed to be one and the same. Yet the vampire spotted the difference right on this moment. Aizawa Shota, the UA teacher, was a logical and seemingly apathetical person. As Eraserhead, it seemed as if there would be no differences in behavior. The truth could not be more different. Those attributes, the logical mind mostly, were cranked to 11 as the man turned into a well-oiled machine. Each move, each punch, it seemed as if the man was constantly calculating what his next move would be, where he should tie his capture weapon or when to dodge. From his first move into the fight, capturing 3 villains at once and knocking them into each other, Aizawa truly lived to his life as both a teacher and pro-hero. Dodging the attack of a villain from behind and locking the offending limb with his capture tape, only to then mule-kick the villain unconscious. More and more villains tried to jump into the fray to stop the hero with their numbers. They failed hard. Izuku had his breath taken away by the sight of the fight, almost letting his guard down. Thankfully, Hunter instincts picked up for his slack in caution, triggering a warning as his ears caught the sound of a semi-corporeal being rushed to their position. Children, evacuate, now. 13's worried voice made the hero trainees snap out of their funk and make their way to the enormous doors of the USJ. Yet, Izuku did not move, merely flexing his right, gauntlet-equipped hand as the pseudo-metal that made his gauntlet became soft and turned into a spear on his hand. Once more, as if tearing holes on physics was child's play, the mist-like villain that brought the mob on campus appeared right in front of the class. His gaseous body was spread out, making the villain seem much more frightening as his acrid mustard yellow eyes settled on the teens, sending chills down their spines. Your evacuating is something I believe cannot happen at this moment. Forgive us for our rudeness and sudden appearance, but the Villain Alliance has come here to take All Might's head. Might have there been any changes to schedule? He should be here already. The gaseous had a male, baritone-esque voice, but the contents of his message were less than pleasant. They are going to kill All Might, the pillar of justice in Japan? That's not possible. Much more powerful villains have tried. The justice symbol is confirmed to be weak. Your teachers said so. Information must have leaked out. True Ancestor whispered into the vampire's ear, spreading the seed of doubt inside Izuku's mind. Yet, the vampire held into his convictions. All might may be weakening, but that's not information that is easily available to the public. These villains don't seem much, but some of them are really worrisome. Still, with Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei here, we have a fighting chance to wait until reinforcements come or we flee by ourselves. Those words of yours, villain, they are quite presumptions. 13 answered the villain, one of his hands moving discreetly behind his back, allowing one of the finger pads of his suit to pop open. Might you have the resolve to back them up? All the students were still shocked by the declaration of the purple villain, or so Izuku hoped that was what the villain was believing. The vampire tightened his right arm, the muscles underneath coiling and springing, and prepared to throw his projectile, his aim to distract the enemy further and aid the teacher in his work. Black hole seemed to be quite appropriate to deal with this particular case, meaning that luck had not abandoned Class 1 or 13. Indeed, rescue hero. As I stated, you all cannot leave this place. Such is my job. The baritone villain sounded professional and nonchalant about his proposition, expanding his body to try and encompass all the students. Izuku took that as his sign to act, blurring into a throwing stance and releasing his blood spear burst. A simple modification to the original skill, focusing more into scattering the bloody weaponry to attack a wide space, sacrificing range and accuracy for more power. A shame that his efforts were thwarted as Bakugo and Kirishima jumped into the fray and rushed to attack, effectively exposing their backs to the equivalent of a shotgun shell shot. It took all the concentration the vampire had to make the blood unharden and merely splatter uselessly on their backs. A concerned shout of 13 as the two teens passed the gas-like purple-black body of the villain, seemingly not doing any damage even with the explosion or the slash of a knife hand chop. Got you now, F-er. What does yours think of that? The ash blonde asked rudely, another hand primed for a second explosion if need be. You can monologue all day. None of your plans matter if we strike first. Kirishima matched Katsuki in tone, confidence oozing from his frame. There was but a moment of silence before the baritone voice of the villain resounded, a pep of amusement being detectable as the acrid yellow eyes shone behind the smokescreen caused by Bakugo's explosion. Oh, quick actions. Nothing less should be expected from the golden eggs of UA. That could have ended up badly. Yet, your work was meaningless. The underlying threat was all too easy to get, which showed on the duo's faces as they realized how close they were to danger. Get away from him, quick. 13 could not attack until the teens were out of his strike zone. Otherwise, the rescue hero could run the risk of vaporizing his students by mistake. Lucky for him, Izuku was the man with a plan. Once more, the teen let his blood shift from the hardened state to a more malleable form, turning his left gauntlet into a thick tendril of blood. The rope-like construct lashed out like a whip, wrapping around the waists of the teens as Izuku flash-stepped right behind 13, using the bulky body of the hero as a weight point to stabilize his form as the vampire pulled the teens far from the villain. Yet, it wasn't enough. Before Bakugo and Kirishima could get pulled away from the purple mist, it expanded and engulfed a great deal of the teens. My name is Kurogiri. Remember it as the last thing you heroes heard before being plunged into darkness. The line was indeed the last thing Izuku heard, his blood tendril holding his classmates being separated from him as the mist engulfed many teens. He managed to hear the movement of some of his classmates, which meant that at least a few had managed to probably escape whatever was about to happen. Izuku hoped everyone would be fine, but considering the situation, his hopes seemed to be foolish. The first Izuku noticed was that he was falling. The dark mist was quick to eject him somewhere still inside the Usj facility, if his ears were still picking the sound of Aizawa-sensei's constant brawl correctly, and he released a quick sigh of relief, soon followed by a grunt of pain as Izuku slammed into the side of a mountain. His claws became his saving grace as they sank into the stone and dirt, breaking the fall that he was about to continue on. Of course, suddenly stopping all the momentum meant that his shoulder joint screamed under the abuse as Izuku tried to get his bearings. A quick glance revealed that he was on the landslide, mountainous zone of the Usj. The disappearing mist atop the mountain confirmed that the villain's, Kurogiri's, quirk was some type of warp quirk, the powerful one at that. The vampire let high-speed regeneration take care of his abused joints, his arms once more being covered with blood gauntlets. No longer than a few seconds and Izuku was climbing the mountainside, soon reaching the summit and steeping on the plateau. He stretched his arms a bit before taking a big and deep breath. A couple of such breaths and the vampire had a more elaborate idea of the happening inside the school's facility. Close to his area he could smell at least 4 of his classmates, and 5 more on the near blackout city zone. Along with their smells, however, there were many other unknown scents. The enemy must have brought more than 100 villains with them, seeing as their invasion was a truly organized event. The opportunity to attack one of the greatest hero schools and easily be able to get away must have enticed the small-timers. My priority right now will be reuniting with those close by in advance until we can reach the entrance once more. By that time, I should be able to work out something to deal with that warp quirk user. He most likely is one of the bigger villains and one essential into making sure this plan works, as he seems to have some crazy range. Izuku busied his mind as he analyzed every minutia possible in efforts to come out on top. That made the teen turn his back to the cliffside he had climbed out, seemingly not noticing the two villains that made to attack him. Bulky hands came close to grab his legs, and from the air, someone also flew in a rush to get closer to him. Their efforts backfired. Izuku immediately snapped a mule kick backwards, not unlike Aizawa's previous one, his blood greaves adding to the impact as his boots found the chest of a rather big villain. That done, the vampire correctly timed his vision with the villainess that was swooping down. The eye contact established successfully. Mesmerize almost instantly took root inside the woman's head as the mental command from the vampire settled. "Attack thy villainous comrade." Izuku shouted at the villainess, parrying a blow from the man's cleaver using his gauntlets. It would be his luck to meet one of the dangerous attacks today. Not that he wished harm upon his classmates, but it was his wish that the man would have tried to attack Eraserhead or that he met no one. Butcherer, classified as mildly dangerous. His quirk, Bulk Up, allowed him to boost himself with an explosive mix of testosterone and adrenaline, giving him enhanced strength and a fit of aggressive behavior on par with Bakugo on a bad day. Crimes include theft, cold-blooded murder, inappropriate and illegal use of his quirk, and money laundering. This guy is bad news for anyone else that would have met him. I guess I'm thankful I was the one to find him. The villainess is a small timer. Harpy, petty robberies and assault. Makes use of her avian quirk to swoop down on people and steal things quicker than most civilians can react. Lucky me, her mind is so weak-willed. Otherwise she would make quite the pair with Butcherer. Come on, you bird beach. What the F do you think that you are doing? The villain, dressed in something that should belong on a S&M party, shouted at his fellow villain. The man swung his cleaver about blindly, clearly trying to hack off something from the woman. This is why I don't make sudden partnership act. Whatever he was going to say was interrupted by a kick to the face, courtesy of Harpy after she dodged one of the wide swings from the weapon. Izuku took the chance, seeing the villain stagger and clutch at his nose with his free hand, and rushed to attack too. As he mentally ordered the villainess to continue pestering the man, he snuck behind the bulky villain in a marvelous use of flash step. Just as he was about to punch the man out cold, hunter instincts warned that danger was abound, yet he had already committed to the blow. Harpy's pestering became an annoyance that Butcherer wasn't willing to put up for long. His body seemed to literally bulk in size. Hormone levels through the roof. The villain shot out his free hand to grab the attacking villainess by her foot and slam her back on the ground once before spinning in place and using the woman's body as an impromptu baseball bat. The vampire felt the impact, his own body being smacked away together with Harpy a few meters away from Butcherer. Quickly moving out from under the woman, Izuku jumped up into a fighting stance, only to be gifted another impact as the metal cleaver that Butcherer carried made violent contact with his protected chest, the Kevlar sewn in his costume saving the vampire from having the weapon stuck to his chest. Gotcha. I love to see the way they fall after getting a quick one thrown at them. The villain laughed to himself, slowly approaching the downed teen. Seeing that the child was not moving, the villain snorted and kicked the body. Worthless little shit. Should not have resisted. After I had wrung your neck real quick, there would be no pain. But no, had to play hero, huh? Each sentence the villain finished was accompanied by a punting kick. After the villain glanced at the boy's body, his gaze turned back to his fellow lawbreaker, who was out cold. The woman had probably broken a few bones, being a bird lady and whatnot, but that was not his concern. He just wanted some violence, blood, and the promise that he might be able to work under the legend of the underworld. If society had the shining beacon of hope that was All Might, then the criminals and crooks had that man to look up to. He who was said to be immortal, the crime boss that had more than 100 quirks. Why was he monologuing? Damn, the effect was quick to fade away. Izuku's annoyed voice sounded right behind Butcherer, but the man turned and found nothing. Turning around once more, he found the teen whom he had supposedly killed to be right in front of him, staring straight into his eyes as if capable of analyzing his soul. The red shining orbs of the teen made Butcherer feel something that he had almost forgotten existed. Fear. Red eyes and a fierce expression settled on the upper face of the teen, as the lower part of it was covered in a horrifying mask of a jagged draconic maw. Crimson-colored gauntlets grabbed the villain's face and brought him closer to the vampires. The oh-so-powerful man from before reduced into an obedient puppet as he stared at the true alien concept for his mind that stood in front of him. The kid was dead. I saw it. How? Blood tendrils began extending from the gauntlets, swaying about as if boneless snakes that were ready to bind and crush his worthless existence. Butcherer had never felt so small as his black eyes drank in the glimmering shine of the emerald rubies that belonged to Izuku. Dread and horror began painting the villain's face as all prospects left his mind. The only thing left was the fear that he had challenged something greater than himself and thus had guaranteed a one-way ticket to the depths of a crimson-colored abyss. He felt like claws were sinking into his flesh, gripping him into a death embrace that he had no possibility of escaping. The eldritch horror right in front of him was no hero trainee. It was an untamable beast, something to be feared. Tell me, O little one, what is it that scares you? Spill the contents of your mind. Should I decide they are worthy of my time, you shall live to see another day. Disappoint me, butcher, and thy life shall be forfeited. Deep and commanding, the voice of the monster sank everything around them into an abyss of pulsating red and black colors, where only he could exist. Butcher could only spill the information that was given to him before this operation. Izuku rapidly rushed to the location of the next fight. After a rather exhausting use of Mesmerize to probe deep inside the mind of the fanatical and psychotic villain, the vampire gained much important knowledge about the attack, hence his rush into reaching the person whose scent he had locked into. Yaoyorozu Momo was no doubt a rich girl. Everything about her just short of screamed money. From the way she talked, walked, and did anything, it was clear that she belonged to a higher layer of society. She could have become many things. Her parents certainly could afford to pay any tuition or private school should she merely ask. Momo was certain that she would make much more difference into this world if she were to follow the path of the hero. Other professions could make her much more money and fame, yet she had chosen to walk this path. Sometimes she wondered if the real reason was something else. It seemed weird that her mind picked on this thought right now, considering she was currently surrounded by villains. Her recently made friend Kyoukajiro was covering her back, the duo's weaponry being the factor that had halted the villains from their previously reckless attempts. 3 bodies already out for the count, a gift from her combat staff as it became acquainted with their chins. You are really something else with that? Huh. Jiru tried to break the ice with a joke, but the tension lining her voice did little to dissuade any of them about their situation. The punk girl had been given a bladeless machete, per her request, and was making use of her special equipment on her boots to blast sound waves with enough power to disorientate anyone foolish enough to try to approach. Trained with it since I was little, so it was to be expected. Momo realized that sometimes she spoke out more than necessary, a habit she had developed to weed out unnecessary flatterers who wished to tie relationships with her solely due to her family name. Sensing she had done that, she apologized. Sorry about that. I am just nervous, worried, badly in need of help. I feel you, sister. Jiru's tone this time was less filled with anxiety as she took another shot at breaking the tension. The villains around them seemed to sense their tension, as a couple of them broke out in laughter. Well now, would you look at that? The heroines are scared. How cute. It was hard to ascertain who had said the words, but at this point it did not matter. Still, it was enough to piss off the punk girl guarding Momo's back. Yeah, then get a load of this, prick. Kyoka's shout was followed a raging blast of sound waves exiting her boom boots, her earjacks inserted in the device and blasting the villains with debilitating force. Kyoka, don't. Momo shouted to her fellow classmate. Jiru had an amazing power and was smart enough to figure out how to fight with her quirk. The only problem currently was their location. The landslide mountainous zone was one of the more troublesome parts of the Usj, considering the instability of the place. Now adding the blasting sound waves on top of that was just asking for trouble, since resonance drilling could happen and weakening their already unstable grounds was not something high in order. It's okay, we can take them. Luckily, Jiru stopped her sound attack in favor of whacking a close villain with the flat side of her bladed weapon. Yaoyorozu's heart was beating wildly in her chest, but it seemed that luck was on their side as the grounds did not crumble. The villains that hadn't passed out due to pressure were closing in on them. The class president would not allow that. Focusing on her power, as well as her reserves of lipids, Momo began creating a certain item. Kyoka-san, please buy me 20 seconds, Momo asked, a look of concentration appearing on her face. The punk rocker showed a thumbs up, her jacks extending to pierce another approaching villain on the ribs, pushing the man back. Let's stop wasting time and grab her already. One of the few female villainess amidst the group shouted, making a dash to the duo, her nails increasing in size to become long claws. Yeah, Momo, I think it's time you showed your surprise already, Jiru shouted, her voice loud and sharp. Momo heard the message all right, her back shining as shifting as something exited her skin. Put them on, Kyoka-san. The womanly teen shouted even louder, eyes gesturing to the items that exited her back. Without time to ponder or question, Kyoka grabbed what she realized were protective earbuds, both for her ears and her jacks. Close your eyes too. No second passed after Momo's second shout. 3 other items popping out of her body, this time in random directions. The villains ignored the girl's shouts as mere weak attempts at appearing strong. They were not ready for the blinding lights as the 3 flashbangs that had jumped away from the girl caused, together with the absurd ringing that assaulted their ears. The duo of girls took the chance, knocking out the villains that were disturbed and senseless with harsh blows. More than thrice Kyoka heard Momo's staff loudly crack against the villains in places like the ribs. A few minutes of mopping up the mostly finished villains. The two girls then began cuffing them, Momo's creation Quirk working quickly to produce the necessary items. You know, I don't believe there is a situation where you won't be prepared for, yeah Momo, Kyoka commented, finally cuffing the last unconscious villain. Her eyes wandered over Momo's frame, noticing that her breasts seemed to have decreased in size. Thank you, Kyoka-san. Your quirk also is rather versatile, although the terrain this time did refrain you from becoming our strongest potential. Also, what is with that nickname? The creation quirk user asked the punk rocker, her hands assuming a pensive position. What? You don't like it? It's kind of a bother to say your family name. And being overly chummy isn't exactly my suit, so I just shortened your family name into your actual name. I can stop if you want, Kyoka declared without much worry, but the Yaoyorozu girl rushed and held the hands of her friend. No, it's fine. Friends give each other cute nicknames, right? It's fine. The intensity of the answer made Kyoka be stunned for a second, but the rocker girl then smiled. Yeah Momo, it is then. The air of tension left the duo of girls as they smiled at each other, the various villains knocked out around them not being a bother. Maybe their minds were simply looking for a distraction from the stressful situation. That was their mistake. Kyoka's advanced hearing allowed the girl to pick the sound of the crumbing spot under them. Too small to be a consequence of her sound attack, too big to be a simple coincidence. The rocker girl quickly shoved her friend away from her, feeling a hand grasp at her ankle before she screamed in pain, electricity arching all over her body for a few instants before she fell over. Momo's eyes widened in surprise as a hand stuck out of the ground, the area around it crumbling to reveal a villain exiting from his improvised hideout. He was tall and wore a face mask, his body having a few arcs of energy. He was also holding Jiru by her ankle as if the girl was a mere doll. That was rather troublesome. I was almost buried alive here when you did that attack, you know, he said to the mostly unconscious girl, never minding the smoke that emerged from her body. He turned around to look at Yaoyorozu, his glance sending shivers down the girl's spine. Well, what eye candy you are. I guess that the boss man won't mind if I break you in before we sell you out. Momo's face paled at the insinuation, but soon her face frowned in concentration. She was about to take out another of her creations, but the noise of crackling static called her attention. Nah, can't have you doing that now, can we? Unless you want your pretty friend here to become a vegetable. The villain accentuated his point by bringing his crackling hand close to Kyoka's head, his fingers into the shape of a handgun. That stopped Momo on her tracks. Any action that she were to take would be too slow, and she could not risk the life of her friend. The tall girl surrendered, her hands up. That's a good girl. Now walk over here slowly. And do not try anything funny, I have quick reflexes. The villain taunted, lightning crackling on his hand. Momo approached the villain slowly, her mind trying to come up with something to help her get out of the situation. Nothing came to mind. The image of her friend being electrocuted still vivid on her mind. Had she paid more attention, she would not be on this situation. Had she been more careful, they could be evacuating or reuniting with the other classmates. Right now, Yaoyorozu felt like a failure for dropping her guard. She stopped 3 paces away from the villain, his hungry gaze making her feel disgusted. His gaze eyed her not like she was an object. They eyed her as if she was a prize, a pinata to be broken for the goods it had inside. It was what made the girl feel even worse. The boss man said that asking for a ransom for you would be best. But I think I have a better plan. Those fools did not check your files, but I managed to catch glimpses. Yaoyorozu Momo, heiress to the Yaoyorozu Enterprises and with an awesome quirk to boot. Maybe the black market would pay much more than your dad, dearest. What do you think? The villain asked his current charge, Kyoka merely moaning in pain at his rough ministrations. Why, you won't get away with this. Momo managed to work some courage and talk to the man. His masked gaze returned to her, a snort being her response. How cute that you think I'll be intimidated by your threats. Maybe I have not been clear on where things stand between us. The girl tried to defuse the situation, but her eyes watered when Kyoka was once more subjected to the zapping electricity, shutting down any response she might have as her rocker friend cried under the strain. Think she has had enough. I don't know, let's try again. Stop, please, Momo shouted. She tried her best to hold in the tears prickling her eyes, but her efforts failed her. I'll obey, please. Just stop hurting her. That wasn't so hard, right? The villain asked, his gaze fully focused on the tall heiress. Momo did not trust her voice to not sound pathetic were she to speak, so she merely nodded to the villain. Now that that is out of the way, I'd rather escort you out of the premises. Just in case I need a hostage, your pretty friend here is coming with us. You disobey, she gets punished. The electric man rose Kyoka's body high into Momo's eyesight, dangling her as if to taunt even more the tall heiress. That split second was all that Izuku needed. Pushing his legs to their absolute limits, he abused a flash step to close the gap between himself and the villain. His movements were synchronized to perfection, each having a purpose. First, he sank the claws of his right gauntlet into the arm holding Jiru. His other hand closed into a hulking fist that shot a devastating blow into the man's kidney. The gauntlet holding the arm was in direct contact with the man's bloodstream, and the effects of coagulation were instant. Izuku wasted no time as he rose one knee to smash against the villain's pelvis, folding the villain and having an easy access spot to the man's neck. His face mask opened mechanically, like the rusted jaws of a bear trap, as the vampire took a quick bite at the exposed neck, before he cocked his left fist once more and delivered another blow, this time aimed at the liver. Releasing his bloody hold on the man's neck and arm allowed the vampire to grab Kyoika mid-fall and back off with the girl. Momo could barely follow the entrance of her fellow classmate, but once she understood that reinforcement had arrived, her morale rose through the roof. The half-finished construct she'd been working on was rapidly finished and it burst out of her back, destroying her hero outfit. A modern crossbow with a special loaded bolt. The heiress could not shoot the bolt fast enough. The villain tried to move, yet his body was on full lockdown, his muscles refusing to even twitch. He barely felt the sting of the bolt as it pierced his skin and delivered the payload. Just as fast as it emptied its contents, the villain felt a cold feeling spread all over his body as the tranquilizing agent inside the bolt took effect. Izuku calmed his raging heart, the sight of the downed villains around him being enough to strongly entice his thirst, defenseless prey that had wandered into his lair. Yet, he forcefully calmed his mind, focusing even more his mind into strengthening the cage of his inner beast. He would not concede control that easily. He still needed his rationality. He looked at his tired classmates, the girls looking as if they fought a war. Might as well have fought one, considering the number of goons that lay defeated around. They held out for long. Izuku found a sliver of guilt worming its way inside his heart. If he had arrived just a few moments earlier, or if he had jumped sooner to stop Kyoika from being attacked. Yet he had decided to lay an ambush when he caught sight of the captured girl. His mind told him that his actions were the correct set of actions, that anything else might have resulted in worse injuries. His heart, however, told him that his foolish hesitations were responsible for the rocker's current state. You don't have time for self-pity, Izuku. Get up, keep fighting. There are others that need help. He buried his emotions together inside the cage of the inner beast. Cold rationality washed his mind clean and reset his state into objectives that needed to be completed. Yayazuru-san, I require a full explanation of your situation and a rapid acknowledgement. Izuku's deep voice snapped Momo out of her furious gaze at the downed villain. I understand your need to release your anger. Yet this is not the time for meaningless use of our allotted time. Please, report your situation and condition. Once more, his deep and calculative voice rang on her ears. This time the girl's wet and anger-filled eyes settled firmly into his frame. Meaningless. Do you even know what happened here? Momo's voice cracked as she shouted at the vampire holding her friend. I completely understand it, hence the reason I wish for you to calm down and explain things as rationally as possible. Doing that will enable us the opportunity to avoid further incidents like this and provide aid for our classmates in danger. Class president, calm down and recompose yourself. The vampire's voice became deeper and deeper and he spoke to the tall girl, making her eyes widen as she realized that he was also full of rage, yet he had donned the mask of cold rationality to help. Momo bit her lips in frustration at now being better. She took a deep breath and slapped her cheeks before following Izuku. The vampire placed Kyoika on the ground and did a quick checkup on her, listening to the heiress as she finally gave the rundown of what had happened to them. Izuku asked for a strap vest to be made, concluding that Jiru would be out of commission for the rest of the fight. She wasn't in danger, but would most likely be out cold for the while. Momo finished making his vest in under a minute, as well as making a rescue body bag the size of her friend. As the vampire finished wearing his vest, he turned his back to Momo as she helped place Jiru on his back with the aid of the magnetic clamps of the vest and the body bag. Securing the last of his straps in place, Izuku turned to Momo. There are more of our classmates around the area. Regrouping is our priority. Thus engaging in combat is forbidden unless extremely necessary. Keep your crossbow loaded with those sleeping darts and try to keep pace with me. Also, make amends to your outfit. You're currently overly exposed, the vampire pointed out. And Momo noticed that after her last creations emerged from her body, her hero outfit had torn on the back, currently exposing her breasts. She had been feeling breezy, but the previous worries had prevented her from noticing it. With a yelp and a quick turn, she blushed as Izuku had probably seen them. Not trusting herself to act dignified, she crouched on the spot and began working on creating a new outfit over her skin. 15 seconds and she was presentable, yet the extreme blush would not fade away. How adaptive is the human mind that things like that matter in situations like these? Izuku thought, his red gleaming eyes trying to spot his classmates. A small "I'm ready" entered his hearing together with the approaching steps of the tall class president. The vampire was about to point out a route to follow when two events happened almost simultaneously. First, the flood zone lit up like a Christmas tree, yellow lightning glowing brightly as many voices whined and shouted in pain as they were electrocuted. The vampire heard the shriek of a known classmate of his, and decided that the water part was secured for now. The second thing that happened was a small quake on the lower parts of the landslide, mountainous zone, soon followed by the sudden appearance of a cold wind. Izuku's eyes managed to capture a few frozen villains and what appeared to be another of his classmates. It seemed that things were looking up for their class. Midoriya-san, shouldn't we be more cautious against the nearby villains? Kayuka-san and I did encounter a lot of them before we met you, Momo asked, binoculars exiting her left arm. She did some surveying. I spot Todoroki-kun and what probably is Hagakure-san down there. It seems that Tsuyu-san and Kaminari-kun are safe on the boat on the flood zone. I can't see the other zones, but it seems that fighting is still happening. Our classmates are fighting. Momo's voice perked up as she reported on her findings. She rested one hand atop her chest. A sigh of relief exhaled. Those are great news, class president. About the villains Closeby. Do not worry, I took care of them. Yaoyorozu drank in the compliment from her vice president, but the ominous tone of his last sentence made her wonder what he had done. She did not let somber thoughts swim inside her mind for too long, else she'd lose the morale she had worked back up. Mind if I take a look through your binoculars? The girl nodded and handed the lenses to the vampire, creating a second pair for herself. She continued her survey of the land, but stopped when she noticed that Izuku had begun unstrapping Kayuka from his back. Anything wrong, Midoriya-san? She asked, yet the vampire did not respond her question. I believe that your creation Quirk lets you create most things, correct? He asked her in a dead serious tone, the glowing of his orbs starting to scare the girl. Why yes, as long as I know the chemical formula of what I'm making. She hated the fact that she stuttered and nodded. Good. Arm yourself and create an EpiPen. If things get too dangerous, inject Kayuka-san with the EpiPen and run away. Try to see if you can establish comms over radio with the school. Do I stand corrected that you know the frequency for the police as well as the schools? Another meek nod from the girl was his answer. Excellent. Maintain a calm mind and observe the fields. The moment you see an opportunity to flee, take it. What is going on, Midoriya-san? Momo asked almost in desperation, tension once more leaking into her voice. Izuku looked back at her, his crimson eyes intimidating, yet also expressing a warm and confidence she wished herself capable of. Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei are in trouble. 13-sensei still has some students to help him, but Aizawa-sensei doesn't. Priority engagement is to help our greatest asset in fleeing, he said, trying to gauge the distance between the mountainous zone and the central plaza where Eraserhead had been fighting. Is it possible that you can make a flight suit within the next minute? I can try. Momo had barely finished her sentence before Izuku cut her. Then make haste with it. Aizawa was getting tired of this. 20 minutes of full live combat were not enough to drain him of energy, but it did make him slightly winded. His specialty was surprise attacks, even while dealing with groups. There were countless villains defeated all around him. Yet it seemed that the numbers of goons had not decreased in the slightest. Had it been an ordinary man fighting, he would already have been defeated. The teacher dodged the combined efforts of 3 villains with similar body enhancement quirks. Erasing their quirks, he proceeded to pummel down the villains with precise blows, aiming to cripple and incapacitate the men with pain. His knuckles were already bruised, so the hero opted to use his knees and elbows, switching from his more traditional Krav Maga to Taekwondo, his scarf aiding his endeavors as he slammed his right elbow into the biggest man's liver. Backhand, dodge and rising knee kick. Dodge, scarf arm bind and submission throw. Duck, bob, weave around the attacks and counter with a roundhouse kick. Each move was precisely executed. His finesse would make many question how many hours had the man trained to reach this level of mastery. Pro heroes are such cheats. No matter how many we send, he wipes them right away. The villain with hands all around him exclaimed, talking to no one in particular. But no matter what happens, the game still can be balanced. His skill can't go on forever, and the cooldown is taking longer and longer. I guess it's high time for me. The lanky villain laughed to himself, amused by some sort of internal joke. Aizawa had just finished dropping another thug when he felt killing intent directed at him. The pro turned to meet the source of said intent, finding himself almost face to face with the cerulean-haired villain. A quick snap of his legs made the villain stop, which gave Eraserhead enough grounds for his attack. His feet pushing the ground under him, the pro advanced towards the villain with an elbow attack that surely would crack the sternum bone on the abdomen, quick method to stop the villain. The pro felt the blow connect, but something was wrong. His blow struck true. Yet, the hero found his elbow in excruciating pain, the joint being held on by the villainous man's hand. You are slowing down, hero. Stamina problems. Don't worry, soon enough you won't have to worry about any of your stats. Aizawa's brows frowned in pain, the pro quickly running scenarios on his mind. Not a second after he chose a plan of action, he put it in practice, raising his right leg into what would be called a flawless axe kick. The villain backed off, else his skull would be caved in as Eraserhead's steel-tipped boots carved a groove on the ground as they ascended. The pro immediately switched tactics, converting the momentum of his ascending kick into a backflip, creating distance between his opponent. That done, the hero took a look at his injured limb, finding that moving his left arm was just short of impossible. The skin was cracked, falling off in dried chunks and exposing the muscle fibers under it. It was a wonder that the wound was not bleeding, else the teacher might have much bigger problems to deal with. Just like the rushing villain that was trying to push his advantage once more, the underground hero launched his scarf at the man. His efforts in binding him failing as a mere brush of the fingers was enough to render his scarf useless as the weapon crumbled into dust. What kind of quirk is that? It is too troublesome in close quarters, the hero complained in his head, wondering if he should take things up a notch. Deciding that filling paperwork was better than letting his students suffer, Aizawa used his right hand to tie something on the end of his scarf, using advanced spins to build momentum as the weight of the object on the end of his scarf added speed to the weapon, nicking the villain on his offending limb. The man backed off, checking out the cut on his hand. Oi oi, Eraserhead. What the hell do you think you are doing, swinging that thing around like that? The villain complained, seeing the object tied to the ends of the hero's capture weapon was a combat knife. Aren't you a capture hero? What are you doing with a weapon like that? And you call yourself a hero? The villain complained, nursing the shallow cut on his hand. It is rather funny that a villain like you would try to lecture me into what is appropriate hero behavior and conduct. If I were you, my primary concern would be surrendering. The hero spoke in his no-nonsense tone, keeping the momentum of his improved kunai chain and preventing the remaining villains from approaching him, allowing the pro a breather. Heroes are all like that, thinking themselves above everyone and everything, imposing their violence over us and calling it justice. I guess that it's time I called for backup, the villain jokingly pointed out, his crazy red eyes fully focused into the pro hero. Nomu, get him. A command left the man and, suddenly, Aizawa found the hairs on the back of his neck up as a cold feeling settled in the bottom of his stomach. It took just a blink of the eye. One moment there was nothing. The next the pro had the entirety of his frame shadowed as the hulking monster that had not left its initial position moved behind him. The pro turned, shifting all his body into what could be considered a deadly roundhouse kick, his right hand grasping his combat knife. Eraserhead wasn't the only pro that had spilled blood, but he was the one that did not let that fact drown him in grief. Sometimes it was a necessity of the job. He had moved with this concern in mind. His kick connected with a solid wall of muscle, unexpectedly hurting his kicking leg, yet the pro continued what he could consider to be his deadliest combo. His name flashed and rent flesh, the cuts precisely aiming for vitals, hamstring, femoral artery, kidney, liver, right armpit, and the final blow was sinking the 8 inches of serrated steel into the neck of the creature, hopefully severing the carotid artery and ending the life of the villain. The pro had just sunk the blade in the beast's neck when he felt his face being grabbed by the enormous hands of villain, slamming the teacher on the plaza grounds like a meteor. ARRRHRHHHGGG. Aizawa shouted in pain, feeling his bones crack under the pressure of the assault. The pro had no time to rest, his injured arm being the next target of the juggernaut. The limb snapped like a twig under the might of the beast, the pro grunting loudly in pain, the sounds being muffled as the villain was still grabbing his face. Eraserhead felt pain flare vividly in the broken limb, the blood warmly flowing from his arm, feeling like lava escaping a volcano. It seemed luck that the vicious attack did not continue, the pro being secured under the mountain of muscle and violence atop him. This is getting boring. Nomu is too strong for a dex build like yours. You solely relied on getting critical hits, but Namu's built as a direct counter against you, even against All Might. And talking about the symbol of peace, where is he? His precious class indirectly attacked and the coward is too afraid to show up. Scum like him really is only after the glory and fame of the hero profession. The villain began ranting, slowly approaching the hero. Aizawa once more groaned in pain as his hair was roughly grabbed and he was forced to face the insane lunatic with cerulean hair. The crazed red eyes held a lust for violence, yet they were totally incapable of masterful tactics like the ones displayed here. There had to be someone behind this man, Aizawa knew it. He swore on the blood running down his face. A swirling mist of purple and black made itself known close to the villain, acrid yellow eyes forming to reveal the image of the warping villain, Kurogiri. Shigaraki Tamura, it is time that we depart. The baritone villain spoke. How, Kurogiri, can't see that I'm busy here talking with a hero. Finally having his name revealed, Shigaraki rudely asked his subordinate. I have managed to subdue and gravely injure 13. Yet the interference of the nearby students created a momentary distraction and one of them has escaped. Reinforcements might be arriving soon, hence our need to evacuate the premises, Kurogiri formally explained, his shifting form still beside the cerulean-haired man. Shigaraki stilled for a moment, his hands soon coming to scratch at his neck continuously at a growing pace. The man's anger flared, his scratching reaching a frenetic pace. "Ah, Kurogiri, how useless can you be? You are lucky to be my ticket out of here, otherwise you'd already be dust. Ha, man, my perfect run is ruined. The secondary objectives have failed, so there will be enemy reinforcements to bother us. And the primary objective never showed up. Nothing goes how I want," the villain complained, whining to some invisible spectator. "I guess this is it. Well, what can you do? Since All Might won't show up, we need to leave a message to make sure he takes his job seriously next time," Shigaraki said to no one in particular, his frame shifting as he assumed a pouncing stance. "I guess you both will do." Usui was thankful that her circumstances had been favorable. After being warped, she luckily ended up in the area that most favored her frog quirk, the flood zone. Unfortunately, her luck seemed to have ended up there, as the classmate that appeared with her wasn't anyone who she had talked before. Kaminari wasn't a bad person per se, but if the girl had something to say about him, it was that all his behavior was passed around at appearing cool. And not the usual I can do things gracefully, flawlessly cool, but the I get chicks kind of cool, which, ironically, was not cool in the slightest. She had seen the blonde ask half of the girls in class in dates, and his douche behavior made the frog girl have aversion to him. Still, he was her classmate and Tsuyu was training to be a heroine after all. She was even going to pretend she did not see the boy almost pathetically drown due to panic. Using all the agility and speed that her amphibian features provided her while in water, Usui shot like a missile towards the blonde. It seemed she had arrived just in time for a rescue too, as a villain with a shark quirk was about to take a nasty chunk out of the teen. Her webbed feet hit the man on the side, the impact making the villain scream in pain, and stabilize the girl. She used the body of the villain as a springboard, her tongue having wrapped around her classmate's waist, and shot out of the water. Quickly swimming to the boat on the middle of the artificial lake, Usui climbed and brought her classmate aboard with her. As Kaminari hacked and spat water out of his lungs, Tsuyu began surveilling the area. Many a villain began popping out of the water, all of them with specific water-based abilities. "Gee, thanks for the save, Usui-chan." The blonde tried to play it off smooth, but the attempt fell flat as the girl looked at him with her poker face. That made the teen flinch awkwardly. Well, he was her classmate, so she would throw a bone to him. "You are welcome, Kaminari-san, ribbit." She fixed her usual smile, which many people said was no different from her poker face, and looked back at the water-invested villains. "I hope that you have got a plan, because we are quite in danger right now." She tested the waters with the blonde, waiting for him to get up and have a look of their situation. Well, I don't really got anything," he admitted, his face turning pale as he caught sight of the villains. That does not look good. At least he had not suggested some foolish plan, even if his input on the situation could not be more obvious. "Ribbit," she gave an annoyed croak. "Well, I think that we should know each other, our abilities and quirks. I'll go first, Ribbit. My quirk is called Frog, and it lets me do whatever a frog can do." She went first, giving an abridged version of her skill set. The blonde nodded to her. "Yeah, my quirk is called Electrification. It kinda lets me produce quite a bit of electricity. I can't really aim it, so I just kind of let it flow all around me." They would try to better get acquainted with each other to devise a plan, but the situation did not allow for meaningless conversation. As a literal blade of water crashed against the boat the duo of teens were on, shearing the boat in two, Usui shot her tongue and wrapped it around the teen's waist once more. "Ah, Usui-san," Denki asked nervously. "I remember that during the battle trial, you just sort of let lightning flow from you, right?" she asked, receiving a nod as answer. "Then you are effectively a human-shaped stun gun. When you hit the water, just let go at your max power. I'll get you out when you finish." The improvised plan sounded good enough. The blonde nodded. "There is just one problem. If I let it all out, my brain short-circuits and I get kind of dumb." While his explanation was sound, the girl could not get the nagging feeling that the blonde had snuck in some sort of hidden dirty joke. "I'll get you before you drown, hurry up." The frog girl wished that the blonde was more decisive, since he was shooting for the hero profession, and their current predicament wasn't exactly forgiving. That said, Tsuyu wished she hadn't had to effectively throw a classmate to the sharks. The boat was just short of fully going down before the girl threw the blonde in the water. The boy had a nervous expression, especially when he caught the smiles on the close-by villains. Yet, Denki steeled his mind, and as he hit the water, he let his quirk work at full power. Indiscriminate 1.3 million volt shock, he shouted, and soon enough the villains in the water were flailing and screaming as electricity ran over their bodies and shocking them unconscious. The teen himself felt his brain overworked, his higher functions effectively sealed for now. His attack lasted for mere 5 seconds, yet that time was enough to drop about 9 villains out of the fight, before water could work its way in his lungs and drown the blonde. The strong and fleshy tongue of his classmate grabbed him. Usui felt incredibly happy that her plan had worked out, even if some guilt wormed inside her mind as per use of her classmate. She carefully held him as she swam to the shallow bank of the lake, making sure to keep him shoulders above the water. If she was to describe his current expression, it would be daft. As they safely reached the beach, Tsuyu deposited her classmate on the sand and watched around for a safer place. It was rather unlucky of her to find herself much too close to the action. The image of the hulking beast subduing her homeroom teacher driving a stake in her heart. This was the true face of the hero work. Dealing with villains, violence, and possible death. I guess this is it. Well, what can you do? Since All Might won't show up, we need to leave a message to make sure he takes his job seriously next time. She heard the villain with cerulean-colored hair say, shivers running down her spine as a heavy sensation of oppression overcame her features, seemingly affecting even the currently dim blonde at her side. I guess you both will do. It was that phrase that set 1,000 alarms in her mind, her stomach feeling as if she had swallowed a lead weight. And then, Usui found herself staring at the villain with many hands all over him. His right hand stretched and aimed at her face, his left about to touch Denki's face. Usui's eyes widened further than normal as she felt the dry skin of his fingers brush and touch her face, tears already spilling out of the corner of her eyes. A sharp smell emanated from the disemboweled hands, stinging her nose, yet nothing seemed to be happening. Eraserhead, you are awesome, the villain exclaimed with almost childish joy. His face turned to the beast and her homeroom teacher, the hero's bloody face raised and staring at them, his eyes gleaming with the power of his quirk, even under the broken goggles still fixed in place. But you must know when to give up. No one likes a sore loser. Nomu, I'll return those words right at you. Something descended from high in the skies. A red and thick tendril wrapped around the villain's neck and violently pulled the man away from the duo. At the same time, 2 javelins pierced right through the Nomu's forearms, holding Eraserhead in place, the crimson-colored weaponry shifting and sprouting an infinitude of sharp spikes, shredding the arms of the creature who released a terrible shriek. Izuku descended from the skies like a hawk of doom, pulling the villain by his neck and swinging him like a ragdoll before slamming it on the ground with a shoulder throw. The tendril of blood returned to him, wrapping around his arms and regaining the shape of his gauntlets as he turned to the mountain of muscle that had a hold of his teacher. His eyes burned with unearthly light, giving Izuku an eldritch image as he directed his right hand at the monster in front of him and called upon the power of coagulation. His blood spear stuck inside the villain's arms connected Izuku and the beast, the vampire immediately shutting down any ability of movement that the monster could have. Flash Step brought Izuku face to face with the villain, allowing Izuku a free blow on the jaw of the villain, his right gauntlet smashing the disgustingly yellow and sharp teeth in the hulking monster's maw as the vampire's left gauntlet aimed at the tendons of the hands holding his teacher in place. A resounding crack sounded under his feet as Izuku carefully held his teacher and Flash stepped away closer to the frog girl. Rescue operation is a success, he announced. Usui had barely been able to follow the moves of the vampire, much of it being mere blurs for her. His earlier costume was covered by a flight suit, or more commonly called as a glider suit, his appearance a saving grace for the girl. His lower face was concealed by his crimson mask, but the look on his eyes made a different type of shiver run down the girl's spine. That was effing dangerous. Little hero FS are already so damn good at violence. No wonder society is so messed up. The villain, Shigaraki, if Izuku's enhanced hearing captured it right, shouted. Izuku's eyes took in the man's appearance, the lanky frame and dirty clothes not indicating any damage, which was weird, since Izuku was pretty sure he had slammed the man down using his blood tendril with enough power to break a few ribs, if not paralyze a man from spine injury. The faint wisps of purple mist revealed that a portal had appeared under Shigaraki at exactly the moment the villain would meet the ground, akin to a meteor. Be more careful next time, Shigaraki. That was extremely dangerous, Kurogiri warned, his mist returning to his body. Shut up, Kurogiri. I'll kill the little bastard myself. Wonder how he is going to spout that hero shit when I turn his throat to dust. The lanky villain shot his barbs, massaging his sore throat. Izuku, meanwhile, examined the conditions of his classmates and teacher. Unfortunately, he had left his overcoat in the bust before he came to the Usj, since he considered that the bulky of the clothing would get in his way during the rescue lessons. Regretfully, he grumbled to himself as he called his blood gauntlets, tearing the sleeves of his long-sleeved shirt, the only parts that did not have Kevlar plating. The vampire suppressed his thirst in favor of bandaging his teacher's wounds as best as he could without his medkit. That done, he turned to his classmates. Usui-san, please give a quick report of the situation, he asked, eyeing the girl directly in her eyes. Tsuyu tried to form words and answer, yet her throat felt dry. Nothing would leave her mouth, and her whole body trembled as the playback of the situation repeated in her mind over and over. The frog girl was fairly observant, and while she did not know the villain's quirk, she could guess it easily enough by his speech and the injury left on her teacher's elbow. State of shock due to traumatic event. Most likely to be unable to speak temporarily, but seems to be able to respond to stimuli and is mostly in control of her body. Immediate retreat is the best course of actions, Izuku stated to himself his amateur diagnosis as he returned his eyes to the villains. Asui-san, listen to me, please. Aizawa-sensei is hurt and needs to be evacuated. Kaminari-san also needs to exit combat grounds, since I'm spotting the particular signs of his quirk overuse. He seems to be coherent enough to follow simple commands, so please guide him away from here. The stairs aren't far, make haste, please, the vampire stated, already drawing once more upon the will of his power. Blood poured out of the pores in his arms, arming him with his gauntlets. He had taken some blood from the villain harassing Momo, but it was not going to be enough to give him a victory here. Enough of this shit. Nomu, come here already and tear this effing kid apart. Shigaraki shouted madly. Izuku was sure that the villain named Nomu would still be under the effects of coagulation, since Izuku had used 2 gauntlets worth of blood to make his blood spears to attack. There was also the damage of having his arms shredded by the fragmentation of the spears. So Izuku wondered how much of a lunatic Shigaraki was to order a minion to fight under such conditions. It seemed that those factors weren't worth considering to the villains, as Izuku felt his coagulation effect come undone almost by force, as the monster known as Nomu appeared in front of Izuku faster than what he could put out even when straining his legs during flash step. As the beady and empty eyes of the creature stared at him, Izuku tried to take control of the beast-like villain with the aid of Mesmerize. It seemed to have taken root, as the hulking beast seemed to have stopped moving. That gave the opportunity that Izuku wanted, as he heard the rushed steps of Asui as she dragged her teacher and classmate away from the plaza and into the stairs. His enhanced eyes caught sight of the mist villain and Shigaraki trying to make a move against them. Not on my watch. Izuku's right gauntlet immediately liquefied and shot out of his arm like a bullet, scattering and becoming a shoot of blood spear burst. The shotgun-like hail of crimson was stopped as Kurogiri expanded his mist body and warped the projectiles away. But the objective was halting their advance, not hurting them. Nomu. The word triggered something inside the mind of the creature, the empty mindscape that Izuku could glimpse at becoming a hell-distorted space with one objective. An almost impressive feat of mind manipulation were it not for the means it was being used for. Obey Shigaraki. Protect Shigaraki. Kill for Shigaraki. Mesmerize easily broke, almost like a dropped hand mirror, and soon enough, the vampire found himself on the end of a brutal beatdown. The next 5 minutes were a pain-filled nightmare as high-speed regeneration assured that Izuku lived, but felt every sliver of pain as his body was broken by the blurring fists of the hulking villain. A hell of regeneration and destruction. Only after those 5 minutes, the teen had the illusion that the doors of the Usj were blown off their hinges. He closed his eyes for a second, feeling darkness encompass his body. He was broken. He had been brutalized. Yet, above all his pains, Izuku was thirsty. Finally, this cage is broken. Free. Blood. Let us feast and drink. The pain was overwhelming. Hurts. It hurts. There was not a muscle in his body that did not hurt. Breathing was a challenge, his lungs filled with life liquid, resulting in his attempts to breathe failing like the stalling engine of an old car. He spat and hacked phlegm and saliva, his chest slowly expanding and letting a sickening sound as his broken bones were further damaged. Yet, he could not stop the smile that crept on his lips. Wheezing, Izuku tried to raise his upper body, his body screaming in pain as the broken bones and torn muscles were further pushed well past their limits. The vampire grits his teeth, the warped smile never fading, as the blood that caked the ground and his costume began moving to his command. He managed to regain only 30% of the blood he lost, which was making his head spin. Like a hellish slime, the blood began gathering around Izuku, aiding him to stand up. All he could hear was a loud ringing. His eardrums no doubt burst. He let a pained laugh escape his lips, blood gauntlets encasing his arms to sustain the broken bones. Blood greaves also doing a makeshift job of gluing the bones into place. It could not hold the bones properly, the patchwork not firm enough for him to stand up. Izuku's will instructed his blood to work around the problem. If anchoring the bones in place was needed, it would be done. His blood was all too willing to do his bidding, shifting into nano-sized tendrils, each boring into his bones and drilling until it could hold the bones in place. The sounds were terrible, and so was the pain that the vampire was experiencing. All of this was done without any methods to relieve him of the pain. Anesthetics never worked well enough on him. Something about high-speed regeneration nulling the effects of the drugs. His hero costume was tattered. Thus he merely ripped away the useless Kevlar and stained shirt, leaving it on the ground. He was lucky that his pants had managed to survive the ordeal of his brutal beatdown, or so the ran though in his head. It was hard to think when your vision was dotted with black and red, and your head seemed to have been split open. Truth be told, it most definitively was. Still, the vampire rose like an undead creature, his bloody armor never truly solidifying as he was running low on blood. He was thirsty. His hearing began returning in bits, the colossal fight happening close by alerting the vampire that his enemy had moved along to another target. How arrogant, he scoffed, the sound coming out odd as he still had not fully healed his jawbone or the cracks in his skull. The vampire let his tongue ran all over his mouth, finding a few loosened teeth. There was no hesitation in his frame as he pulled them off. Dull fangs would only get in his way. The black spots in his sight finally vanished, allowing Izuku to clearly see All Might fight against the hulking beast named Nomu. The hero, normally always sporting a reassuring smile, now had a fierce expression, looking like he was ready to go for the end against the villain. Their fight took center stage, the duo of giants stopping at nothing to see the other defeated. Izuku eyed the field of the plaza, not finding any of his classmates or his homeroom teacher nearby. Relief washed over his frame. Probably All Might had rescued them. The ascending stairs of the Usj did not allow him to see if the rest of the class was safe, so Izuku could only pray for their safety. His stomach complained to him, the sound guttural to anyone else that might listen. He licked his sharp canine teeth, finally managing to let some air into his lungs with a deep breath. It still sounded like a stalling engine was going on, but Izuku had a target to hunt. Blood. Give us their blood. Feed, feed, feed. For once, Izuku entirely agreed with the inner beast. Rip him apart, just like how he tried to destroy us. Tear his flesh, drink his blood. The vampire's eyes glowed with unearthly power, the crimson light being the indicator of his terrible thirst. Even so, Izuku's instinct said to be careful. His high-speed regeneration was reaching its limits without anything to fuel it up. Considering he still had many broken bones and damaged internal organs, he could not simply jump in the fight, or else he ran the risk of being swatted away like a bug. Any more damage would make him reach his limit, but he still was thirsty. He needed sustenance badly. Blood. Thus, Izuku first observed the battle happening on the plaza. All Might seemed to be having difficulty facing the Nomu, the blows inflicted upon the beast not seeming to be affecting it at all. Shigaraki was a few paces away, speaking about something Izuku could not catch up as his eardrums were still very slowly healing. The two giants continued their fight, the hero doing his best to dodge incoming blows as he also delivered his own. As it became obvious that punching the villain into submission was not an option, the American-themed hero changed his tactics. The overwhelming shout from the blonde managed to get into the Hemomancer's ears. Then this will be quick. The shout was followed by the hero entering the personal space of the villain and quickly going to his back, hands wrapping around Namu's waist as All Might executed a perfect suplex. There was an enormous cloud of dust that covered his vision, but the smell still told Izuku the outcome of the fight. His mouth watered, but he knew the scent of that blood. It was a faint memory, the first time Izuku met All Might, back during the incident with the slime villain. The inner beast growled loudly, demanding that he began feasting on life liquid. It took a colossal amount of willpower to hold still as he watched the dust settle and the scene unfold. All Might had done his move all right. The problem was the warping gate under the villain had completely nullified any damage or effort in stopping the beast. The gate did, however, aid Nomu to attack the symbol of peace. The hulking beast had its fingers digging into the side of the hero with great pressure, blood staining the white shirt All Might was wearing. Izuku almost did rush to aid the hero, since it looked like there was no other option for the symbol of peace than to be sheared in half or maybe decayed to death. Almost was the key word. His nose picked on the smell of acrid smoke, and while his ears could not hear the explosions, the smell was enough for him. Bakugo literally blasted his way from wherever he had been earlier, rushing the main body of the warping villain and blasting the metallic neck guard. The violent boy slammed the piece on the ground. His right hand was smoking and firmly over it as a telltale sign of what would happen should Kurogiri try to move. And I'll blow you kin. The ash blonde shouted at the villain in his typical way. Izuku was thankful for the distraction, now free to continue his stalking. He kept out of sight. Everyone being busy with the major players allowed him to use the surrounding foliage of the plaza to his advantage. Well, what remained of it after that suplex? Nonetheless, now Izuku had one less thing to worry about as he moved his mangled body. Hiroshima approached the plaza running from the same direction Bakugo had appeared from, the redhead standing at the side of the ash blonde and activating his quirk. The vampire eyed the surroundings as he felt the temperature drop a few degrees, a wave of growing ice quickly approaching both All Might and the Nomu. His head whipped into the direction the ice came from, finding an approaching Todoroki Shoto pointing his ice-covered right hand to the duo of giants. The freezing line of ice seemed alive, accurately targeting the Nomu, yet undamaging the symbol of peace, who managed to slip away. More conversation issued, which annoyed the vampire as his regeneration was occupied keeping him alive, thus focusing on more important issues than his hearing. He could try prioritizing his auditory organs, but keeping a beating heart and barely functioning lungs were important. His classmates seemed to have challenged the villains, clearly having the upper hand on the situation. That conviction proved wrong when the frozen villain began moving again, not even slightly bothered with the various chunks of ice that broke from his body, carrying a great deal of flesh and muscle with them. Now Izuku knew why the monster could keep fighting, even when earlier he had shredded hands. A regeneration quirk. The monster regained the missing arm and leg at an impossible rate. Bone, muscles, and skin tissue quickly reforming the previously lost members and allowing the creature to be in top shape once more. More conversation ensued as the hero trainees were rightly scared at the sight, Shigaraki taking the opportunity to also talk more of his spiel. Then he pointed at Bakugo. The vampire never managed to see how his childhood bully was rescued. All he managed to see were blurs. On one end, Bakugo suddenly appeared besides Todoroki and Kirishima. On the other, All Might had been pushed far, his arms raised into a guard and bruised. It was obvious that the hero had saved him, or the ash blonde would have become a bloody pancake, much like Izuku earlier. The problem laid on the fact that he could not regenerate like Izuku could. Now, Izuku was a patient person. Yet, his current lack of proper hearing was pissing him off, the villain taking the chance to launch into another monologue. He knew that since his eyes could see the hand mask of the villain moving, but he could not make out the contents of the dialogue, considering that the hand covered the mouth of the villain. Not that it mattered to him. Izuku was in too much pain to be patient with the villain and his apparent passion for monologuing. All that he cared at the moment was satisfying his ever-growing thirst, and since he now knew someone that could provide him with all the blood that he needed, Izuku began formulating a plan. His classmates seemed to have gotten their bearing back, fighting stances ready for the upcoming fight. Izuku was sure that such action was foolish. No one besides All Might was able to stand up to the Nomu. Anyone else trying to do so would result into a horrible mess. The vampire would be surgical with his intervention. For his plan to work, he would need to subdue Kirigiri, as the versatility of his warp quirk made him into the perfect support for this fight. Following that, the vampire was counting on the help of his classmates to fight the decay-possessing Shigaraki, which would consist mostly of Todoroki throwing ice at him while Bakugo used his explosions to pin the man down. Without the support, Nomu could be beaten by All Might, and if Izuku happened to snack on the villains, the situation could not be helped, now could it? He followed the groups with his eyes, ready to spring his plans into action. A pity that All Might seemed to completely throw his ideas under the bus. The hero once more going to exchange blows against the beast that seemed meant to counter him. It was heroic. It also threw a big wrench into the vampire's plans as all the watching bystanders could not approach due to the sudden wind pressure being created. The two titans of strength began colliding fist against fist, their Herculean power attracting the attention of all those that were inside the Usj. Prey, hours, blood. Now, Izuku could not wait anymore. He'd tried, honestly did so. However, he could not afford to wait anymore. The blood maintaining his gauntlet slithered its way into his face, once more becoming the fear-inducing mask, the shape shifting to deal with the lack of blood. Instead of the intricate design of an Oni-shaped mask, it became a simple and brutal-looking bear trap. If bear traps were decked out with shark teeth, as Izuku prepared to rush right into the fallout of the legendary beatdown happening. Reaching deep in his mind, Izuku finally released the lock on the beaten iron cage that was his willpower. All rational thought left as Izuku raged, relenting full control to the inner beast. Primal rage clouded his eyes into a fog of primitive savagery. The vampire snarling as he used Flash Step to surpass the wind pressure and reach the duo of juggernauts. The beast with green hair did not think twice as he opened his mouth, the slick mask of blood following the move, and surprising all present, sank his teeth into the exposed neck of the busy Nomu. Time seemed to slow down for all the present people, a missile of red slamming into the black wall of violence named Nomu. As fangs sank into flesh and drew blood, the vampire began immediately drinking the blood that began to pour down from the wound and into his throat. He groaned in pleasure, strength returning just as quick as he drank blood. The battered teen suddenly finding his body becoming that more responsive as it finally was allowed sustenance. Nomu screeched as it had done before, bulky hands already trying to throw off the sudden add-on, but it was not allowed a rest, immediately being assaulted by the continuous punches from All Might. The hero spared no time, a smile having returned to his face even as he kept his barrage of punches. Nomu was forced to raise its guard once more, trying to equal the ground of their fighting. Unfortunately, the vampire hanging from its back had a completely different plan, which began as the bloodsucker activated coagulation. The effect was instantaneous, Nomu flinching still in place for a haymaker to crush the beak of the abomination, yellow teeth flying up. The creature broke from the spell not a second after, back into the clash against the hero once more. only for Nomu to be interrupted a second time, another blow sinking in the left eyeball. The fight continued in quick succession, All Might finding more and more ground as Izuku perfectly timed his use of coagulation to aid the hero, the ability being activated on the moments the hero would strike the fiercest. As Izuku continued his unstoppable drinking frenzy, his healing accelerated as allowed him to begin properly hearing. Shigaraki did not seem happy with his intervention. How? I saw Nomu end him like a pancake. He was flattened. How? What is this cheat? As the fight continued, and Izuku drained the villain, one thing became apparent. It seemed to have weakened. More and more blows from the hero were connecting as the monster began being pushed back into the defensive. Nomu flinched still again. Eldritch power akin to a beacon flooding off the vampire's eyes as he began returning to prime. Though Izuku was becoming stronger, blood was how he did so, through the ways of imitating quirk factors, his hemomancy and his enhanced physique. His cultivation allowed him to speed the time he broke down and understood quirk factors, but it also required lots of the life liquid. Having a free drink straight from the source that was Nomu, Izuku could not have asked for a better time. His high-speed regeneration kicked straight into high gear, finally being allowed to work on all the damage that Izuku had accumulated at the hands of the very villain that now served as his nutrition. How hilarious. He darkly joked in his head as his fangs sank even deeper into the neck of his blood bag. The healing that would have taken weeks even for him happened under seconds, his body now using the incoming blood for cultivation as opposed to nutrition. Izuku, now having his arms back, once more called upon his blood gauntlets, arms equipped with deadly armor. Izuku sank the claws of hardened blood into the monster's shoulders, cutting straight through flesh and cracking bone. As the vampire's and the villain's blood made direct contact, Izuku began the process of cultivation. His blood mask maintained the bear trap shape, ideal to cling into the flesh of the hulking beast and continue his feeding. He immediately identified the quirk factor in the blood, which to his surprise were actually two. This is not possible. His momentary distraction meant that he failed to constantly active coagulation, resulting in Izuku taking an elbow to the gut, his body being teared off from his perch on the Namu's neck, together with a meaty chunk of flesh and also leaving nasty holes on the shoulders of the Ebast, creating a trench in the ground as he was carried by the momentum of the blow. The hemomancer used of his renewed supply of life liquid to create tendrils to help him bleed off the force. He managed to stop not too far away from the two giants, raising himself from the dirt. As he stood perfectly up, Izuku could be seen chewing on something. The vampire sucked the remaining blood off from the chunk of meat in his mouth, spatting the flesh from his mouth like one would bubblegum. The flesh hit the ground with a wet splat, whitish in color. Izuku wanted to return to his feast, but All Might took the advantage he provided and closed in the villain, his body steaming and having the sweet smell of blood. Thanks young Midoriya for the magnificent assist. I will make up for my failing right now. The hero shouted, fixing his stance into what Izuku could tell would be the finishing move of this fight. The vampire found some annoyance in his mind as he would not be able to continue his feast, but he supposed that this would have to do. The hero's eyes were fully focused in the Nomu beast, and for a moment Izuku swore that All Might had copied a page from his book as the hero blurred into action. No, he did not copy Flash Step, he is just that fast. The beast-like mind of the teen stated, his ears now easily hearing the hero. Now villain, prepare yourself, for I am here. All Might declared, already clashing fists against his nemesis. Izuku wondered what the hero was trying to accomplish, already aware of the quirk factors that the monster had. The vampire's mind was full of questions, wondering how could someone have two quirks. For a moment his mind joked that he was not one to talk, but the situation was clearly different. Izuku could replicate weakly the effects of other quirks. His biology shifted to adapt to the changes. Besides, some effects could never be copied, no matter how much blood he took in or how much he cultivated. This creature had complementary powers all right, hyper-regeneration and shock absorption. That did not mean that Nomu could be born with these quirks. Their effects were too different for one person to have them. Yet, he clearly does. Why? I want to know. I want more blood. This blood is so rich in flavor, so powerful. The vampire was pulled away from his thoughts as the blurry of blows became indistinguishable. All Might clearly putting his all into the barrage of blows that followed. Hear these words, villain. For the good of those that need protection, I am here. When the going gets tough, heroes stand up to protect. I'll carve into your spirit the meaning of these words. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The America-themed hero finished with one crackling blow right into the torso of the Nomu. The beast folded under the punch before shooting at terrifying speed to the top of the Usj. The reinforced glass and metalworks of the ceiling never stood a chance, crumpling and breaking as the Nomu shot through it and away from the facility, having been punched at least 100 meters up. The sight was one that made difficult for you to tear your eyes off. Izuku managed to do so, eyes falling back into the frame of his battered hero. The man was expelling a great deal of steam, looking as if merely standing up was taking away strength from him. Cheats. You cheating bastards. What sort of cheat codes do you have to revive like that? I saw it. Saw Nomu beat you into a pulp. How can you have a second life? Shigaraki looked on the verge of a mental breakdown, the villain furiously scratching at his neck. The warping villain that stood at his side had his mustard yellow eyes wide in shock. He also had seen the brutality which Nomu had inflicted upon the teen. There was no escaping that. My plan was perfect. I used the perfect counter against All Might. There was no way for him to win. How can you two cheat like this? Aren't heroes supposed to play fair? Being tricky is for us, game masters. The cerulean-haired villain slumped as he almost turned his voice coarse. He slowly rose his face to meet the heroes and the vampires. His red eyes showed a maniac anger behind them. All Might stood still, seemingly waiting for something. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the hero, wondering why had he stopped. Then it struck the vampire. The wound at his side, the smell of old and fresh blood mixed with disinfectants. The earlier talk between the teachers about the time limit the hero was under. It all clicked in place for the vampire. He used Flash Step to close in at the side of the hero, fully equipped with his blood arms. The inner beast had been mostly satisfied, their meal managing to placate the vampire. That said, it still took colossal effort to not jump at All Might and have a taste of his blood. What kind of power would he gain if he were to do such? The thought made him salivate. When exposed to justice, any evil ploy shall fall by the wayside, villain. Now, show that determination from earlier, when you tried to harm my students. I dare you to try it, villain. All Might shouted over at the two villains. The hero looked from the corner of his eyes at the young Hemomancer, the blue eyes capturing the sight of someone who looked like they had fled from hell. Izuku had plenty of dried blood stuck to his skin, his armored shirt long having been discarded as it had been smashed to bits by the first encounter between the teen and villain. There was a purple bruise on his stomach, the spot slowly returning to normal under their sight. His pants were barely held in place. Various rips suggested the kind of abuse the material had gone through. The boots he wore were also mangled and covered in a mix of blood and dust. It was questionable to say that Izuku should be living, yet there he was. If the hero was honest with himself, the sight looked a little terrifying. Not that he had time to be terrified. If he had time, he should be glad that a student had not died due to his foolishness. He knew he was working under a time limit. And while a hero should strive to surpass their limits, they should also be aware of their responsibilities. He had failed his class as their teacher and their example of hero. To compensate for that, he would save them all without fail. It infuriated the hero when he reached the Usj, seeing the Nomu pounding on what he presumed to be one of his students. As the monster's hands were dyed in crimson blood, the hero simply launched himself furiously at the villain, hoping that he had arrived too late. One quick glance at the bloody crater made the hero have the heavy realization that he had failed his duty. Seeing his fate deemed to give him a second chance to correct his mistakes, All Might swore to himself. Never would he fail another student as he had failed young Midoriya again. Thus, All Might stood. Like a mountain that would never crumble, he stood. To be honest, standing still like this is all I can do right now. My body will not move, I pushed too hard. The hero grimly thought, maintaining his fierce expression. Reinforcements are close by, just a few more minutes. Shigaraki, focus. All that he doing is merely standing there, a false bravado. We may have lost Nomu, but we can still work to end his life. The damage is clearly there. It is up to us to finish the job. Kurogiri snapped Shigaraki out of his hysterics. The villain stopped clawing at his throat to look closely at All Might. The cerulean-haired villain hummed in a debauched manner. Right. There would be no way for him to not have suffered damage. We are still in the game. We can end him. The villains reached an agreement. That brat too. I want to end him. If he hadn't gotten in the way, Nomu would have ended All Might. It was good for villains that they had not forgotten about Izuku. The vampire could see that All Might was on his last legs. The steam emanating from the hero was hiding him from the eyes of the villains and the other students in the plaza, but Izuku could see it. A faint shadow inside the billows of steam, a weakened and withered frame. Izuku wished that he could still rage. His ultimate skill would be a good trump card to deal with the remaining villains. It was unfortunate that all his time with the power had been used to assist All Might defeat the hulking monster that was Nomu. As it stood, Izuku was tired. He might have healed his completely from his imminent death, but he could still feel the toll it had taken on his body. Healing the entirety of your fractured bones, burst internal organs and ruptured blood vessels was not an easy process. The vampire was exhausted. And even after his large meal had replenished his blood, he still needed rest, something that he guessed would not come by easily. Seeing as Shigaraki and Kurogiri were beginning to scheme their assault on both Izuku and All Might, the vampire rose his gauntlets menacingly, his mask shifting as if to express his mood. The villains began rushing once more to attack the symbol of peace, Shigaraki leading the attack with Kurogiri as a close support. Izuku glanced at his classmates, wondering if they would help at any moment. Not that he would wait for their assistance, considering he flashed step ahead in front of All Might. The villains were quick. In no time they had reached the hero and the vampire. Shigaraki extended his hand, aiming for the teen's face with nary a thought. Izuku's gauntlets became fluid once more, the left one shooting off his arm as blood spear burst as the right sprouted a multitude of tendrils to capture the villain. The scattered drops of blood were all nulled by Kurogiri, the villain creating a warp gate in front of the projectiles. Izuku dug his heels firmly. The hand closing in on his face seemed to be in slow motion. The vampire allowed his mask to open, the target of the crimson jaws coming straight for them. I can weather the attack. High-speed regeneration will handle it. All Might is the priority. Defending him is a priority. I can do this. I can do this. When rage ended, normally Izuku would be left wiped out. This time, his saving grace was the enormous quantity of blood he managed to extract from Nomu, which allowed him to push himself further. With no further access to such supply, Izuku could only pray that his healing could keep up. Shigaraki's hand touched the crimson blood mask for only a second, the liquid immediately turning into a lifeless black sludge before falling outside of Izuku's control and splatting uselessly on the ground. The hand of the villain clenched around the teen's face, and Izuku howled as the effects of decay made themselves known. Different from the searing hot pain of having his bones broken and flesh mangled, the decay of his skin was slowed down by his cellular regenerative property, resulting into a different kind of hell for the vampire. Dead skin flaked and fell off from his face, his tendrils managing to capture the following hand into a crushing grip. Shigaraki seemed surprised that Izuku's head hadn't just disappeared already, before he himself cried in pain as the tendrils wrapped around his left arm crushed it by pressure, breaking both the radio and ulna. Kurogiri, seeing his master being harmed, immediately created a warping gate between the broken arm and the blood, crushing it, severing the connection and allowing the cerulean-haired villain a small respite. Izuku would not allow it. The vampire, even under terrible pain, did not miss the chance. Kurogiri could not warp Shigaraki as long as the villain held Izuku. Hence, the vampire knew what he had to do. His left hand was once more wrapped into blood gauntlet, which he used to grab a hold of the arm holding his face, the sharp claws sinking into the arm of the lanky villain. His right hand was going to once more grab the villain's broken arm, but the warp villain decided to act. Izuku's right arm sank into another warp gate, the purple haze immediately closing and taking the vampire's arm with it in a gruesome fashion. Another gargled sound exited the teen's throat, his voice warped by the ravenous pain. Shigaraki, let go, Kurogiri shouted, surprised that his master had been harmed by the hero trainee. It was as if he had no fear of death, only charging ahead with indomitable will. It scared the villain to think someone like that could exist. I need to end this effort. He broke my arm. The villain howled, pain and hatred mixed into one. He wants retribution. He wants fairness. How about this then? Izuku let revenge guide his mind as the inner beast once more banged on the cages of his mind. Insolent prey. It dares to bare its small fangs at us. Defile him. Show the price of messing with us. We are the true predator. End. We are the hunter, the night prowler. We are the king of the dark nights. We are Midoriya Izuku. We are true ancestor. Izuku opened his mouth, exposing it to the effects of decay. It began eating at it, but the vampire was already working towards his goal. Bloody fangs sank into the palm of the hand that held his face, blood flowing into his mouth. Shigaraki's blood was disgusting and fetid, different from anything else that Izuku had tasted. Almost like drinking sewage water, the blood was simply disgusting in his palate. Yet, the hemomancer forced it down his throat. The hold of the villain on his face slacked in a moment's notice, the hand backing away as the cerulean-haired villain felt the sharp bite of Izuku's decaying fangs. As the villain backed off, his hand slick with both their blood, Izuku pulled on the trigger of coagulation, readying his remaining arm for another blood spear burst. Unfortunate for the vampire, Shigaraki's frame was covered by the wisps of the purple-black mist that made Kurogiri's body, warping the villain away from Izuku. The vampire's head snapped into the direction of the villain, the metal neck guard being his focus. With Neria, though, Izuku pointed his remaining stump of a right arm at the villain. Eat this. All the blood that was around the vampire joined at the raw and mangled cut, the inner flesh exposed. The fluid became one single tendril of blood, which shot like a bullet towards the villain. Kirigiri tried to create a portal to redirect the eldritch abomination. But he was a second too slow. The tip of the tendril hardened into a spearhead, drilling straight through the protection of the villain and connecting Izuku and Kirigiri by blood. Coagulation paralyzed the villain before he could use his quirk, allowing the hemomancer to begin sucking blood from the villain like one would suck juice from a straw. Shigaraki had been teleported just a few meters from the conflict. But as he saw the horror show happening, he quickly stood up and rushed to attack Izuku once more. "You, I will end you." The horrible shout was heard all right by the vampire. He turned his bloody and raw face to the villain, dry and crimson eyes staring at the villain as if daring him to attack again. Bang! The cerulean-haired villain fell on the ground, immediately clutching at his leg, a round and red spot, which began growing. A gunshot, from far away. "I suppose a trooper like you can handle a little pain, can't ya?" The accent was heavy, the barrel of his gun smoking, but most important, Sniper had arrived. Not only him, but the major reinforcements from UA had finally arrived. Power Loader, Vlad King, Present Mike, Midnight, Cementos, Feral Hound, Ectoplasm, and even the famous principal of the school. Shigaraki tried to stand up, only for Snipe to spin his revolver in a sleigh of hand, the barrel already pointed at the villain. Bang, 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 bang. 4 new holes appeared in the villain, who fell on the ground like a marionette whose strings had been cut. His blood began to pool around him, the villain gritting his teeth in a clear display of anger. Izuku almost smirked at the villain, but phantom pain began to sprout over his arm. Or the missing arm. The vampire was sure that he wasn't supposed to feel this type of pain. But his focus was shot and he almost screamed. His tendril returned to him and began entering back into his system by the hole of the stump, the teen falling onto his knees and clutching at the wound. Coagulation was undone on Kirigiri, who immediately warped close to Shigaraki. Sniper tried to intercept the villain, but found his shots simply phasing through the purple-black mist. "See the had all be break. As shoot the metal neck guard," Izuku shouted, hoping that the hero had heard him. More shots were fired, but it was too late by them. The vampire rose his head to see the disappearing mist carrying the cerulean-haired villain. Both villains boring holes in the frame of the vampire. "I'll end you, even if it is the last thing I do. I will destroy everything you hold dear. I'll turn you into dust." The deranged eyes of the villain spoke of a promise that he would not forget. Izuku's gleaming eyes followed the villain tiredly. The vampire lifted his left hand, a middle finger proudly being displayed by the hemomancer. He was going to take a page out of Bakugo's book, only this time. "Eat shit and die." His mouth healed enough to allow him a clear phrase, the warp gate fading out of existence. The pros began their cleanup, defeating any remaining villain in the facility. Not that Izuku was in the spirit to follow the operation, too busy as he stared at the deflating form of All Might, the steam around him beginning to fade away. The hero had a mix of relief and panic in his face, watching one of his pupils push himself so hard. Izuku let out a pained sigh, slowly standing up. He could hear a couple of steps coming their way, the heavy steps no doubt belonging to Kirishima. The redhead would be the only one to check up on Izuku, considering the other two either did not care or were shocked by the display. "Oi, Midoriya, are you alive?" There was a clear worried tone in the voice of the hardening quirk user, which made Izuku feel conflicted emotion. People cared about him, even when he showed the monster he could be. He was glad, even if the pain was too bothersome to allow him to express his joy. And there was also the fact that All Might was deflating like a balloon at his side. The vampire clutched his stump, bringing mesmerize up in his eyes. While he was glad to have someone worry about his state, the sentiment was about to open an entirely different can of worms. He supposed it would be nice to have All Might own him one. His eyes gleamed in crimson light, ready to handle his friend. Fortunately, the use of his pseudo-brainwashing was not needed, a wall suddenly being erected between the two. "Whoa," Izuku heard the redhead exclaim as he smack dab into the concrete wall. "Kirishima-kun, leave this to your sensei here. Gather the other students. We need to check for injuries or missing people." Cementas seemed to be the responsible for the wall. The teacher spoke in a voice that left no ground for discussion. Luckily, Kirishima was a straight guy, understanding the reasoning of the hero. Safe behind the security of the wall, All Might let go and fully deflated, becoming a skeletal man. The sight was a weird one. Not at all something that screamed symbol of peace. He immediately sat on the ground, coughing some blood. "Thanks for the save, Cementos. This one was too close," the blonde hero said, wiping the blood that was in the corner of his mouth. "Think nothing of it, All Might. Although, I don't think that we are completely in the green," the other hero said, pointing to the teen. Horror dawned in his face as he saw that Izuku was missing an arm. "We need to get him help immediately." Before the teacher could dash for help, Izuku approached the duo waving off. "Sensei, don't worry about it. My quirk gives me a healing factor. I won't be on the deep end just by losing an arm," he said in hopes that the information would calm the teacher. The answer made both heroes give him serious looks. "Young Midoriya, Midoriya-san, The teen knew those looks. He let his eyes wander the plaza, searching for his missing appendage. He could grow his arm back, but he preferred to simply attach it back. It would hurt like hell as the nerve endings reconnected, but he could bear it after the damage he bore through today. He wondered if other things could even faze him. "I'll look for my arm," he stated as if it was a normal thing. The pangs of phantom pain were starting to become greater and greater, and he wished to reattach the limb as soon as possible. "My boy," All Might called him, Cementus almost raising another wall to block his way. Their faces seemed to ask something of him. "Don't worry about it. I guess something was wrong since you did not show up for our class. You have my word that I won't talk to anyone," Izuku said, walking away from the heroes. He managed to track his cut limb, not too far from the battle. He calmly walked towards it, having to bite his lip to endure the following pang of phantom pain. Looking at your own severed limb was a different kind of experience that Izuku didn't wish on his worst enemy. He grabbed the arm, walking back to where Cementos had raised the wall. The teachers waited his return, something about first aid being on their way. He nodded to them, hiding from plain sight. It would not do for his classmates to see by mistake something so alien. Izuku got close to the erected wall and sat with his back to it, angling so as to avoid his teachers seeing the severed stump or the cut limb. No need to traumatize them too, he joked in his head, getting his arm close to the stump. The skin around the exposed flesh had already healed over it, so as to avoid infection due to an open wound. He managed to stop his healing at that, else the bone might heal at a wrong angle or some other complication might happen. A deep breath and a minor tug at his power. Izuku had advanced Hemomancy act as a precision knife, slicing open the skin. He hissed, clenching his jaw shut to avoid making sounds. One quick peek at his teachers told him that he failed at that. It took a few seconds for the incisions to be done, small tendrils peeling back the skin and allowing him to see the bone of both arms. He cringed at the wet noise that echoed as more tendrils of blood connected from his stump to his limb, pumping blood into the other limb so as to avoid necrosis. The two ends connected with a wet shesh, another line of life liquid sewing the limbs together as a quick fix to hold them together while the bone reconnected, the nerve endings also doing the same. The first neurons to do so sent a terrible shock into his system, and he avoided screaming thanks to already having his trap shut. 1 minute. During 1 minute, the time his nerve endings reconnected, Izuku experienced earth-shattering pain. By the time it ended, he found himself being carried by medical bots to an ambulance, together with All Might. For some, that sentence might have been a godsend. For Izuku, all he felt was a sore body. At least he could cultivate the quirk factors running through his bloodstream in his ride back to UAS Infirmary. Izuku found himself lucky to be in bed, since that way recovery girl could not use her cane to beat him over the head for problematic and suicidal behavior, whatever she meant with that. Everything he had done today was necessary and within the limits of his abilities, so the earful from the elder heroine felt as if she was punishing him from surviving the whole ordeal. The olive branch he found was that All Might himself was not safe from the diminutive nurse and her youthful anger. How about that? He joked, smile sprouting in his lips as the woman went in between chastising him and the skeletal symbol of peace. He mused the idea of pretending to sleep, wondering if she would catch him. Before he could put the plan into practice, a polite knock sounded on the door. "You may enter." The nurse sent the duo a dirty look, almost as if to say this is far from over, while she went to fill in their paperwork. The sliding door opened and a known figure of Izuku's middle school showed his face. Detective Tsukachi. Izuku rose his right hand to greet the police worker, the man taking his fedora hat and dipping his head to the teen, his expression lighting up at seeing the vampire. "Izuku-kun, how about that? You barely enter UA and are already causing this sort of chaos," the detective joked, approaching the two bedridden patients. "All Might, how is it going?" "Wait, how do you know this is All Might?" Izuku furrowed his brow, wondering if the detective was about to try some sort of memory wipe on him. "The good detective is an old friend of mine. My best friend, in fact," the blonde and deflated hero said, holding back a cough. Izuku felt his fangs twitch as his nose picked the scent of the hero's blood. "Well, that is certainly one way to introduce me." Tsukachi rubbed the back of his head. The officer thanked recovery girl as the elder brought him a chair. "Sorry to bother you two while you are resting, but I already took testimony from all the other students and teachers involved in the issue. You are the last ones, I understand. Before that, can you tell me ... how are the students? Eraserhead and 13-2? All Might asked, looking sullen. The detective began to explain the situation to the hero, Izuku finding solace in listening to the officer. "Well, I must admit, I knew that you were hard to surprise. But most people would be shocked to see All Might like ... this." Tsukachi suddenly brought the topic towards Izuku, the vampire blinking as everyone in the room focused on him. "Well, I found it weird that All Might wasn't working at the sole class he was under, so I paid extra attention to the teachers. Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei were busy exchanging codes and hand signs, so I peek a bit into their conversation. My senses are pretty sharp, so the rest was rather easy to put into place. That stunned the blonde hero and the nurse, while Tsukachi merely shook his head sideways. All Might exited his stupor and then coughed, calling attention to himself. Young Midoriya, I must apologize to you and make a request. It was my own negligence that endangered the students and put their lives at risk. Had I done so, this would never have happened. I failed my duty as a hero and as a teacher. The pro lowered his head to Izuku, making the vampire widen his eyes. Before he could ask the hero to stop, the blonde continued. No, young Midoriya, I must do this properly. And while shameless of me to do so, must ask that you keep this form of mine a secret. I displayed a shameful front, as caused you great suffering. If there is anything that you wish for, ask away. It was the vampire's turn to be stunned into silence. The teen mused to himself, tuning out the adults that began talking among each other as Recovery Girl began extracting information from All Might as to what he meant by failed Izuku. Before the heroine could hit the blonde over the head in an attempt to make him spill the beans, Izuku opened his mouth. Sir, there was an incident about 2 years ago in Dagaba. A slime villain doing some purse snatching. Nothing too grand into the scheme of things. I honestly would not fault you if you forgot about such thing. I met you there, but you were in quite a rush. Guess I now know why, hee. He snorted. The words leaving his mouth seemed silly to himself. Yet, he had to ask the hero. I lost the opportunity back then, and kind of put things in the back burner. I mean, it is such a silly question. He eyed the hero dead in the eye, emerald staring deep into sapphire. Can a monster like me really become a hero? I mean, who can escape being beaten into a literal pulp and just come back like that? In my arm, can someone just do that? Stick their arm into place and boom, done. And the fact that I wanted to end that thing. Not defeat or subdue, I legit wanted to end him. What kind of hero does this? I mean, yeah, it might happen. It is a dangerous job and all, but I wanted to end him, full intent. Can I be a hero? Am I allowed to do this? You already are a hero. I didn't think that this was possible. Izuku murmured to himself, looking at his reflection in front of the mirror of the hospital. He was pretty much unharmed from the confrontation at the Usj. The only procedures he had to run through were a bath and a checkup, which did not last long. It was impressive that UA had facilities on par with the most advanced hospitals, but the vampire tallied it to the incredibly deep pockets of the principal and his ability to get more sponsors than the other 9 top hero schools in the country. After his exams told Recovery Girl that he had no damage whatsoever aside from his tiredness, the elder nurse allowed him some free time. Besides, that talk with All Might had been rather touching for him. Izuku had that insecurity deep inside his heart. Even after all the years that he spent building up himself for UA, there was always that little cloud of doubt that troubled him. His monstrous quirk. It felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his back, hearing those words. The vampire excused himself and made his way to the closest bathroom, hoping to avoid crying in front of all those inside the room. About 20 minutes later, he managed to rein in the tears and recompose himself enough to be presentable. And then, he quickly took a peek at the mirror to check his appearance. All over his face ran tiny white lines, scarring tissue. They had no specific pattern, running all over his face like white lightning, giving him an even weirder look. They weren't so showy that people would constantly stare at him, but anyone that took the time to look at him would make out the jagged patterns. He was intrigued as to how such thing would happen, considering that high-speed regeneration had him outright stick his arm back in place. But he opted to feel himself lucky that these scars were all that remained of his encounter with the villain Shigaraki. That, and the disgusting feeling of having the villain's blood running inside him. The vampire continued staring at himself in the mirror, this time focusing more in his life liquid than his outer fleshy self. His surroundings darkened as Izuku began mind diving, tones of crimson being his new sight, the feeling of his heart pumping all the blood inside his body, merely waiting for any command that he might give. The rivers inside his vessels, all of it eager and at his beckoning call. The feeling was intoxicating, but the vampire had business to attend. Focusing further, the Hemomancer wished for the most recent quirk factors to present themselves to him, calling the consumed blood obey the command of its superior. Like rusty gears, the foreign blood slowly unwound itself from his life force, unwilling to be fully decoded. It mattered not what its wish was, for Izuku's will was imperative here. His hands grasped the ceramic of the sink, nails lightly running over the smooth material and leaving shallow ridges. He had cultivated some of the factors for enough time. Others had to be left in the back burner for a while, letting his body to the work. The decoded quirks were the ones that he acquired from the hulking beast named Nomu. It seemed rather fitting that one of the quirk factors that the vampire would easily decode was the healing one. Hyper-regeneration, as Izuku dubbed it, was the easiest to present itself to him, as it was something that he understood from his own powers. The quirk factor present in Namu's blood was quickly devoured by Izuku's leukocytes, all of the information phagocytized for his use. The vampire craned his neck to the left, slowly popping his neck to release some tension as he began to feel his body mutating. Two similar quirk factors would clash and become ineffective, so there had to be a balance. True Ancestor did not take kind to invaders, much less so to those that threatened the Alpha. So it consumed the invader, feeding on the remains of it and taking its power for itself. Enemy power is taken. Glory be upon the Alpha. Pain no more. Our flesh can regrow better. Our mortal enemy has lost. We have now fully conquered the sun. Izuku ignored the whispers and cheers that rang in his mind. The cage of the inner beast tightly locked once more. His hunter instincts were pleased for the time being, so the vampire merely scoffed at the joy that wished to sprout from his chest. Daywalker now seemed to be a permanent and passive ability, differently than when he had to fully will his regeneration to focus in his skin, so he allowed some of the joy to sprout. I guess I'll call it true regeneration. Taking my already enhanced healing and joining it with another powerful healing quirk factor, it becomes a new aspect of True Ancestor, so I think it fits. The other quirk factors were still resisting, foolishly so he might add, and would take a bit more time to crack open. Nothing that would set Izuku back. The vampire finally opened his eyes, returning from the maelstrom that was his mind. As his slit and ruby-colored eyes took in his appearance, they also took in the sight of Detective Tsukachi leaning on the doorway, waiting for the teen to do something. Izuku released the sink, making a mental note to apologize to Recovery Girl for damaging school property and make his way to the officer. Having problems with your inner angst, the detective joked, standing straight and nodding to the vampire. Izuku massaged the back of his neck with one hand, opening a shy smile. Something like that, and taking in the fact that All Might is somewhat of a cripple. Lots of things to catch up to. He exited the bathroom and followed the way back to the infirmary, wishing to get out of the hospital pants and gown. The detective rose one brow, the barest smirk present in his face. Cripple, that's a bit much, don't you think? 3 hours of active service, possibly less so after what he has been forced to go through. It is incredible that he is even alive with that old wound in his gut. Izuku countered. Yeah, All Might was his favorite hero. No, Izuku was not delusional. Truths needed to be acknowledged, even if they hurt. It might not be today or tomorrow, but the time of the symbol of peace was nearing its end. The vampire found that the bad sensation at the bottom of his stomach did not go away even after he fully recognized that fact. Tsukachi had a grim and bitter smile painted across his face. True, his quirk exclaimed in his head, declaring that Izuku believed in what he said. The officer sighed, putting one hand over the shoulder of the vampire. At least the teen did not know what the full truth behind the All Might was. Not yet at least, but the detective recognized the look inside the blonde hero's eyes. He might tell Izuku about that, or the little vampire might even figure it out by himself. He is smart, scary smart. All the more reason for him to be training the next generation of heroes, right? You all are tomorrow's hope after all. Izuku glanced at the officer, both their eyes meeting. Right, the vampire offered a tiny smile back, eyes focusing on the door of the infirmary. He was hoping to find himself some decent pants. In hindsight, it might not have been the best option to carry his phone in his costume's coat pocket. The fact that he had foregone the heavy piece of his costume and left it back at the bus set several alarms inside Izuku's head. He hadn't had the chance to call his mother and explain the situation, neither had the chance to text May. He did not know which option was worse, his mother and the high possibility that she might bring the entirety of the kitchen's cutlery with her, or May and the certain fact that the mechanic girl would possibly achieve the creation of Skynet just to find him. He tried to think possible excuses for both women, wondering if he was about to find the limits of his new true regeneration when they rained hell upon the mortal plane in their incessant search for him. If Principal Nezu had already called Midoriya Mama, Izuku feared for the souls of the living and the dead. So, like the responsible teen and hero trainee that he was, Izuku took the only morally acceptable course of action. He delayed even further any contact. Any excuse to give him some thinking time and breathing room was acceptable right now. That current train of thought guiding his mind, Izuku walked the hallways of UAS Infirmary, his nose being his guiding light as he followed the scent of his homeroom teacher's blood. He was worried about the man, considering that harsh impact against concrete that his sensei's head had been forced to endure. His search ended in one of the many doors of the infirmary, the staff-only sign being ignored by the vampire as he lightly knocked on the door. No answer was given, at least none that he could hear. Izuku then knelt close to the door, putting his ear on the wood and focusing in his hearing. All he could hear from inside the room was light snoring, the smell of disinfectants overpowering most of his sense of smell. At least the noise indicated that the pro and teacher was alive. The vampire let out a relieved sigh. Detective Tsukachi had taken their testimony after Izuku managed to get himself some gray sweatpants, soon giving the hero and the vampire time to rest. Not that Izuku had actually taken the time to do so, considering his body was fine. Not back to peak performance, but now he didn't need to worry about his heart stopping. The vampire stood up and took another whiff of the air, following the second source of scent that he identified as 13. He hoped that the space hero was safe too, considering he heard that Kurogiri had sent 13's black hole right back at him, causing severe lacerations on the hero's back. Damage from a quirk that shreds anything to dust was rather dangerous. Izuku himself could attest to that. The vampire did not have to walk for long, as the door to the hero's room was not much farther from Aizawa's. It seemed to be his lucky moment, as he could hear rustling noises from the room. Izuku proceeded to knock on the door, the force just enough that he would be heard. Hearing a startled "eep" from inside the room, Izuku wondered if the hero already had a visitor. He almost left the door when he heard a rather feminine voice allowing his entrance, saying the usual "excuse me for the disturbance." Softly, Izuku entered the room. Plain white and pastel green greeted him, as expected from a temporary stay, the room only housing the bare necessities and furniture for treatment and cabinets to store the medical supplies. His eyes trailed on the bed that his teacher was occupying, confusion spreading over the vampire's face. He guessed that the feeling was mutual, since it was all he could identify over his teacher's face as she looked at him. Yes, she, 13, was female. Guess all those theories were wrong about her gender. He mused in amused interest, eyes scanning the entirety of his teacher's frame. Her skin, or what was exposed since her entire midsection was wrapped in bandages, was a fascinating mix between magenta and deep blue, making it seem as if Izuku was staring at a cosmos-shaped person. The fact that there were countless sprinkles of tiny white dots all over her too, the vampire might as well be staring at a galaxy. A dainty and small face, eyes of black sclera and blue pupils took in the humancer as both teacher and students stared at each other for a few seconds. Oh, who knew? She blushes purple. Izuku took in the detail with entranced eyes, not bothering to register the pillow that smack dab into his face. Senseless mumbling exited the mouth of the heroine, the sound much more pleasant and cute, nothing alike the scratchy and emulated sound of her voice when she had her helmet back on in the Usj. After Izuku secured the pillow, he saw a small mountain of bedsheets, the woman hiding under them in an attempt to hide from his sight. Izuku smiled at the display, wondering why was his teacher hiding. He waited in place, not wanting to corner her too much. If he was asked if he ended up teasing her in any way, he would deny it. He could mesmerize himself to make himself believe so. No, he was not smirking. After a few minutes waiting, the vampire got his answer as 13 poked her head out of her impenetrable fortress. Hello, Midoriya SS-san? The woman asked, her voice trembling continuously. The teen wondered why his teacher was so shy, her purple blush still painting her cosmic features. He decided to try a whim out. Closing his eyes, the vampire offered the pillow back to the injured teacher. Hey there, 13-sensei. How are you doing? He asked, maintaining his eyes closed. It seemed to have some effect as his teacher quickly grabbed the pillow, her voice somewhat stabilizing. I am recuperating well enough, and my back was hit pretty hard, but that was mostly the effects of my own quirk. That mist villain turned it back on me in a move I was not exactly capable of foreseeing. There was still some tension in 13's voice, but the vampire took that as normal. She was talking about how a villain countered her quirk, causing a nasty wound. Recovery girl said that I won't have any lasting effects. But the important thing here is why are you here, Izuku-san? The vampire almost opened one of his eyes, making another escape from his teacher, followed by the quick rustle of the bedsheets. He curbed another grin from forming on his lips, taking on a more serious tone. I was checking on the teachers. I tried to help everyone I could back in the Usj, but I couldn't manage to help you when the mist villain, Kurogiri, warped us away from you and the rest of the students. Sorry, sensei. Izuku bowed and apologized. If he had been faster or more perceptive, things might not have played the way they did. As things stood now, the only options the vampire had were apologizing and becoming better. He would work the easier one right now, and then work harder than ever on becoming better. There is no need to apologize for that, Midoriya-san. It is our job as both pros and teachers to ensure the safety of our students. That attack on the Usj showed that we still can improve our skills. It was not your fault. Only the villains are to blame for that. As she spoke, 13 seemed to become bolder and firmer, her pro-heroine side showing up. Izuku nodded to his teacher, eyes still closed, before he could raise his face. He felt a small hand set over his head, the touch rather comforting for the vampire. 13 was head patting him. It almost made him open his ways, but he would spoil that moment. Recovery girl would though, and so she did, whacking the humancer on his shins with her syringe cane. Midoriya, what the hell are you doing here, inside staff quarters? I swear, everyone that comes into contact with Toshi becomes like this. Each sentence was followed by another whack on the vampire, making him open his eyes in surprise. Old people were not supposed to be that stealthy. Boy, did you think something about my age. Nuuo. Izuku could not flash step fast enough to flee the anger of the elder nurse. The dreaded time to talk with his mother came to be delivered to Izuku by his own hands. Or feet, since he had returned home with those. The checkup and the other procedures took the majority of the day. Hence why Yue had him dropped in front of his apartment, courtesy of one angry nurse. Not angry, angry. Now that Izuku pieced the puzzle, Detective Tsukachi had probably fled the school premises with the idea of escaping the wrath of the tiny heroine in his lie detection mine. The bloodsucker's revenge would be legendary upon the officer. For now, he had to contend with what he had. And what he had was 15 minutes wasted staring at his door, wondering what kind of reaction his mother would have. He still had time to try the window, or the back alley rain drain pipe, or he could face the Midoriya and co staring at him from the open door. That was an option too. Inside, her puffy red eyes held more power than anything he could ever have. He did not have the gall to question her order, merely stepping in the apartment. She closed the door behind him, proceeding to help him shed his outer layers of school uniform. Backpack and jacket gone, his red sneakers by the door, Izuku was guided to the kitchen. Warm katsudon waited him at his usual place at the table, a few blood bags also spread on the table for his consumption. He glanced back at his mother, wondering at what moment the verbal smackdown would begin. He hadn't received one in years. Before he could try to open his mouth, his mother merely hugged him from behind, throwing her full weight on him. That was the moment it hit him. He had almost died. Midoriya Izuku had faced death today at the hands of an uncaring monster, a raging lunatic and a baritone warper. His body broken almost beyond repair. His will pushed to the very limits. He, Midoriya Izuku, almost died. Comfort mother. Matriarch is in pain. Protect. Comfort. Safe. Arden. All the relaxing moments from today were forgotten as Izuku pictured himself not being able to stand from the crater where he was almost turned into bloody mashed potato. Hunter instincts called for an act of kindness, the action born out of his most primal feeling, his love for his mother. He turned around and hugged her tightly. Inko was much too quick to respond. His strong arms wrapped around her thin frame. The vampire let his mother cry into his chest as both slowly went on the ground, legs unable to support themselves. It took the better part of 2 hours to calm the nerves of his mother, the woman refusing to leave his side. No words were said. There was no need for them right now. All that his mother wanted was to be sure of his presence here, his warmth. The vampire was all too glad to provide his mother the comfort she needed. His favorite meals on table, no doubt a reminder that she wanted him to stay. And if she could keep him forever, she would. Eventually, they reheated and ate the food. The TV was white noise, neither worried or bothered with whatever was going in the channels. No doubt they were crazy about the news on the attack. Just like when they found out that All Might would be a teacher at UA, Izuku could already picture the bothersome reporters trying to question students at the entry gates of the school. It was about midnight when Izuku took his mother to her bed. The woman ended up sleeping on the couch where they had been together, merely appreciating each other's presence. He closed the door of her room after delivering a kiss to his mother's forehead, tears threatening to fall from his eyes as he took in her puffy face, no doubt from crying when she received the call from the school. The vampire headed back to the kitchen and began cleaning the dishes. The activity was calming, the monotonous task serving as a distraction for him to ease his mind from the stress. He was halfway done when there were a few knocks at his door, making the vampire leave the sink and head to the front door. He barely opened the door, the person entering the apartment doing the job for him by rushing through it. He quickly caught the pink missile that just short of slammed into his gut, the door closing with the aid of a rapidly formed blood tendril. Idiot, 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 idiot. If Izuku didn't know any better, he would swear that Mei was doing her best impression of Itsundu. Her arms squeezed at his sides with impressive force, the vampire running his hand over her back in soothing circles as she lightly headbutted his chest with each repeated word. He eventually found himself back on the couch, doing the same thing as previously with his mother, except it was Hatsune. She smelled cleaner than ever. In fact, he could not spot one speck of grime or oily stain in her person. It was nice. A different, but much appreciated, choice. He buried his nose in her pink locks, hugging her as they laid on the couch and stayed there. They seemed hell-bent on sticking to him as much as possible, gluing her chest against Izuku's, their legs entangled into a mess of limbs. He did not try to make sense of her current mumbling. It would be impossible to do so, even with his enhanced hearing. She jumped from subject to subject, trying to distract both of them from inevitable talk. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.